humanity, that they will sit there and drop napalm on kids, that you'll sit there and watch service members be killed live on TV. Like family members would see their family member shot up on national television. That's how they learned that their son was like killed in action. They saw it on TV.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you've got this giant leap forward for all mankind. That's why, like Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, said that these people, they're not people. They're reptiles. America has been taken over by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space. That's where that conspiracy theory comes from. Because he was dumbfounded as to why he came back after Apollo 14. You've got 11, 12, 13 didn't make it, 14 came back. He thought for sure something was going to change. This giant leap forward, it was delayed, it was going to happen, it was going to work, and jack shit changed. This giant leap forward was a nothing. Nothing changed at all.
Yeah, look at where we are today.
He couldn't figure it out. I can't figure out. I'm talking to these politicians. I'm telling them. So here, let me drag politicians out into space and say, direct quote, look at the earth, you son of a bitch. And they just laughed at him. So he said, so they don't care about humanity, so they must be some sort of reptile. But they look like humans, so they must be able to shapeshift. And they don't care about the earth either. So they must be from
extraterrestrial. He was telling the truth there, wasn't he? He was telling the truth all the way. Now, he died recently, I think, Edgar Mitchell, He died recently.
They're kind of dropping like flies now. I mean, they're all like in their 90s and stuff.
Yeah, he was. He was 95, I think.
From the planet in order to not care about humanity.
Because this was going to be a giant leap forward. It's called the overview effect.
Sure,
hold on. You got to pay attention to the answer. Seeing the Earth from space, as claimed by the astronauts, was a instant, not delayed, not contemplating, an instant cognitive shift that they viewed all of humanity, all of Earth, as a one singular thing, all completely interconnected. As soon as somebody says they don't see that, why? You got to ask, why don't they see it? Because this is supposed to be an instant cognitive shift. Even a photograph, they told you. A photograph would do it. So then you got to ask why. Edgar Mitchell, the astronaut who landed on Apollo 14, said the only possible conclusion that they are reptiles from outer space.
So if someone sees a picture of the globe and doesn't immediately have a massive cognitive change in the way they see the Earth and the humanity, that means they're not human?
No, that would, if they're a shot caller and they don't even reflect on that, that would mean they must be.
What do you mean by shot caller?
Somebody who's in charge of.
In charge of what?
Well, like say Richard Nixon, he would be a shot caller. He was a shot caller for the
president of the United States.
Yeah, or politicians or whatnot.
Okay, so so the contention here is that if the politician sees a picture or even goes up to space, and they don't immediately have the similar reaction that this one guy had, he's not a human being?
One guy, all the astronauts. United said this is an instant cognitive shift. Okay, every single one of them.
There hasn't been a single astronaut that hasn't had a similar experience?
No, they've all had it.
All the astronauts agree that that's a universal experience.
Yes, it's they wrote a book about it.
Has any of the shot
they wrote a book about it. They wrote a book about it. Hold on, they wrote a book about it.
Hold on.
Overview of
Hold on. I understand about the astronauts. That's fine. But has anyone who's not one of these astronauts?
The astronauts who you think went to space came back and told you exactly.
Hello?
Yeah, if you said anything, no one heard you. I didn't hear anything for a minute.
Crit,
I didn't either.
Last thing I heard Crit say was exactly.
Okay, so this isn't our claim, this is their claim.
Yeah, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
I'm just trying to understand that, because this idea to me doesn't really seem like it's applicable to any conversation, because if only a very small subset of people have actually physically, allegedly, right, gone up and seen this, and that was the visceral
Okay.
reaction that they had, just because somebody else doesn't have a similar reaction doesn't make them all of a sudden not human. I think that's just kind of
Listen, I agree with you, but this was where the reptilian idea came from. Edward Mitchell said they must be a bunch of freaking lizard people if they didn't act this way. The powers that be, or should not be, whatever the case may be, if
sure,
they
but
don't have the same reaction, then they are reptilians.
Okay, but
This is
we've
what
had
Mitchell said. I don't agree with that. I'm just saying that's what he said.
Sure, but for decades now we've had pictures and stuff allegedly, right? We're not, because you guys won't agree that the satellite imaging is real, but whatever.
Satellites are not up there. That's why.
We've had decades of alleged pictures of the planet from space, and we haven't had a similar visceral reaction from the general population, right? Does that mean that they're reptiles?
Well, look,
It's desensitization.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about. Okay, so let's. How about then the beginning, right? The first 3 years of
Ask
these types
Mitchell,
of images.
dude. Why are you asking us if they're reptiles?
I'm not asking you if they're reptiles.
In his criteria, they would be.
Okay, but and do you think that this is something that's like
the first 3 years you're not paying attention? The very first years after the Apollo program, you had the birth of the EPA. You had environmental movements that spread across the whole world. You had nuclear disarmament. All these peace and environmental organizations sprung up out of nowhere. Organic
Nuclear winter, nuclear fallout. All these ideas come from that time period.
Nuclear fallout does not have anything to do with that, my guy.
That's incorrect. Carl Sagan invented the idea based upon something hitting Mars because he was an astronomer. The whole idea of nuclear winter, the greenhouse effect, all this shit comes from Carl Sagan, a published paper he made on observations of Mars. So, like, something hit Mars and like obscured Mars' surface, according to them, right? They couldn't see the surface anymore, and they said, if something like this happened on Earth, then you'd have a nuclear winter where the sun would be blocked out, right? And we'd all freeze to death. Okay? And the only thing that can do that is either asteroid or nuclear bombs. Okay? This is where that idea came from.
The nuclear winter doesn't come from the explosions, right? The nuclear winter comes from the fires that come after the explosions.
Doesn't even matter where they come from. It only matters that this came.
It's a pretty big point into what you're trying to say here, especially as well if you're talking about the EPA. EPA is from '62.
Back then,
the first beginning was, I think, if it was called Silent Spring, I want to say, was the
Rachel Carson
publication.
Rachel Carson, Silent Spring, exactly.
Yeah, so that's 1962, right? That's before Apollo even made it to space.
That's right. Kennedy brought that in.
The idea that the EPA was spontaneously came into fruition because of the ideas of the astronauts and the pictures they've been taking is just kind of irrelevant. I mean, I'm pretty sure in the creation of the EPA, wasn't it like wasn't there like something that Nixon did with this like 50-point thing about all these different things that the government needs to do to start fixing the environment, because there was like
it was DDT. DDT.
Yeah,
was
and there was like a big poisoning of
DDT.
rivers and
if you're listening,
all
DDT
kinds of this
it
stuff.
was.
Yeah,
and acid rain. And all that stuff.
So the idea that the EPA and all these various things just decided to come into the cultural consciousness because of a few people looking at the Earth from space, I think that's a bit asinine.
Okay. I mean, this isn't even my argument. But the culture, it was that you got to take the culture in its totality. Okay? That's part of it, right? They show the blue marble. Where on this little teeny, like there was the pale blue dot, there was all that crap, right? So this is
insignificant. By Carl
we
Sagan.
only have this little teeny home, and then whatever we do, we're going to destroy it and kill ourselves. All that.
Sure.
The dinosaur theory, the dinosaur destruction by asteroid theory wasn't even fully fleshed out back then.
Sure. Not sure what that has to do with anything, but yeah.
Because it's the same idea. The dinosaurs died because of an basically asteroid caused winter.
Yes.
And when I was growing up,
the dinosaurs died from something that has no control of anything on the planet, right? That's an outside.
The dinosaurs never existed.
But
when I was growing up, the nuclear winter was that radioactive ash, not from fires, but from blowing material into the stratosphere. Because you got to remember, back then there was something like 20,000 nuclear bombs that this in totality would block out the sun.
No, that's not what they said. The reports had nothing.
That's what they taught us in school. I grew up.
Then I guess you're old and you're a boomer and you don't remember it properly because that's not what they said.
I do remember. That's not what they taught you, but that's what they taught us.
They didn't teach me. I wasn't alive back then. This is what I've read from EPA reports, from the Department of Defense reports, various primary sources, and that had to deal with the possibilities of nuclear exchanges. And no scientific body would say that nuclear winter was caused by the explosions themselves. All of the ideas of this ash and this radioactive cloud and all this stuff, the size of the until the fission bombs even came out, that wasn't even possible. Most of this comes from the idea that a fire made by the size of an entire city, we're talking 50 square kilometers of raging inferno, that would not be able to be put out by anybody, basically, right? We can even look at modern day, look at Siberia. The Russians can't even put down a multi-million acre fire, right? And that, plus what happened with
word, like, I don't know what voices you're hearing in your head. You know, why would you want to go somewhere where they say there's no atmosphere, there's no plants, there's no animals, there's no other people other than the ones you brought with you? That seems like hell.
Not to mention that you're strapping yourself down to a explosive.
That's right. It's hell, except it's cold. But you might get a chance to explode into flames and burn up anyway.
Yeah, we're going to go to a place that's treacherous for life to even exist. And then on top of that, you could be, at any time, explode into vapor. So, yeah, I'll pass.
Did Mike Glober come back?
Which one were you talking to?
I was talking to Happy. I gave him a triangle test, and then because he's talking about we have low IQs and all this other stuff, I gave him a triangle test. He just quit the server, or didn't quit the server, he just left.
Yep, triangle's too scary.
He's pulling out studies on if you go to school, you have a higher IQ. If I don't remember what it was. And I said, well, let's find out. And pulled out the triangle test. And then he just shut up completely. And after about 3 minutes, he quit.
Ascetic, he was in here all morning and talking on and off. He came in kind of freaking out, but he calmed down a little bit towards the end there. I think AV was talking to him, kind of, ducktailed on what I was bringing up to him about basically how his channel, his anti-flat Earth channel, got deleted on PNR. So I was wondering, how did it go? Is AV, are you still around?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm at work now, but yeah, basically it was just me telling him how it's possible that he could be shaking hands with the religious folk on a different topic other than just like talking about if there is a God or there isn't one. Because I was like, dude, on every other thing, you guys are agreeing with everything to deal with cosmology and such. So I don't see why you guys are bickering. And I went into the whole occultism thing, and yeah, that's where I was landing with him.
Did it sink in by the time he left? Or I know because Dandelion tagged him to come back to VC. Did it sink in?
The end of it was, he wanted to ask me a serious question. I was like, yeah, what is it? He's like, well, if we went to space, like we had space, space travel was available, would you go on a rocket ride, you, Crit? And I was like, dude, yeah, I was like, I akin that to somebody telling me about a fantasy. Like, how would you like it if you rode a dragon, with scales and, had wings and you would go fly through the sky? Would you take a dragon ride like that? Like, it's a fantasy, dude. It doesn't exist. Like,
yeah, that's how I've said to.
I'd take the dragon ride if he was a friendly dragon, like Puff the Magic Dragon with the big smile. Or do you think he'd still be too dangerous?
It's funny. I'm about to take a ride on Puff the Magic Dragon.
Yeah.
It's like trying to.
Damn, I didn't know Dandelion toked up. Holy shit, that's what.
Yeah.
Talking about, he was a nice little dragon who lived by the sea with little Jackie paper. I don't know what you guys are talking
You're talking about using illegal drugs.
Yeah. That's what it means, Puff the Magic Dragon. No, but Dandelion, aren't you a flower child?
Damn, Dandelion getting high up in this motherfucker.
A former flower child, AV.
Former flower
child. That's what it says on my t-shirt, yeah.
I think a better example would be Falcor, the luck dragon from Neverending Story. That would be a dragon to take a ride on.
Yeah,
I can't ride roller coasters at Cedar Point anymore because I'll get seasick, so I'm not riding the dragon either. And I might fall off.
Yeah, I compare that too. Then someone says...
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I was gonna just what you said too. Like when someone says, "Hey, would you go on the spaceship and go out to space?" I'm like, "What? To go see the Jedi Temple on Mandalorian or whatever?" Like, no, dude, you can't go there. There isn't Chewbacca in the like forest or whatever they call it. There's no Ewoks. You can't go to the moon. Okay, it's like offering me, "Do you want to go to Arrakis and check out the sandworms?" No, yeah, exactly. Okay, you can't go there. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's exactly my point. That was my point, yep.
It's like, do you want to walk through this wardrobe and check out the talking line in Ice Witch? It'd be cool, but you can't do that. So, no.
Yeah, but then I was on Mary Mom's side where she was saying, like, you're going out there to what? To the emptiness of space. And according to them, it's like the only way to travel from point A to point B, because you're going to run out of food, is to recycle your own waste. And I mean recycle it by you ingesting it. So that is not a part of something I think.
Sounds like a smelly and dirty environment.
Yeah. And then on top of that, it's going to take generations of people to actually get to a location. So how many people are going to be ingesting their own waste just to get to the nearest star? Doesn't sound like fun to me.
Yeah, but they think it sounds fun. I mean, maybe that does kind of highlight the problem here. There's some kind of problem here on Earth that they need to sort out because they're trying to avoid something. I mean, why else would you want to get away? But I'm not going to sort it out for them. I'm not a psychiatrist, and I don't even necessarily recommend psychiatrists. I always recommend a 2-week hike into the mountains with no electronics, a bag of rice, and something to catch fish with, something to make fire. That's my recommendation.
Yeah, toes touching grass.
Brown rice. But sometimes those counselors can just lead you further off the mark, But yeah, I guess it's a fundamental difference, but he's not coming back to tell me about it. The aesthetic of eradication. I mean, come on, with a username like that, the aesthetic of eradication, meaning he thinks eradication is beautiful. I mean, come on. Yes, of course you like space. But I'm glad you guys talked to him about it. Same thing I would have said, though I don't feel like I missed out on anything. the national forests in the United States of America, you can camp in them. You also on your list. I mean, if you're really going to do it, you need to find a list of items I need to bring backpacking, because you also need like a small shovel to dig a hole for obvious reasons. You need a small pan to cook your fish. There's more things you need, but yeah, you can go camping in the national forests, and nobody's going to mess with you. I used to do it for weeks and weeks at a time, and usually you don't see anyone, especially if you go up far enough where it takes more than a day to walk. Like after the first day, like you probably are unlikely to see anyone. At least those are the national forests in Montana. I shouldn't speak for all of them. Probably like the ones in California, I bet you see people more, maybe. I don't know, just because it's a more populated area. That was one of the reasons I originally moved to Montana, because at the time it was their population density was 6 people per square mile. It's probably more now. I was just kind of tired of people. And I had a nice break from them, and then I returned, Oh, guess what? I never would have guessed this, because at the time when I lived there, they were having an influx of population, but I think everything did change recently. Because they were kind of upset about it because the Californians were moving in there. But now I just looked it up, and now the population density of Montana is 3 people. That's per square kilometer. I'm sorry. Yeah, in parentheses, per square mile. So now it's 7 people per square mile. Not that much more, as opposed to Michigan's 174 people per square mile. No wonder. My gosh, feel that. California, 254 people per square mile. Of course, most of the ones in Michigan are going to be in Detroit.
What's Ohio?
282 people per square mile. You guys have a lot of population centers there, like larger cities, right? Like Michigan, we have Detroit, and then we have Grand Rapids, and Lansing's kind of big, followed by, I think, Kalamazoo. But we don't have a lot of like really big cities, especially up north. We have no big cities, pretty much. Sault Ste. Marie is basically just like a little town that's, up in the UP.
Just let's see, Toledo, Columbus, Dayton, Akron, Cleveland.
Cincinnati. Did you say Cincinnati?
No,
yeah.
Because I never think about them.
Yeah, because they're practically Kentuckians down there.
Yeah, that's Kentucky. Y'all. It doesn't seem like that many people.
It's not really, right? Especially when you think they're more concentrated. Yeah, they're more concentrated in the cities. We have places up here, like over near Detroit, like the suburbs. Like there's a suburb called Taylor, but people call it Taylor, Tucky. Because, in World War II, a lot of people from the South came up here to work in the factories. So some areas, like, they still have maintained their Southern accents because there's so many still up there, little enclaves.
Good day, everybody. Anybody talking?
Oh, we were just talking. We were just talking about your neighbor, Kentucky.
I'm in. What happened in Kentucky?
Oh, you are Kentucky. That's right. I keep getting confused about whether you're in Kentucky or Tennessee. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that's right. You are in Kentucky. Yeah.
Kentucky is above Tennessee, but what happened in Kentucky?
Say that again. Was that a dig on Kentucky?
You have to dig on Tennessee because Kentucky is superior.
Oh, that's right, because you're from Kentucky. Say the whole thing again. I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
Kentucky is above Tennessee, like superior to Tennessee. But anyway.
Okay, so that's how I'll remember it, that you're in the superior one. Okay, yeah. I should be able to get it in my brain now.
They're both below Ohio. Our little portion of the ball is better than Tennessee's little portion of the spinning ball. If you want to look at it that way, with the globe idea that doesn't exist. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, we've got a guy who's asking about Antarctica, Panthera Fung. He's in the text chat there. It'd be nice if he would come in here. It's so much easier to talk than type, especially since I'm on my phone.
Yes, what about this globe thing, this globe idea? Do people still believe that? You believe that? Come on, man.
Yeah, who's a globe believer in here that wants to talk about it? I don't know if any of these people are. Well, Mark is. He never wants to talk to me. I only know he talks because I heard him one time on the YouTube. He never talks when I'm here. Oh, he said, okay, maybe he's going to come. Yeah. All right, Panther, we're ready.
All right, Mark, come in here and tell us the whole globe story. None of us have heard it at all. We'd like to know every detail about the whole globe, how it works practically in reality. Go ahead.
Yep. Start your sentence with, once upon a time. Yeah, he's on his way. Panthera Fung. That's the one. He's going to ask us where you think Antarctica is. Hopefully that will lead to other discussions, more fruitful.
I would ask the U.S. military, since they do all the crazy traveling.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know why he expects us to know, and we haven't applied for a permit or gone down there.
Have an education. What the hell are they talking? Why do they want us to go world traveling and be jet setters? I can't even leave my house right now because I don't have a high Q high enough, according to another Glober an hour ago.
I was just agreeing with the Red when it, as far as we know, allegedly documented, the military is the ones that have traveled there and mapped it and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, well, we'll wait for him to come in here, and hopefully he will speak up when he does. I went through Kentucky actually, Dave, now that I realize you're from Kentucky, you'll probably be upset, but we went to Tennessee, but we went through Kentucky to get there.
And didn't stop.
It's okay. There's a lot of good peeps in Tennessee. I was just messing with Tennessee.
Yeah, yeah. I know. How could you not get along with them? I feel like you guys have a lot in common. I don't know. Besides the border. Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's here. So hold on one second. When I go south, I get all the way to the edge of Ohio. We take a break. We skip Kentucky, and then we stop in Tennessee.
Panthera, thanks for coming in. Go ahead, Dave. He's got one more plug for Kentucky.
I was just telling Raymond, you're not the first person I've heard say that. A lot of people use us as a drive-by state. But go ahead. Antarctica proves the globe. Go.
Yeah, Panthera. So we kind of pre-answered you before you were here, but yeah, your question is where do you flat earthers think Antarctica is? So
Yes.
yeah. So I'll just summarize what we already said.
Okay.
Rodwin and Dave said, I'm sorry, Dr. I ruined Globers. I didn't mean to not, address you by your title. And Dave said that you should ask the U.S. government what's down there, because since travel to anywhere past the 60th parallel in the south is highly restricted by the Antarctic Treaty, you need to apply for certain permits. Even if you're allowed to go down there, your travel will be tightly controlled and you will be only in one certain area down there. So for this reason, because we're relying on information provided by the governments of the world, and we already know, since we know that outer space, as claimed, does not exist, as well as the numerous deceptive tactics, both openly recognized on NASA.gov and attempted to keep secret in a very amateurish way by same agency, that they are an unreliable source of information. I'm not going to use them for a source of information if I decide for some reason to go wandering down in the Southern Ocean. What do you think it is?
Yes, I know it's heavily restricted to go to Antarctica, and that there's, of course, secrets by the government. But we claim that Antarctica is the South Pole, right? But I just want to know where you guys think Antarctica is.
Gosh, I didn't just answer that. He doesn't like my answer, I guess. I don't know if anybody else wants to answer him.
What kind of answer do you want, man? Antarctica is another alleged place that we can't figure out what it is because we can't go there. Is that better?
We can go to the shorelines, though. The coastlines.
Give it a try. Give it a try and send us a telegram back from jail.
You can see videos of it, though. They are in Antarctica.
Oh, people that have permission to go there? Sure.
But there are video footages. I mean, do you guys believe Antarctica is real? First of all. Do you guys believe that Antarctica is a real place?
There's definitely places down there. Yep. And they call one of them Antarctica. I'll go for that. I mean, that's what, I mean, people who are allowed to go there call it that. And yeah, they show us pictures. I mean, it's not the same as, it's not, I mean, there's a lot of places I haven't been, where you can say, oh, well, look at this, you haven't been to China, but here's some pictures of China. Yeah, but if I cared enough, I could save up my pennies and I could go there, like not what, and it's very different with a place where the government is clearly controlling with the military. Sometimes people doubt this, so I just put this up there, Norwegian arrested after Antarctic voyage, You can't just go down there. So these people you're saying are showing images of there. I just explained that to you. If you go down there, you're going to be in a tour. You're going to be in a group. It's going to be controlled where you can go. So yeah, they can show you stuff. It means nothing. It has nothing to do with what you claimed about the South Pole and so on, because we know we don't live on a globe, because the geometry of the sphere has been shown to be inaccurate many times. Did you know that, like, geometrically, it's impossible that we live on a sphere based just solely on the distance the horizon would be as predicted on a sphere, and the fact that we can see views that are far beyond that. And I've personally seen Chicago from Warren Dunes and also from South Haven in Michigan, too far, over 50 miles for you to be able to see. You can see it with the naked eye. You can see it even better if you have any kind of high-powered optical equipment. I've also seen Beaver Island from Charlevoix up north, as well as many other sites that would be impossible on a globe of the dimensions claimed.
Okay. So you guys do believe that Antarctica is a place, right? But it's not in the map like it's shown, right? So you guys basically say you don't know
something different than what you said. I think, I don't know. Maybe I'm not paying attention.
He wants to know if we think it's a place for real.
Yes.
Probably. How's that? Probably.
Okay.
So I Googled Antarctica, and guess what it gave me? It's penguins. How come? How come it didn't give me all the details on it? First, I got images.
I mean, penguins are pretty much only in Antarctica, though.
No, they're in the Cleveland Zoo too.
Because, well, you can get penguins from Antarctica and bring them.
I saw some penguins. I saw some penguins in Tennessee last year at the Ripley's Aquarium of the Smokies in Gatlinburg.
Mm-hmm. But you can like kidnap them, and bring them there.
I bet you can. You know what? I'm thinking about making a trip, go there, kidnap some penguins, and then just keep them in my yard and see how long that lasts.
No, not. Well, you need permission, of course.
So you're not kidnapping them.
I mean, the government is, of course.
If you want to get that penguins, do you know how dangerous those things are? Those things bite like crazy. They like got razor sharp beaks.
So like when there's a baby deer in my backyard, I absolutely run the other direction because go up and talk to it. Go up and try to pet a baby deer when it's just wandering around and see what really happens to you.
I know. Okay, they're strong. They can fight. Okay, but I'm just saying that they can bring the penguins over to the zoo, to other places. I mean, if you guys claim that penguins aren't only in Antarctica, then where do you guys think penguins are? Like, where do you think they are?
Oh my gosh, we already said it's probably a place. It's just not the thing that they're telling us that it is. Why is that so hard?
It's not the place.
All over the beach.
Hey, buddy, why are you so obsessed with Antarctica? Don't you actually care about where you live? Can you prove the actual spinning ball thing? How about we talk about that?
No, I want to talk about Antarctica because you guys
measurements. Go ahead.
Do you guys have like a model? Like a map? Made by you guys?
A 10 out of 10 model. Yeah.
That's his response to his request for Earth curve measurements. I just want to document that. I'll shut up.
Yep. We want some measurements of this alleged curvature. Yeah, I have entire, go to a library, look up maps, go to that section, whole shelf full of flat Earth maps there. Go to the gas station, go to their section called Atlases, go to the one of the big truck stop type ones. They still have atlases. You can pick up some flat maps there. The bookstore, like Barnes & Noble, has a whole section of travel and maps. All of them are flat. Want me to keep going?
I don't mean a flat map that represents the globe Earth. No. I meant like a map from you guys. That you guys.
Yeah, because there is no globe. Yeah, that's what we've been telling you. Like, gosh, if I were you, especially, is this the first time you've come in and talked to genuine certified flat earthers?
We all have a degree in flat Earth, by the way.
Yes, that's for sure.
So yeah, if this is the first time you've heard this, like, gosh, my questions would be so different, than yours. I mean, mine were like when I told you and the other guys told you there's no curvature, it's geometrically not measured, like nobody's ever documented it. I'd be all over that. But you're more interested in
talk about curvature.
sticking to your globe. What'd you say?
I can talk about curvature.
Hold on. I went ahead and posted a map for you guys to look at. You can pick any one you want. They all work too.
Oh, they all work. Okay.
Yeah, and really, you should. If you have an independent bookseller, you should visit them before Barnes & Noble. I only mention that because their map session is so big, and you seem so obsessed with maps. But really, an independent bookseller would be better. I'm sure they have a few maps in there too.
Okay, what the hell are those maps?
Those are maps used for different reasons.
It works. Is that what you're telling? It works?
Yes.
Nah, those maps definitely do not work. Come on.
Yes, they do. You just don't use you use the coordinate system created for those maps. Let's look at a map from when blimps flew around everywhere all the time. Here's a map. Check that one out. I think that's London, maybe. That might be London. I'm not sure if I posted the right one. That's their map. Let's look at another one. I think this is London. Maybe. One of those two is, or they both are. There's your map. You can navigate anywhere you want using that map. What do you think of that? Because blimps didn't get lost. They just flew to where they were going and said, we're here. And the people got off, and that's how they traveled. But see, the problem with blimps is you can take them anywhere. They don't like that. So they got rid of blimps.
Yeah. That's what we should tell that guy. We should, our next person just like him who says, don't you want to go on a fantasy ride to outer space? Yeah, we want to go on a blimp ride. Take us on one of those, but not with a globe driver. I need a flat earth driver. Or pilot. I guess you call him a pilot, right, Doctor?
That's correct.
Those are definitely interesting maps. But I want to talk about curvature now, okay? Maybe we cannot see it.
That's the point of the whole room. We're finally glad you did that. Dandelion loves to talk about this part.
Okay, curvature. You cannot see it from the ground, okay? You cannot see where you are standing on the ground. But you can see it from, from 100,000 feet above. You can see it from the ISS, for example. But you guys just claim it's fake, so... Yes. Those are... You can literally see...
You with Neil deGrasse Tyson about that. I'll go ahead.
You can see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS. Those are live... Those are being live streamed 24/7.
Panthera, I'm sorry. You're going within your globe religion. You're going to have to pick a denomination now. Would you like to join the Bill Nye denomination and go to his church every Sunday where he says ships disappear over the horizon? Or would you prefer the congregation of Neil deGrasse Tyson, who says that stuff is flat and you can't see it from that height? Which church would you prefer, the Nye Church or the Tyson Church of the Globe? You're going to have to make a choice.
It's not belief. It's facts. You can see it from the live stream, dude.
So you're just going to go to one, like every other week, maybe? Like you're going to go to Nye Church 1 week, and then when you go back to Tyson Church the next week, what's the Nye Church going to say when you missed last Sunday? We didn't see in the pew there, Panther. Are you pretending you can see curvature by going into the ISS?
It's not pretending to see the curvature. You can literally see it from the ISS itself. You can. Do you guys even believe that the ISS is in space or the stratosphere, whatever?
Okay, so the problem. Before we go on, just put that question on the shelf about like whether the ISS is there or not. I'm sure some people would like to get into that with you. So the issue we're trying to get at here is that you're going to have wildly conflicting accounts, both verbally and through the imagery, of what exactly the Earth looks like at the height that you are claiming. For example, I'll show you one image. Are you able to look here you're in the text chat because you talked to us earlier in there.
Yes.
Okay, so if you look in there, the Felix Baumgartner jump, and I'll find you the image so we can be looking at it while we're talking about it. Okay, have you heard about the Felix Baumgartner jump? So he was at 127,570 feet. That's what this. So above the number that you just threw out there. So in his cockpit there, do you see, what does the horizon look like there, looking out of his cockpit? This is still shot from the video.
The camera isn't that's visible. I can't really see the curvature, but you can barely see it. It's like a bit curved. Do you see it?
No. Okay, I'm going to give you another one. The point is that he did do some fisheye lens in that same video where he tried to make it appear like it was curved. So this was only caught, by mistake, quote unquote, that this is actually what he was seeing. So even if you want to make that claim that you're squinting really hard and seeing curvature, that goes against what, he himself was taking part in and what they were allegedly trying to show. But if you're not familiar with that one, I understand. I've got another one for you. Just a minute. Here we go. This is more recent. Okay, so this is a article from 2021. I'm just going to show you one more example, and then we're going to discuss why widely conflicting sources saying widely conflicting things might be a problem for your ball. Here's another one, 2021, Blue Origin, quote unquote, astronaut, which is, they're taking people up there, they're taking them up there in the rocket, right? So here's this lady who said she was disappointed not to see the curvature of the Earth while aboard the Blue Origin flight. So this one, let's see how far this one was. 350,000 feet. So not that far, right? What is that compared to the other guy? No, I got to go back to the other one.
So William Shatner said the same thing.
It's further than the Red Bill jump. Yeah, that's 350,000 feet. All right, yeah, go ahead, Doctor.
I was just going to add on to this lady. William Shatner went on this same one and said the same thing. Captain Kirk from the Starship Enterprise.
Yeah, okay, gosh, wow, I'm glad I was looking at the fine details. I forgot that this one is like, more than twice as far as the Baumgartner, and she's still not seeing the curve. Yeah. So the point is, Panther, that's not even the modern claim, and it's getting like more modern by the minute. They keep putting these people up here, and they're not seeing it. So your claim that curvature can be seen by where are you claiming the ISS is, Panthera?
Well, let me search up.
How high are you claiming that it is? Okay, yeah, because you're claiming you can see it from there, but that's not what they're claiming. So you got to get up to speed on your globe lore. Yeah.
Over Fences posted for you. It looks like it's 250 miles.
Yes, 250 miles. But I want to tell you this. What's the point of bringing these articles if you guys just say they are fish islands and that you cannot see curvature without it?
Yeah, the point is what I was telling you before. You could go out and geometrically measure on the Earth and see that there's no globe anywhere because do you agree that on the Earth, if you were living on a sphere, that at some point the objects would be not visible in the distance because they would be behind this alleged curvature? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And so we went out and tested that ourselves and many other people from all around the world. And they found that predicted curvature is not there. So like the image I put up there at 57 minutes after the hour, there's, I'll show you the YouTube channel. There's this is from video observations that were done in California that you could easily go and recreate yourself either there or in many other places. You aren't able to go to, the ISS or all these places where you're believing their accounts. So you're believing their stories of what they're seeing up there. But you could go to California to the coastline there or, any other coastline or even a large lake. And you could discover that the horizon is not at the place where it is predicted to be if we were on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So do you see at 57 minutes after the hour, a little bit after that, I put the original source, and that channel has many observations as well as other YouTube channels that have repeated the same observation numerous times. So there's a certain formula, 1.22 times the square root of 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, is the predicted location of the geometric horizon if we were on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So when you do that math and put in 8 feet on the observer height for this particular observation here, which there's many other ones at different observer heights, the maximum distance for the geometric horizon would be 3.46 miles. However, since you have 2 mile markers in the ocean there that are saying this platform is established to be at 6.08 miles and the other platform is established to be at 10.10 miles, the horizon is behind the platform, so the horizon is more than 10 miles away. It isn't even close. The horizon is way further than it should be if we were on this alleged globe. That's just one small sample. I think you were in here possibly when I mentioned the city of Chicago skyline being visible from Lake Michigan. That's another one I like to talk about because I've seen, measured, observed, and documented it myself. This particular image is not my image. It's Joshua Nowicki's image, but I've done the same thing. I've seen it with the naked eye. Seen it. Bunch of different days, bunch of different years, ever since way before I even understood the simple geometric reality that the Earth measures flat and there's no curvature to be found anywhere. Have you found any curvature, Panthera?
No, but you can see it from. Okay, look. Let's talk about what's it called again? Let me search up.
Let's talk about where have you ever measured curvature?
You can see the curvature from the ground, okay? That's for sure.
You can or can't?
You cannot. You can see it where you are. What?
So boats don't go over the horizon anymore. So you're not a Bill Nye guy. You're the Neil deGrasse Tyson today.
What are you talking about?
You're going to have to get over you can't, what did he say? You can see at 100,000 feet. Isn't that what you came in here saying, that you could see the curvature at 100,000 feet?
Yes, you can. Look, for example, if you use the weather balloon experiment, which goes to 120 feet in the edge of space, you will see the curvature of the Earth without any fish islands, without it.
You got so many claims, Panther. So the problem is, we've seen wildly contrasting. So do you not have so how do you resolve this in your mind? So if you saw one source that showed you a nice little curvature at 100,000 feet, and then another one that showed it to you perfectly flat, or even if the degree of curvature were varying, how would you resolve that in your mind?
Wait, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
Okay, you are going by these images and things you've been told or things you're searching up on Google, right? Whereas I told you I'm going by an actual observation and measurement I've done in the real world, all right? So I'm using, I know because I've done the test myself as well as other people. Not only that, but, other people have also verified and done the same measurement and came up with the same results. So that's why I am 100% confident in knowing that there is no globe. All of your claims of curvature rely on reports from outside sources. Not only do they rely on reports from outside sources, you yourself would acknowledge that it is not possible for you to go up there as, a mere peon, as you are. I'm a peon too. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. To confirm this, since you are relying on outside sources, we can and have shown you wildly varying claims from those sources of what you can and cannot see at any given height. Some will say it's curved. Some will say it's flat. even in the camp of those who say it's curved, there will be a very different degree of curvature in differing images, whereas your globe should stay the same size. Do you agree that the globe would not change size in any appreciable way throughout the years or days that we're talking about?
Yes.
Therefore, how do you explain the fact that at the same height? So, like, here's one example. Over Fences has given me. This is what NASA would say at 100,000 feet is the top one, and then weather balloon at 120,000 feet. A person has filmed this. A person like you. A person who just bought a weather balloon kit and put it up there, all right? And that's just one example. Now, I mean, we can show you examples. I'll search them up when I get a chance of NASA's images themselves being wildly varying between themselves. Same source, much different degree of curvature between images. Sometimes down to 0 degree of curvature, like in the Felix Baumgartner jump, where some images from Felix Baumgartner jump show a high degree of curvature. Unrealistic because some of them will change altitude, but show the same degree of curvature. So how do you explain those very differing accounts of how much curvature is seen at various altitudes when you also have many correlating claims and measurements by people on the ground, and you could do them yourself, that show 0 curvature?
Okay, let's talk on the ground then.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that was a question. I'm sorry, I made it too wordy. How do you explain that different images from the same altitude show very different degrees of curvature? How do you explain that, Panther?
Didn't you guys say that they use fisheye lens?
Great. Yep, we're on the same page. Yep, the one showing curvature use fisheye lens. Conceded. All right, what's your next question?
Okay. Jump real quick. You know that was co-sponsored by GoPro, right? And GoPro's feature is the fisheye lens. You have to turn that off because when it comes out of the box, the fisheye lens is turned on. I have 2 of them. Okay, there you go. GoPro camera with the fisheye lens. That's why you see curve. One from inside the capsule that day was not a GoPro. It was just a regular webcam or whatever they were using. That's why it was just looked flat out there. So make sure you remember all this. Curved is GoPro lenses or fisheye lenses. Flat is just a regular camera.
Yes, a regular camera. But I'm saying that at what? 120 feet, 120,000 feet, you can see the curvature barely, okay? You can't see it clearly because the Earth is bigger than what? Than you think. It's bigger than you think, okay? That's why you cannot see it without any lenses at that high. Because the Earth is very big.
So you need a GoPro lens then to see it.
Well, no, you don't have to. If you can go higher without any lenses.
Dude, you're still not answering her question. She asked you, how do you rectify in your mind the same altitude? They got 2 different shots of the horizon. It looks totally different. How does that make any sense to you? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, like you guys claim, NASA, even, yes, they are using eye lenses, okay, like fisheye lenses. Yes, they are. But you can do the weather balloon experiment without one, and you can barely see the curvature at that high. You can't see it clearly because of how big the Earth is. Okay?
I guess that's how he does it, Dandelion. He just makes up excuses because what he said was NASA just does it, and somebody that sends up a balloon, they actually see it, but it's flat, but it's just really big. So I'm not sure where your answer is.
No, I'm saying
Yeah,
that you can
it's very
barely see the
confusing.
curvature. You can barely see it, but you cannot see it completely because of how big the Earth is.
Yeah, and what I explained to you is that you should be able to see it if it were there. You should be able to see it, and you should be able to measure it from the ground due to the predicted horizon location predicted by the geometry of a sphere. Do you understand that part?
You understand we would be using it at amusement parks. That would be part of a feature. Somebody would figure out what to do with the curve of the Earth. But that doesn't happen. You can't, there's no curve.
Okay. All right, let's talk about something else then. Let's talk about the oil rigs you guys always bring up. All right. So, I saw you guys. Yes, okay.
Did you say oil rig? Is that what you said? Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, the oil rigs. All right. So let me just. Let's talk about this one. Yeah, I can tell you why you can still see the oil rigs even though if you apply zoom in. That's because it isn't far enough. That's why you can see it still.
Time out, Pansy, real quick. Before you start talking about the oil rigs, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to check the panel to see if there's actually somebody new here that's actually interested in this subject and wants to learn something or maybe open their eyes to information they didn't realize before. So is anyone here like that? Give me just a second. Say hello. Okay, we did that. Back to you.
Those people are so great, Dave. Just a PSA for those people. They're so great. We had one the other day. Wesley, I think was his name. He had a top hat. Definitely started with the W, top hat icon. Those people are so refreshing when there's like, you give them this like amazing information and they like actually want to go check it out and think about it, contemplate it, maybe make a plan of how to test it themselves rather than search up on the internet. What have anti-flat earthers said about this topic? I'll just repeat what they say. It's so cool when you meet like a human, isn't it, Dave? We have them in here occasionally. I don't know what the rate is. It's less than one per day, right? Of course, I'm not here all the time. But usually
a week or something.
Yeah.
You get the real one.
It's less than 5% of the people that join the call, but that's just the number I grabbed, Anyway. It would be nice to have refreshing humans in here actually trying to discuss where they actually live. But this guy wants to talk about oil rigs. Go ahead.
Yeah, refreshing human call. We're here for you if you exist. There's got to be some of them left. But yeah, it's kind of like this information has been out here so long. But there's people that come that haven't heard it before. So yeah, it is nice. Maybe it'll happen for us today if we wish really hard on a star. All right, back to the oil rigs. He showed an image of it. Is that what happened? I'll see if I can find it.
I can post an image of oil rigs too. Here's a good one. Then we don't even have to talk. We can just call them clowns. That way we know the distance to the clown. Clown with red hair, clown with rainbow hair. Horizon is behind them. That's the point of the picture, not oil rigs.
Yeah, if I were as good at Photoshop as you guys or as Robert Simon, of course, no one could ever be the king of Photoshop like Robert Simon. But if I were even a tenth of the Photoshopper that Robert Simon is, I would make one that just says, that just has like you'd see on the highway, like mile marker 9.41 and mile marker 6.21, just a special, just a green sign with white letters. But get mad at me because they don't like it when we mess with these images. But I like your clowns. Yeah, I'm not going to get mad at you about those.
Well, I don't want them focusing on oil rigs anymore. We'll just if you want to look at those, we're going to call them clowns now. And you have to, the Globers have to say, look at the clown. They have to say it. That's the point I made it.
Okay, so the horizons behind the oil rigs, the mile markers, the clowns, the images in the photo, which have been, easily well documented by many various maps, and you could document them yourself if you cared so much about it. You could get a boat, and go out there. So anyway, Panther, what do you want to say about how the horizon is clearly way behind the oil rigs, and we clearly do not live on a sphere of the dimensions claimed, or any sphere? No curvature has ever been demonstrated. What is it you wanted to ask about that, Panther?
So you guys claim that you can see the oil rigs from, 20 miles away, which shouldn't be possible on a curved Earth, right?
You
Nope,
mean the
that's
clowns?
not the claim.
They clearly said it was clowns, man. You have to address them as clowns. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to repeat it. I'm going to repeat it one more time. Panther?
Okay.
The purpose of the oil rigs in the photo, in the image, is to delineate the miles. So because the platform habitat is at 9.41 miles, do you agree that the horizon, the apparent location where the sky meets the water, is further than the furthest oil rig? Do you see that the horizon is behind both oil rigs, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, then we're seeing the same thing. That is the purpose of the image. The purpose of the image is to show you the location of the horizon. And the horizon in the last couple images there, where the observer height is 1 foot, the horizon should be at a maximum of 1.22 miles. So the point here is, I understand that you have a common misconception, which is that if the Earth were curved, it would be way too big for us to see. No, we're trying to show you, because of the numbers that are predicted by the geometry of a sphere, that the horizon would be visible, and you would see it would be obstructing objects, yes, behind the curve. And the way you could measure that is by knowing where the horizon should be, and you would never see it behind that. We acknowledge that in fact, there's a great Dr. John D video. I'll put it in the chat here. We acknowledge that because the horizon is an apparent location, the way we experience it in reality is that it is not always at the same place. However, if you were on a sphere, there would be a maximum limit to where it would never be beyond that. But that is not what we actually observe in reality. Do you understand this concept, Panther?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. Then you understand that the distance of the oil rig is not what we're looking at in this particular observation. We do have observations, long distance observations, which we can talk about those if you want. Like the Chicago skyline, I've already mentioned one of them, but this particular, if you're interested in the topic, it's a 15-minute video. You probably don't have time to watch right now, Dr. John D.
But about this topic.
Okay, I'll tell you about the video later. Go ahead. I don't want you to forget your thought.
All right. You can clearly see that the images have does it have clear weather and stuff, which really does affect the distance of how far you can see. Let me just show you a clear weather of how the oryx look. The Black Swan oryx. All right.
I guess he's finding an image for us. I think that's what's happening here.
Yes, I'm looking for an image.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, take your time. We got somebody who'll be here all day.
Somebody should time lapse that one. What was his name? Rob Skiba, when he went with the boat and kept the skyline in all the way across. We need to time lapse that into a GIF.
That would be, oh my gosh, that would be so great. I don't know how to do that. Don't really want to train myself when other people probably do already know how to do that. That would be nice.
Unfortunately, I do know how to do that stuff.
Oh, you just selected yourself. That's what happens at the church potluck when you say, oh, somebody should arrange a kids' church field day. I can't wait to see it. Will I see it by the end of the summer, Dr. Iru and Globers?
Most likely.
Let me know.
I'll chop it into like 5 sections and then also add the video so you can watch the full-length image then. But just having a still image doesn't help with that one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really would like to do it. That's not happening this summer, though, because I already have my plans in place for this summer. But maybe next summer, could read about and actually do it. I totally would do that.
I'll go on a trip. If you do it, bring people, make a day of it, because that's a long ride to the other side for me.
All right, let's set a goal for the summer of 2000.
So what I'd have to do is park my truck on the receiving side, on the Michigan side, fly over, and then do it that way. Then my truck is still there. I would do that. I don't want to drive that long trip back. Short trip back is fine with me.
Yeah, there's a really good train. The commuter train goes to places in Indiana. They're not that far from the Michigan border. Yeah, and it's really cheap. The commuter
bring my P900 and the whole setup, live stream from there.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm serious. You know I am.
We'll have to. Yeah, this year's probably rough, but definitely can plan a 1 year out event.
Yep. I think it'd be really cool.
That would be good. You know, 1 million people are going to show up if we plan it and we talk about it. So we got to figure out how to do that.
I know, because we've never had a 24/7 official event before. I mean, people have like met up and done their own little things, but some of them that can't be discussed on here. But yeah, we could have an actual like event. Yeah, that'd be intense.
Every anti-flat earther that could make it would be there. You know that for sure.
Yeah,
Rob Noxious will be there.
Yeah, I'll have to show up in my hazmat suit.
We'll just form a circle around you, that's all, as we walk through the crowds.
Gosh, taking him a long time to find that image. How you doing there, Panther? Maybe you're researching how there's no curvature. Maybe you got down a rabbit trail. That's what happened to us.
Yeah, I put a wind farm in there for you to research too. All the details. They're actually seeing a boat behind the wind farm and shows you how far that last one is, about 11 miles, 12 miles away. And you see the bottom of it. If there was a guy on there swimming around, you would see him too. So that's how that works. It's just flat. Water's flat and level. You should look at water. That should really be the thing you should focus on. Is a cup of water flat? Yes. Is your bathtub flat? Yes. Is your swimming pool flat? Yes. Is the pond flat? Yep. Is the lake flat? Yeah. Is the ocean flat? Yes. So now what do you have left? Just land. We don't care about bumpy land. We don't care about bumpy land at all.
Yeah, the point there, buddy, is water does not lie to you. Men do, but water will not lie. It's telling you the truth every day. You're just not looking at it.
Well, look, the water is flat because what? Because gravity is pulling it downwards.
Because
right?
air pressure presses down on water. That's why. Because I have a vacuum chamber and I can prove that it's the air pressure pressing down on the water, and that's the only thing keeping the water in the cup, not gravity, that you want to say. Okay. So if I put my cup of water in my vacuum chamber and remove the air, the water goes away. It's not doesn't get stay down by gravity. It just leaves the vacuum chamber, turns into gas, and that's the end of it. Goes out into my room or garage or wherever I have it set up that day.
To respond to that zooming, Jeff, with a naked eye you cannot see that far, and if you apply zoom you can see further. That's just simply because the thing where you look at is not far away, far enough that the curvature is what affecting it.
So let's take a look at something. A Glober insisted we use his math to make an Earth curve calculator. So I did. So we'll go with 11 miles as the distance, right? In the wind farm, 11 miles. So the drop should be 80 feet. That last one should be 80 feet behind the curve of the Earth. What do you think of that? I'll post a calculator and some of the code so you can see that it's actually done. And I used a Glober's code because he insisted ours was wrong, so I used his and it's exactly the same. Off by like the third decimal place off. .69 feet. That last one should be down behind the curve. You should only see the top of the thing flipping, maybe half of it. Those are pretty tall. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I don't know the calculation, so
I gave it to you from a Glober. Do you want the math itself?
I need to do my own calculation and research about it because, I have never researched about
I'll give you the formula for it. That a professor came in here and said, we were wrong. This is the correct one. And it took him about an hour to post the correct one. So he had to go find it somewhere. So let me give it to you. Give me about a couple minutes because I have to go into my notes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, he's finding that the top hat guy, his name was Wiley, not Wesley. Sometimes I only remember like the first and last letters, then I had to fill in the middle. But yeah, his name was Wiley, top hat. If you guys ever see him, he's a really cool guy, sincerely looking and ending up on the fence where I feel like all sincere lookers at least get to the fence.
And of course, R in that formula I posted is Earth's radius. D is drop.
Yes.
So there you go. Do your own work. Since you don't trust a flat earther, obviously. You don't trust NASA. You don't trust Bill Nye. You don't trust anybody now. It looks like you're losing trust in everyone.
Real quick, Radwin, that's a key point that, we're not here to convince you of anything. We're just trying to share information. You don't have to trust us, nothing. Go do this yourself. The globe does not exist in reality. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. Well,
I do have to give Panther credit, even though I said, I wish he were more interested in pursuing the facts where they lead. But you are very, respectful and civilized and polite, which, compared to some of the fantasy gold believers that come in here. So I will give you credit for that, Panther. It's been a civilized discussion, taking turns speaking. Like for all fantasy gold believers out there, be more like Panther in that regard, where like he speaks, we wait for him to finish. We speak, he waits for us to finish. Like that's how to have a civilized conversation. Shouldn't be that hard to figure out for people, but sometimes it is.
I agree. But okay. I think this image is clear, has clear matter. I mean, at least it seems like it, so I'm gonna post it.
It almost looks like he's trying. It almost seems like he's trying to debunk us. He's trying to debunk a guy with a camera.
Okay, it is a photo, okay, but the calculation, I haven't studied these yet, so I don't really know how this works. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm just going on with photos and stuff. You can use a normal camera with it, without any fisheye lens. Right.
Dr. Irene Globers, I don't even know what you guys are doing anymore. I went and did some other stuff. What is it he's trying to do?
Debunk us with pictures. But he doesn't know what the curve is. He doesn't understand how big it is. He doesn't understand how you calculate it. He doesn't understand any of that. But it's a globe.
Okay, so nothing's changed then. Yeah, because back when you posted the image at 17 minutes after the hour, he was going to look for an image of curvature, right? And I haven't seen any images from him.
But that's because I want a clear one. Don't you guys want something?
Okay. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, I just want an update. So you're still searching. Okay, I got it. Let us know.
In your image, you're going to have the distance to that object, temperature for the day, all that stuff. Remember, because that's what we have with ours. You just haven't asked for any of that yet.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Doctor, I wanted to know if those windmills, aren't those from this long video that I posted at 22 minutes after the hour, the one that's like over an hour of Dr. John D? Is that what those are from? Do you know? I can go kind of scroll through it. I know this one has the windmills in it. Oh yeah, there they are. They're at like, well, you know how he is. He goes on and on about stuff for a really long time. Yeah, like 37 minutes after the hour in this video, 37 minutes into the video. Mm-hmm. I think I just scrolled past that exact image that you were just showing. Yeah, that's definitely it.
Bye, guys.
Oh, I know that voice. Hello.
How are you doing?
Salad Volcano. Yeah. Yeah, well, we have this new friend here named Panthera Fung who is looking for images or any kind of documentation, or preferably measurements, like Dr. Irwin Globers was telling him. You got to have, documentation of your image, right? So that's what he's doing. He's going to look for it. So Panthera, yeah, just tell us whenever you've got that documentation of measurement of curvature with all the parameters included, like we discussed, just, speak up anytime.
Hey, that's cool. Last time I was here, I got bullied out of the room, though.
Yeah, well, Salad, I think you must, you probably, do you enjoy being bullied? Do you like being bullied?
No.
No? Because to me, you kind of seem like a person who would be kind of like, wanting to agitate the room. Like, for example, during both the 2016 and the 2024 election, my mother, who's, somewhat of an elderly woman, I don't know if she'd want to be characterized that way, but, she's advanced in her years. But she still likes to have a good time, so she would go to her, garden club meetings or her ladies' library, and, if the person was anti-Trump, she'd be pro-Trump. If they were pro-Trump, she'd be anti-Trump, because she just liked getting a reaction out of little old ladies who get really agitated about, presidential elections. So you kind of seem like that kind of person. Like, you'd come into the room, you kind of stir things up. People would not be sure how to take you at first. Then they would start to be more open with you, and then you would act all offended and upset, and then.
Do I remind you of your mommy?
No, you don't actually. No, she's way better at it than you. She's much less obvious.
What do you mean?
Gosh, much less obvious. That's the phrase you don't understand? Obvious is somebody who just comes in and does a blatant troll and then is surprised when people react. Less obvious is somebody who pretends they're sincere, and especially in the political realm, it's very easy to trigger people by just taking the opposite position and pretending to be sincere about it. I mean, I think it's kind of like, I don't do it, but, and you might say something about my upbringing to know that my mother does it, but I mean, I'll do it with the Globers sometimes, like globe believers, you know what I mean? Fantasy globe believers. Sometimes it's fun to mess with them, but they're the only ones, the people who are recalcitrant globe adherents. Those are the only people I feel justified in messing with, because they're messing with the innocent minds of children. So I feel like they pretty much deserve what they get.
I get it. Are you married?
That's a pretty personal question there, Salad Volcano. I prefer not to answer those kind of personal questions here, since we're on YouTube. I don't really like to get into my personal life. Sometimes I accidentally get into it, but I don't like to do it on purpose. Yeah, do you want a link to the live stream? I'll put it in the chat for you.
It's okay. I have limited tabs right now, but that's cool.
Limited tabs. Gosh, you should close some of them. Limited tabs, Gosh, I've never even gotten to the point where I've had limited tabs. Are you talking about on a desktop, a laptop, a phone, what?
I'm on a desktop right now.
I thought they just get really small. Do you get to a point where you can't open anymore?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's super tiny, and he uses helium balloons to float around.
That's not cool, man.
It is cool.
Yeah, please, come on. You're trying to tell me you're certified not a troll. I need your not a troll certificate, please. Post it in the chat.
Yeah, for sure.
Just message me in private, okay?
No, put it in chat so everybody can see you're not really a troll. That's a certificate you can get. You have to go online.
It's night in here, man. It's not. Come on, bro. She can speak for herself, I'm sure.
What's the question?
Just wanted to know if you're single or anything. It's okay.
Oh my gosh, you're still asking me that. I already said I'm not going to answer it. I'm definitely not going to answer it if you keep nagging me.
Okay, well, maybe next time, okay? Bye, guys.
For sure. She's writing your name down.
Yeah. How long did it take for that voice? Like,
That's the kind of voice you want to wake up to in the morning.
holy crap.
Oh yeah. I'm so tempted. So tempted.
So how's it going, honey? Well, it's all right.
Be like, nightmare! Run screaming out of the house.
You'd be staring straight at the ceiling, going, ah.
I'm not faking this voice. Really, I'm not faking it. I promise I'm not faking it.
Man. It's like, I mean, you'd be wondering what you took in order for that to happen. What did I even take for this to be the case?
That'd be a level of hell beyond the space fantasy hell we discussed earlier.
That's when you'd prefer to chew your arm off rather than like move and wake somebody up next to you. You're like, what?
In a really ironic way, AV, I agree with you 100%. I did just wake up, and that was not. No, not a real wake up.
It's a nightmare.
Panther, fun, whatever. However, what's going on with you? I didn't see any pictures yet, or calculations, or are you a flat earther now? Should we just call you that?
I cannot find one.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. That's what happened to us, Panther. Welcome to the club.
No. Okay. Look, let's talk about something else then, okay?
Let's talk about... No. Let's talk about...
Yeah.
No. He said, when he said, welcome to the club, he said, no. Like, you were chasing him around the yard.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a flat earther, Panther.
Yeah, and he's all like, I don't like this game. Let's play another one. Sorry, man. It's the obvious truth. The Earth is not a globe.
Yeah. Why do you think Earth is a globe, Panther?
Okay.
Honest question.
It's not obvious that it's flat. No, it isn't. But when I studied these type of stuff, I will get you.
So are you telling us right now that you don't have any evidence of Earth being a globe? Is that correct?
No. I do have, but it's just that you guys keep saying that you cannot see it from that high. Like I mentioned emphatically.
Later, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that.
He sounds like a Scooby-Doo villain, right? I'll get you, you meddling flat earthers. One day.
So you flat earthers say you can't see what from where?
Well, you guys claim that you cannot see the curvature of the Earth at 120.
Bro, we're not the ones telling you that flat earthers aren't saying that. I think it was spoken over to you already that Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a scientific communicator, is telling the world that.
Yeah. And not only that, Panther, it's already been parsed out. People have crunched the numbers as far as how much of Earth's surface you would see from even 250 miles, where the ISS you'd only see 3%.
So
from the ISS,
Neil deGrasse Tyson is telling you that you can't see that in order to keep you guys thinking that you still live on a ball. But if you listen to him, that's the reason why you don't see any curve. Do you get why he says it? Because it's damage control. We've damaged them, and he now has to say something to come up with why you really don't see the Earth curve. Does that make sense, Panther?
Yes.
Welcome to Flat Earth again for like the 10th time this morning for me. You're a flat earther. You're just stuck in trying to get out of it, and you can't now.
He don't like this game, Redwin. He wants to play another one.
Yeah, so Panther, so you talked about like going away from Earth. What about on the surface of Earth itself?
We've done all that. If you scroll up, you'll see all the black swans we went through with him, all the different ones.
Yeah, I'm sure. So we don't see any drop over distance on the surface of Earth. So what do you make of that, Panther?
I think that's... I mean, okay, yes, you cannot see it on the ground, okay? You cannot see the curvature on the ground.
Or the air.
You can. You can on a certain height.
Yeah, what height?
We already discussed that. Why are you avoiding now? Why are you going back to that? We already discussed you can't see Earth as a ball, even from where the ISS is supposed to be.
When I told you why Neil deGrasse Tyson has to say that, you said, yes, you understand. And now you said, but you still see curve anyway, even though he says you can't, because you can't. You still say, yes, you do. Do you see a problem with your thinking yet?
Okay, I see. I see the problem now.
Okay.
Yeah, so you don't see curvature 1 millimeter above this beach ball, just like Neil deGrasse Tyson said. So going back to the surface again, because we keep diverting away from the surface, once again, you said, so let me get this clear. You can't see the curvature on the surface. Why not?
Because the measurements denied it.
The measurement denies it. Well, that's correct. You're right. When we measure Earth, it debunks the radius claim. So we could, do you know what size the Earth is supposed to be by chance?
Well, okay, let me search up. Look, but the thing is, you guys don't even know how big the Earth is. So
wait a minute. I hold on. I just asked.
Like the landing systems and all that, you need all that.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Okay, all right.
Well, look, SpaceX is basically funded by the US government now anyway, so
I agree with that.
Most people don't trust NASA, so now SpaceX is kind of like the new NASA.
Yeah.
They actually changed NASA recently, right? Just the other day, I don't know if you saw it, but now they say that NASA is not a space agency, they're now a spy agency.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
No,
look it up, right? Type into Google, type in NASA. NASA is now a spy agency.
Yeah, they just did that 2 weeks ago. NASA's now a spy agency. They're not a space agency anymore. But they've always been a spy agency. They've always been doing something not what they're supposed to be doing.
I'm getting an answer from Gemini. It's like when I type it into Google, Gemini comes up with the response first. It says, no, NASA is not a spy agency. However, a recent executive order from the Trump administration has officially designated its primary functions to include intelligence, counterintelligence, national security work, along with its traditional roles. The reclassification.
So it's a spy agency then.
No, but it says this reclassification.
Intelligence and counterintelligence is not flying in a rocket. Intelligence and counterintelligence is a spy agency.
But it says this reclassification was largely driven by a desire to remove collective bargaining
by our channel, our Discord channel. Yeah, our Discord channel made that happen.
Oh, wait, what? You guys caused this.
Just like we caused them to get defunded.
Go to nasa.gov and look what it says right at the top of their page now. If you go to nasa.gov, it says, due to the lapse in federal government funding, NASA is not updating this website. NASA is currently closed Due to a lapse in government funding, employees can visit nasa.gov/shutdown for additional information.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. But are they actually closed though?
Well, no, they've had their funding has been cut, and now they're reclassified as like a counterintelligence agency, which is a lot of mainstream sources are saying that it's a spy agency. It's the same sort of thing.
I see. But this is insane. What about all that technology that Lockheed Martin and all that work on? Like they do a lot of space stuff, right? And they're actual military contractors, right? They want to build this Golden Dome, and like they did it for Israel, the Iron Dome, and they've done like missiles and all that. So and they do a lot of work on the ISS as well. So Lockheed Martin and
That's all propaganda, son. Iron Dome, it's all propaganda. Iron Dome, yeah, that's propaganda.
So Israel doesn't have an Iron Dome.
It doesn't do what you
That's
think.
correct.
So how do they deflect those missiles?
Oh my gosh, this is nonsense.
Oh, you mean the ones you see on TV? Stop watching TV and then you'll deflect missiles.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, so when Hamas shoots missiles, then how does Israel defend themselves?
Well, they probably fall into the desert somewhere, and then that's it. Because they ain't shooting missiles 500 miles and all that shit.
So when Iran nukes Israel, then what? Like Iran has shot missiles at Israel.
You never have to worry about that in your whole life. You can forget about that. You can just always remember they will never get nuked. That will never ever happen ever. They haven't even learned how to do it yet.
It's the equivalent of people shooting fireworks over a fence in their backyard. It's nothing. It's non sequitur to the ground anyway.
But I've seen videos though of the missiles exploding over the Iron Dome.
Yeah, I've watched missiles blow people up too, but that doesn't change the fact that the Earth is flat and not a globe.
I've seen AI make missile movies too.
Nah, but you guys are like sort of going too far though. Like you think this war is fake?
You're dragging the conversation too far from the topic with this non sequitur shit. You should be on topic. Like, hey, how do you know the Earth's flat? Well, we made measurements before. People practically use the Earth as flat. People don't even think about it, and they naturally.
No, he said the Iron Dome doesn't exist.
I don't give a shit about the Iron Dome, dude. I'm talking about the measurements of the Earth that would prove whether or not the Earth is flat or a ball. That's the ground. You look at the ground. You don't talk about what the news has to say to try and figure out if the Earth's a globe or not.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fine. Yeah, that was my fault. It's fine. But
you know what I'm saying, though, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So
they probably have some super advanced anti-missile systems, you know. So, but yeah, we don't need to continue that topic.
Okay. So essentially, just want to ask, you guys think Lockheed Martin's stuff is like fake too?
No, Lockheed Martin uses their equipment uses a Cartesian coordinate system, which is an XYZ coordinate system, and that uses sea level as the basis for their zero line for altitude, and then the y-axis is above sea level. So whenever something is above sea level, it's using Earth as a flat reference plane.
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so put yourself on mute. The guy who sounds like he's on mushrooms. Put yourself on mute, bro.
Yeah,
I got you.
Like a clown.
Yeah, so you can have a little vacation until you sober up.
Yeah.
So, how about Palantir? It's the same, right? Like with Lockheed, they also use the same Cartesian coordinate system XYZ, and from the sea level, is it?
Yeah.
With their software.
All of their stuff works on a horizontal.
So guess what? Even though you repeated that back, You haven't figured out that you don't have X, Y, and Z on the surface of a ball. That's the dead giveaway right there. You don't have X, Y, Z on the surface of a ball. So right there proves you don't live on a ball just because of that coordinate system.
That goes back to us saying it's practically used as flat.
No, wait, why don't you have XYZ on a globe? Like, it's three-dimensional, right?
It's not XYZ, it's XYZ transitioned into a spherical model using math.
And look at the side chat. It requires a horizontal baseline on 2 different points.
Can someone explain this to me and how it relates to the flat Earth?
Well, water's flat on its surface, right? And so 71 or more percent of the Earth is covered in water. So that means 71 or more percent of the Earth is flat. Airplanes fly at an altitude above sea level. Mountains are measured so many feet or meters above sea level. The depths of the ocean is measured so many feet or meters below sea level.
I see. Wait, so but do you guys believe the map they're using is correct? Like not the globe map, but like say I wanted to, I googled the world map and then.
Yeah, maps are Cartesian coordinate systems, and they have an arbitrarily placed 0 where X, Y, and Z intersect, right? That you can be placed anywhere. You can create a world map with Texas being the center, and all of the azimuthal grids for, north and south, that can all warp around Texas being the center. You can make it to where north is the center. You can make it to where south is the center. You can have a Mercator map. You can have any other map. You can have a map, put the land out as if it's a star pattern, but the latitude, longitude, coordinate system is going to be based on the sky. It's still a Cartesian coordinate system, X, Y, Z. And if you're reading a map, a local map, your north and south, east and west are X and Z, and your topography lines that make up the hills and the mountains and the cliffs and that's all Y. But it's laid out.
Wait, you're saying on a flat Earth anything can be made the middle with respect to the entire map?
No, I'm saying with a map, you can make 0 for your coordinate system arbitrarily anywhere you want.
What is 000 on our current map?
Which map are you using?
Like the one they show everywhere, where you have like the continents and like the world map. You Google the world map and the first thing that comes up.
All right, so you're in class and the teacher pulls down the little projector screen that has the map on it. Okay, that's a Mercator map where you have the Americas on the left side of the map and Asia on the right side of the map. Greenwich, England is 0 for I think it's longitude lines. And then the equator is 0 for the latitude lines. And so north is 90, south is 90. But those lines come from the sky. They arbitrarily placed the 0 line on Greenwich, England, and they placed the equator as 0 for the latitude.
Wait, so how they say depending on whether your country's on the equator or not, like the weather, like my country is right on the equator and the weather is always the same. So like how does that work on a flat Earth?
Say that again.
like, you know how they say if your country or your state or whatever is right on the equator, the weather there is always the same. Like my country is always on the equator, and the weather is always the same. It's always like not too warm, not too cold here. So
Tropical. You're talking about the tropical climates, yeah?
yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's because the way the sun moves over the Earth, it doesn't move. It doesn't move to the part where you're going to experience snow if you're living in that region, because the way the sun overlaps the equator from the southern hemisphere when it's over at New Zealand, Australia, and to when it's over at Japan and England and Russia, the sun is always bathing that area, which is why you have those temperate temperatures, and they'll never go away. You'd have to remove the sun completely, and then you'd be very cold then. Yeah.
And that doesn't work for the globe, because the globe's supposed to be tilted, yet the equator's still supposed to be perpendicular to the axes of the spin. So make that make sense to me, someone please.
I can't do that. I'll blow a few brain cells there, and I need those to keep up with the deception.
Wait, but okay, I actually get what you guys are saying. Like I've been trying to understand this, and you guys do make sense, but I need to go and actually study all this. But if you guys are actually true, then you're like Neo, right, from the Matrix. Like, well, why can't you just go out there and tell people this stuff?
I do. I bother people at work all the time. I switched back to day shift, and the first thing they did was they gave me a new guy. And after I instructed him on what we were doing for the day, he immediately jumped in with, "Oh, I hear you're a flat earther." And then we talked about flat earth for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. When the timing is right, you do. You don't want to harass anybody, because that's not the aim here. But there'll be times you'll know when to pick the moment, and then you'll discuss it. That's it, you know. Sometimes I like to discuss it where there's crowds of people. So if I see a crowd of people like lounging around on the beach, for example, because they're lounging around, for me, that's perfect timing, because you're taking in the sun, but there's nothing wrong with listening to a voice saying, the earth is flat. Look at the horizon. Have you noticed how we don't see the curvature there? Do you know what I mean? You know, I'm that guy as I'm walking past on the sun, on the beach. It's just timing. That's all it's about, timing. I do it at swimming pools when I'm on holiday and stuff like that. I love it, man. I love it. Love talking to the people about it.
Yeah.
And then I've had a crowd around me for about an hour and a half in Hawaii, you know, and just really answering all the questions, same way the Globers asked them and that, you know, and yeah. A lot of people said, you make a lot of sense. I'm going to look into this. And the one that surprises them was when in 2016, because I was discussing this in 2018 in particular, where I had this crowd. But I went back to 2016 when Flat Earth was the #1 research topic on YouTube, and they had to censor it. So now, and I said to them, so now you're not going to experience it as we did back in 2015, 16, and 17, because they're putting the algorithms in and they're putting up Earth isn't flat. So unless you know the person's name and that, you may not have the same experience as me as of now. That was in 2018. You know? Yeah, I already gave them the full story of how we were censored as well. Got a lot of response from people. So we do speak to people when the timing is right.
No, but I meant, I mean, most of you guys are normal people, right? But there's many PhD, I'm sure there's many people with PhDs and like maybe even people with a lot of money who believe this stuff. So why can't they do it on a
Doesn't
public?
matter. Money and PhDs don't make it a globe. Whether they say it is or not, it's still not measured to be curving.
Yeah, I think he's trying to say, hang on, I think he's trying to say, how comes we haven't had contact with them, or they contact us? Well, they're scared to they're really scared to debate us, but we have had recent debates with PhDs, and they have been found wanting. Our man in India recently. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood you then.
No, what I'm saying is there are, I'm sure there are flat earth people who have PhDs or are rich.
There were many.
Why can't they go out there?
Yeah, like the guy that I just showed you the observation of earlier. He's got a PhD in optics, and then there's the geophysicist. He's a PhD. Right? There's a ton. There's also a lot of people that don't talk about it because sometimes it can put their line of employment at jeopardy. Like we had a high level. Well, I can hear myself.
Speak so I can find him.
Yeah, so we had a high-level engineer named Brian Mullen, right? He has a great series called Balls Out Physics, and he goes over a whole bunch of problems with the globe from a physics standpoint. People actually attacked him, and they were sending him death threats, and they actually contacted his place of employment and tried to get him fired, right? And he had to stop making content about Flat Earth to be able to keep his job. He actually had to move his location due to it as well. So
there's another
quite a lot of people
gentleman in
don't talk about it. Yeah, sorry, Tactical.
No, I'm sorry. There's another gentleman who's in Georgia in the United States. He was a teacher, and he makes flat Earth videos. And he was geography. And his content got to the principal and some other faculty, and they were going to fire him, but it would have been a big deal, and they would have had to pay out. But instead of firing him, they switched him over to biology, and they also had him sign a contract saying you're not going to put your face on your videos anymore. And then whenever he stopped working for that school, he put his face back on his videos.
Yeah, definitely. There's people in this chat here right now, right? There's someone in the chat now that was a employee of Lockheed Martin as well. I'm not going to say who it was or anything like that. We got people in here that have all sorts of jobs that people generally wouldn't expect a silly flat earther to have. But yeah, lots of people very well educated in this topic.
Are there billionaires that are flat earthers?
Who knows?
There's no reason for anybody to dox themselves.
Why does having money mean that Earth is a globe? You've mentioned money quite a few times now.
No. I didn't mean that if you have money, the Earth is a globe. I mean, if you have money and you're a flat earther, you can bring this argument mainstream and stop the censorship.
Who are you going to bring it to?
The world. And stop the censorship.
We have. What's YouTube? We're on YouTube. What do you need? Go look it up. The guy, with the PhD puts out videos. So he's out there telling people it's flat.
No, I get that, but this, you guys are always going to remain viewed as a conspiracy theory if you actually don't try to fight to make it a mainstream.
I'm not worried about it. No, we're not. I'm not out there fighting nobody. I like knowing that the Earth is flat and other people just believe in lies. I like that part.
No, but the scary part is
it's actually growing. It's growing in popularity like crazy. Like you wouldn't believe. You're not going to see it on the mainstream news anything other than ridicule. But you have a lot of people, talking about it in the mainstream now, right? Like famous people, and things like that. And it's becoming more normal to talk about the topic. Right? If you spoke about this 10 years ago, right, or even 5 years ago, right, people would just laugh and ridicule. Quite often now, if you talk to people, they'll say, oh, yeah, I've heard about that, right? And if they've looked into it, if they actually understand the arguments, if they've done, a little bit of research, they take it seriously.
Yeah, but I know this may sound kind of silly, but actually I don't care what the shape of the Earth is. What I care about is the formation of planets and how they are formed, and the formation of star systems and all that. And you guys are saying they're lying about that.
No such thing. No such thing.
Yeah, what you're interested in is based off theoretical concepts. Right, so it starts with faulty premises. It starts with the premise that the Earth's a globe, right, and that there's a big giant deep space vacuum that have all of these floating balls of plasma gas and whatnot, right, in this big ever-expanding universe. That's all it's just a story that you've been told about the lights in the sky that you see that you can't ever test. Okay, so when you think of planet, they'll tell you that, Mars is a planet and it's made out of this and it's this size and it's this distance away. and blah blah blah. But that's all just based off. It's not based off empirical evidence, right? It's all based off assumptions and theories and mathematical models and things like that.
Yeah, honestly, I think the ancestors had better stories on how the world was made. Like the Vikings, for example, they said that the gods ended up killing their daddy, and then they built our terrarium out of his skull.
Yeah, so essentially, whenever NASA comes up with a new exoplanet and says, "Oh, it looks like this and it has this environment on it," they're just lying and pulling it out of their asses.
Well, basically, that's what they're doing.
Exactly, and that's what they say they're doing. If you listen to people like Michio Kaku, right, the theoretical physicist, he will say exactly that. It's just based off guesswork. It's not based off the scientific method or anything like that. It's based off logic and guesswork. That's what he says. So,
and he also says that there's a crisis in cosmology. They're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. And whenever they're off by a factor of 1 or 2.
So
they
essentially,
they're off by orders of magnitude. That's 10 with 120 zeros after it. They're off by that much. Not by like 1% or 0.05 or 0.001 or whatever number. It's 10 with 120 zeros.
Yeah.
So essentially, according to but what about the position of planets though? Is that correct? Do you guys agree with that? Like, you know how the sun is in the center, and then Mercury, then
no, absolutely not. That is a straw man that the mainstream media has given people who don't actually talk to people who actually consider the Earth flat, right? So if you don't ask us the questions and get all of our answers now, and you try to Google what we think from the internet, you're going to get not what we think. You'll get what the government or the Flat Earth Society and other, paid opposition like YouTubers who are creating debunk videos about strawman arguments, right? That's not what we think. The Earth is not the third disk from the sun, okay? The Earth and the ocean, that's the floor of existence. You're in a contained environment because you're breathing gas pressure. The lights in the sky, the sun, moon, stars, and planets, that's all lights in the sky. It's above your head. It doesn't go below the floor at all. It never comes close to the floor. It's all above the floor. Can you picture that?
So lights in the sky, as in they're not real planets or stars or anything. For your intents and purposes, you just consider them lights in the sky that you can never know what they are.
What we can do is look at them, right? You can have the angular size of a star, right? And from that angular size, you can say it's whatever distance you want, but its ratio of size needs to be equivalent to that angular size. That's why they say that the sun is 400 times larger and 400 times farther away than the moon is. Because according to their story, the moon is 250,000 miles, and it's on its what it looks like could fit the United States in it, right? And the sun is 400 times larger and 400 times farther away because their angular size is close to each other's. All they've done is look at the sky and create a story. And whenever DJ was talking about how it's made out of mathematical models, it's because they have to have everything line up. And so in order for all of that to work, your unit of distance for space is the distance between the sun and the Earth. That has to be based off the Earth's radius value. Okay? And then the size of the sun is based off Venus being the same size as Earth, but nobody ever measured that physically. They don't actually know. They're just claiming it, and they're creating a story from it.
Yeah. So, do you believe the sun, the sun? I mean, the Earth orbits around the sun, and like that's how night and day come about. Like, how does night and day come about?
The sun moves. The Earth is not moving. It is stationary and still. You are in a fixed position. The sun moves. It goes away from you until you can't see it anymore. And then eventually it stops producing light in your area. And then it comes back around.
Okay, but you use telescopes, you look out, you see Mars, you see Mercury, you see Venus, right? That's how the original astronomers discovered these planets. So, like, what do you relate? How do you relate their position to Earth?
Their position is above Earth, and they're doing circuits. They're making patterns in the sky. They're moving. The planets are called planets because the Greek word that it comes from is a wandering star. Okay, meaning it's moving different than the rest of the stars. All of the stars, the constellations for like the Big Dipper and Orion, they all remain the same. They don't change directions. The planets change directions. They do this thing called retrograde motion, where they're going east to west, and then over a handful of nights they go west to east, and then they return back to east and west in motion. Okay, and then depending on how you decide to plot that motion of the star, you'll either get circles for a heliocentric model, or you'll get these flower-shaped designs with a fixed position.
But when you look through a telescope and you see these planets, they're circular. What? Like?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's kind of hard to determine exactly what they are as well, right? Because if you actually have a look at the raw footage through even the most expensive telescopes, it's pretty much a little blurry dot that you're seeing in the sky. And it's not until they process the image, right? They use image stacking, and then they process the image to sort of make it look like what they want it to look like.
Auntie, do you mean?
Level Lioness has posted what I was talking about in the side chat.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Guys,
hold on a second, Limit.
Sorry.
Hold on a second. We're having a conversation with Cryptic.
Oh.
And your microphone's very muffled.
I know my microphone. It's bad. Yeah.
Sounds like you're talking face down into a pillow.
I know. I swear to God, man. You know, it comes water inside it and a lot of. You know? Yeah, man.
This is insane, man. Wow.
Yeah, and all of that is just watching the stars over a period of time at night. And you don't see that in one night. You see that over a period of night.
19 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every 19 years.
Each planet has their own amount of time in order to make their full circuit. I think, well, obviously Pluto had their longest record. But I think like Jupiter or Saturn is like 900 plus days or some shit. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up again. I don't remember. But they each have their own period of time before they return back to 12 o'clock. If you're going to consider her picture as a clock, 12 o'clock being the starting point, and then they make their full cycle. They each have their own amount of time. That's why Mercury's 88 days, because it has the shortest cycle. That's why they say it's the closest one to the sun on the heliocentric model. Venus has I can't remember, but it has the second longest or the second shortest amount of days before it returns back to center. Or back to 12 o'clock.
But for all intents and purposes, we can never visit these planets, is it?
No.
So Star Wars was just propaganda.
No, Star Wars is entertainment.
That's a movie, dude.
Oh, yeah, but like there's just been so much. You realize after the moon landing, there's just been so many movies and so many TV shows and so many books related to like space exploration. Like there's just been so much stuff. Like it's exploded. Like an entire generation was raised on exploring the stars.
They were talking about stars and outer space long before that. Like the outer space had to be a vacuum in order for light to travel the vast distances from the mathematical location of the stars. Right? Because light attenuates or reduces in intensity through a medium. Right? That's why you have the inverse square law of light. But they made it a vacuum so that the light can travel those thousands of light years in order to get to us according to the model. So, vacuum of outer space.
So like the Chaldeans, for example, they've studied the stars for at least 2,000 years, right? That's generations and generations of people studying the stars consecutively and documenting it, right? All ancient civilizations study the stars. Right, it's not a new thing within the last couple of 100 years.
Yeah. So so no one can visit other planets, and all those games and all those TV shows and movies and like Elon Musk, all of that is fake.
Yep, it's all fantasy. It's a good story, a fairy tale, you know. That's all it is.
Then what about people who go to work at NASA as engineers, as rocket scientists and engineers and all that?
It's all compartmentalized, so they don't actually build a whole rocket.
Yeah, people don't go there and get those kind of jobs anyway. There's not rocket scientists hiring like sign outside. That's not how that works.
But you go to SpaceX's website, you look at careers, and you have like people working on software for Starship, and like all sorts of engineers. I've been to SpaceX's career.
And you won't get that job. You won't get that job. It won't be. You won't get it. It'll just come off, and then you'll think somebody else got hired. Difference. People that work there don't know about those jobs.
The people that are working there,
but there are different organizations. Like, how can they cope up with that kind of scenario? Like,
anyway, for the sake of the argument, to answer your question, right? Like, not everybody in NASA is in on the lie, right? I know people that I work with who were building, who were putting pieces of metal together, right? Doing the same shit they do at this job, except they were doing it for NASA. They weren't actually going to space. They never actually seen the Earth as a ball. All they did was go and put some pieces of metal together and torque bolts and nuts to specific torque specifications, and then read technical manuals on how to build the thing. They didn't actually see the Earth as a ball. They didn't go to space. They're not in on the line.
I'm looking. I don't care about NASA. I don't care about NASA. I'm looking at SpaceX's career website right now. I'm looking at aerodynamics engineer for the Starship, and they need actual people, bro. Like,
go apply for it. Go apply for it and see if they give you an interview. Go apply for it. See if they give you an interview.
I don't have a degree yet.
Make a fake CV, bro.
It doesn't matter if you have a degree or not.
say you need a bachelor's degree in an engineering discipline and you need a master's degree in aerospace or mechanical engineering.
Okay, say that you have that and you go and you apply for the job. Does that make the Earth a ball?
No, what I mean is, dude,
Does that
like,
make
what are
what
they
you're
spending
doing
this money for?
actually mean that you're sending shit to space? Is that
Yeah, so I guess what you're trying to say is they could be sending stuff to space, but the Earth
no?
doesn't
That's not what I'm
necessarily have
saying.
it.
You're assuming what I'm saying because you're not listening. You're yeah-butting me in the middle of my statements. What I'm actually saying is people are hired to do a job. It does not actually mean that what they're doing is actually supporting activity in the vacuum of outer space. It does not actually confirm the story to be true. What it confirms is you have a job to do at a specific location for a specific organization. That's all it proves.
Okay, if any of you live in Texas, have you ever considered like going to like Boca Chica, where SpaceX is, and like going there for like a Starship launch and seeing what's actually going on? Because they say they do it in public and everything's transparent.
Yeah, of course. Now, how does watching something go into the sky and then travel horizontally and disappear out of your view, how does that prove it went to the vacuum of outer space?
Okay, you have a point, yeah.
But you are referring that it is a cover up, right? Whole NASA story and SpaceX.
What?
Say that again?
No, you are like mentioning that the SpaceX and NASA is a cover up. They don't really
No.
go to the space.
Not saying it's a cover up. What I'm saying is it's a job and people get hired to do a job. And what they do is they satisfy their belief in their story.
Yep.
But some
Their
of
job
them
is to
like
communicate scientific ideals. And even if anybody did go to the moon, according to the official narrative, the geocorona reaches past that. So nobody's been to this outer space place that y'all imagine. No one. No one even claims that they have.
This is insane, man. You guys are making very bold claims about very powerful people, but you have sent proof, which I will look through in detail. I have been looking through it in detail, but you're
They're
making claims
people.
about.
They don't have magic powers. They're not powerful. Stop thinking that people are powerful. If you met him in an alley, you'd probably kick his ass. So don't think they're so powerful.
Yeah, they're not wizards.
And also, they're not smarter than
Powerful
you.
liars is all they are. Powerful liars.
And don't ever think somebody else can be smarter than you. And you don't have the ability to be as smart or smarter than them. It's all going to be based on how much effort you want to put into your education.
Yep.
Can I just ask one last thing? No, I'm not doing this to like insult you guys or anything. Like I genuinely want to know: did you guys graduate college?
I have college credit hours. I don't have a complete.
Some did.
Yeah, like I said earlier, we got a ton of people that are highly educated as flat earthers, right? Just like with globe earthers, you're going to get some people that are highly educated and other people that aren't. It's a huge group of people. Okay, so I did show you tests before from people that have PhDs, right? I linked you to a PhD geophysicist and whatnot, right? There's tons of engineers and people like that, but that doesn't really doesn't mean everything, right? It's not all about qualifications.
Yeah. I'm an engineer qualified and I'm a qualified welder. Okay.
Well, and at the current prices that NASA pays for space transportation.
Also, if you ever go to college, you'll see people flunking because they're not paying attention in class. And then they end up Googling what the teacher was saying anyways. So practically, you can educate yourself with the internet and you don't have to go to a specific building unless you want the piece of paper saying that somebody certifies that you're cleared the course.
Well, and here's an important thing is to ask yourself, you're depending on an authority figure to base your belief on. And it's important to ask yourself, if someone gives me a logical argument that is not formally educated, and someone gives me an illogical argument who's formally educated, which one do you believe? Which one do you?
No, but you guys aren't answering my question though. Does anyone in this server? I'm not being biased. I will still look through all the materials you guys have sent because I have nothing better to do right now. But do you guys? Does anyone in this server have a college degree?
Yes. And you're not realizing that question is unimportant, though. You're actually wasting time asking that question.
Wait, real quick question. Do you know what autodidactism is?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Autodidactic. Yeah, it's
No, I don't know what that
self-taught.
means.
I want you to look it up, is what I'm saying. It means self-taught. There are plenty of people who know how to teach themselves.
No,
and
I
you
get,
don't
I
have
get
to be
that,
told
bro.
to.
I
You
get
can
there are
actually go
people that are
beyond what
self-taught.
the college people will tell you if you're willing to. You can learn even more than what they're willing to give you.
That
No, I'm
question,
just
what you just asked, Cryptic, if you were to do any type of debate or conversation on any topic, right, and say, okay, well, do you have a degree or diploma? That is a fallacious in its own nature, right? That does not have, like, that wouldn't count for anything for Diddley, right? For Jack Diddley. In a normal circumstances, you have to understand that is basically appealing to like success, right, and appealing to authority, which you should never do in your life.
Credentials.
No, I get that. I just you guys have to understand that, being lectured by potentially people who work at McDonald's or Wendy's or whatever on stuff like this that's like the biggest mysteries humanity has faced, right? You kind of understand how that doesn't
That's
sum
the
up,
fallacy.
right?
You're creating a straw
That's
man
the
in your
fallacy.
head. Sorry, go ahead.
That's a fallacy, right? Oh, sorry. Was it somebody else speaking? My bad.
Yeah, I just want to cut in. You're not absorbing what's being taught to you. You're actually doubling down on an illogical, ignorant viewpoint, which is that you want to appeal to an authority to base your belief or willingness to accept knowledge, and that's error number one. Full stop. I mean, you got to let that go. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many degrees I have or how many degrees people have here. There's plenty of uneducated people that have master's degrees. And the more
If they
you
have master's degrees, they're educated.
No, that's why you maybe you're a little young and you just haven't looked into it, but that's a illogical argument.
For most things, like discounting like neurosurgeons, right, and very very specialized fields, right? You don't even need a certificate or diploma to get a job. For example, engineers. From my country, right, we have a lot of people that taught themselves or were taught by their fathers how to weld, how to build stuff. When they go to other countries where there's more money, and just because they know how to do the job correctly and effectively, they get the job. No degree required. And look at it from this aspect. Even as, so let's take that, do you guys have colleges? Did you guys finish colleges, right? How many globe earthers do you know that have failed college, failed high school, failed elementary school, but they're still globers? That doesn't validate their beliefs nor ideologies if they have or have not a diploma. You understand?
Yeah.
You could also have people who've gone through college courses and get master's degrees in like computer technology, and then their company goes under, and so then their only option for hire would be to work at a McDonald's. So you're saying that just because you work at McDonald's means that you're not intelligent. Well, there are workers who are working at McDonald's with high amounts of intelligence and having degrees, which you're worried about us having.
How about the janitor who solved that math problem on the board? Is that what, MIT? Is that a college? Just a
Look,
janitor.
people that have specific degrees in specific fields, it doesn't necessarily mean that they've learnt about the particular questions that are related to this topic. Sometimes we'll get people that come in here that have all sorts of degrees, right? But they're completely useless when it comes to the particular questions related to this topic, because some of the people in here have been studying these questions and fields for 8 years, 10 years, and that kind of thing. And they're experts in certain arguments, right? When it comes to, say, gas laws, gas pressure, things like that, optics. Someone that comes in with a particular degree in something, just because they've got a degree in whatever it is, it might be completely unrelated to this particular conversation, and they'll have absolutely useless arguments when it comes to this.
So, yeah, I get that, but what would convince? I just want to know, out of curiosity. I know you guys think a lot of the theoretical physics stuff is like, imagination and all that, and it could be. So I just want to know, what would convince you that the Earth is a globe? What's the one thing? Like, do we need to find aliens? Do we
Physical curvature.
No, dude, you need measurable Earth curvature, consistent Earth curvature.
Yeah, there's no such thing as aliens, dude.
Why do you think the word lie is in aliens?
Irrelevant.
But like, it's there, right? It's just preposterous. It's silly.
If people are claiming the Earth is a globe,
I honestly
hold on a second, dude. Hold on a second. It's very simple. Okay, you're going to need empirical evidence that there's curvature of the Earth. Very simple. So you're going to need evidence of Earth curvature, and then you're going to need evidence of Earth motion, and then you're going to be able to explain how we can have gas pressure without a container. Okay, so there's three things. That's the three primary arguments and problems for the globe, right? There's no Earth curvature.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. And I've been looking at the evidence that you guys have sent.
The Earth is not flat. The Earth is not flat.
Oh, we got somebody
Hold on a second. Do you think chanting like a religious nutcase is going to help anyone? It's making you look like a clown.
It's not flat.
Ades, shut up.
So I've been looking at the evidence you guys have sent, and I do believe there's a real possibility the Earth is flat. But like I said, I don't care about whether the Earth is flat or a globe. The claim that makes that for me is the most contentious is when you guys say you can't visit other planets, and that the positions of that the sun goes around the Earth and the Earth doesn't go around the sun, and there's no stars, and like star systems and galaxies and the universe and the Big Bang is all fake.
Nobody's saying this. Okay, we're not saying that these we all observe the same thing in the sky. Tactical did a great job at explaining it to you earlier. Okay, you've just been told a specific story about exactly what these things you're seeing in the sky are. No one's saying that they don't exist in some other way, right? Or as something that's undetermined or unverified. It's still there. We still observe it.
It's just not what you meant.
Exactly. It makes more sense over a flat plane, right? Because all of the stars reset back into the same positions each year. Okay, so you could go out tonight and make a little star map, right? And map a star in the sky. And then you could wait exactly 1 year, go out at the exact same time, and it's going to be back in the exact same position the next year. That makes more sense over a flat Earth. Where on the globe, they say that you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, while at the same time chasing the sun through the universe at 480,000 miles per hour. Well, that whole system moves sideways at over 1.3 million miles per hour. And then there's more vectors on top of that, right? Never to return to the same place in the universe. Moving at over 1.5 million miles per hour.
And you're tilting and wobbling during all that.
Yep.
Yeah, I get why it could be fake, yeah. But I just can't wrap my head around like all this, because you could call them stories, but I've been reading these stories since I was like 5 years old, and like Now you're saying they're all like fake.
We get that.
Yeah,
we
we would
all
never-
read those same stories. Every single one of us. I grew up on Stargate, Star Trek, right? Star Wars. I grew up with all of that stuff every single day. I was fascinated with the universe. And we understand you. But you have to push your biases and beliefs aside and look at things objectively.
Yeah, I agree.
You also
Alright,
shouldn't be convinced. We're not trying to convince you. You shouldn't be convinced after one conversation like this
Yeah,
anyway.
absolutely,
Like, we'd
yeah.
probably have less respect for you if you were like, "Oh, I believe everything you guys said," right?
Yeah, I'm
Scrutinize
gonna
it
go
all.
study
We
it.
encourage critical thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go study the material you guys have said. I know there's other people who have joined, so maybe they can continue the conversation. I'm gonna go study.
Yeah, appreciate the good faith conversation. And yeah, you're welcome to come back anytime. So have a good evening.
And enjoy your studies.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. If anyone else has any questions about the topic, feel free to mic up.
Word. We got somebody in the side chat requesting that one of us make a video for him.
Video of what?
I can send him a video of a greyhound doing dumb shit.
They want to know how the sun and moon move on a flat Earth.
Overhead.
Oh.
Exactly.
Go outside, touch grass, look up, and watch it.
What he needs to do is go. He can do this himself. He can figure out how this works. He goes outside and then he gets a track on that sun and he marks the angle where it's at. He figures out how to do all that stuff and where it's at, where the degrees it's at, its azimuth and all that. And then check it every 5 minutes and keep doing that every single day for like a year. And then you'll know how the sun moves.
Welcome.
Yoder, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's happening?
Another day. Earned a few more dollars.
Yeah, I've been pleased with the activity today. It's been quite busy, which makes up for yesterday. So,
Dude, yesterday was so hard for me to stay awake.
sounds like I missed a good conversation on satellites again. People talking about maps and coordinates, and
yeah,
it's always the same, the map territory issue.
Yeah. Well, the issue I think is it's a reification fallacy, and they're in denial that it's a fallacious logic to think that this picture that somebody gave me is actually the ground. Well, it's not actually the ground, bud. Yeah, it is. Prove it.
Right, like anybody that's used maps worth a damn knows for sure that a straight line on a map doesn't necessarily correspond in reality.
No.
You know, there's this over-reliance and over-belief in our technological advancement. And people think that everything that they see on a computer screen is extremely close to top-level precision in reality. And it's really not the case.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue it's close enough, and it's way better now than it was in like the 1600s.
Yeah, I mean,
to me, some of the real funny business goes on in the ocean.
Yeah. I think that's why they really had to stress with sticking to the practice so that you can stay on track, because these routes have been experienced and plotted, and they'll get you where you're supposed to go if you just stick to the process.
Yeah, and you know, whether you're using GPS beacons or using gyros or using or even doing like LiDAR survey scans of land or water, you have to ask yourself, what is happening to your raw, unprocessed data? Is a globe being baked in as you go? And the answer is almost unequivocally yes. And do you have access to that raw, unfiltered data? The answer is almost always no. And the people who it as somehow inaccurate before a globe model is applied. And the answer is almost always yes. This flat Earth, this raw, unprocessed flat Earth survey, this measurement I have cannot be correct and cannot be accurate over long distances because we know Earth is a globe. This is the failure of logic, the failure of reason every time. And it's we're up against in 2025. It's just phenomenal.
Okay, I really do not have any question, but I will just reply for someone in the chat because, like, I asked for a video for how the sun move and moon and so on. I'm actually asking for curiosity, and it's okay if you couldn't send me the video. I don't know why you're so like I don't know how to say it, but I don't know why you're so I don't know how to say it. I don't know. However, I don't really believe in any other side. I don't believe flat earth or ball earth because I do not have an evidence for both of them, and I couldn't have an opinion. So I just asked for a video to see. If you could send me, it's okay. If you couldn't, it's also okay. So that's it.
Are you interested in a time-lapse video of the sun moving in the sky?
Sorry, what?
It sounds like you're asking for a time-lapse video of the sun moving in the sky. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if nobody can provide it here, they're widely available on the internet.
Yeah, I can see that, but like, I can see like multiple explanations, but I want something that's actually convinced you with that, you know. So if you could provide it, it's okay. If you couldn't, I will look up. But like, I'm just asking for like what's convinced you of this kind of things, so I can get a lot of information about both opinions, and that's it. So yeah, just
okay. Do you think flat Earth looks different than the globe?
What?
Yeah. Do you think flat Earth looks different from the globe Earth?
Then the what?
Yeah, than the globe.
I don't know. I don't know what does that mean actually.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, it's the reason I'm asking is because we see the same things. Flat Earthers see the same things as globe Earthers. The world doesn't look any different.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, if you want to see what the sun looks like in the sky, you don't need a flat earther to give it to you.
No, I don't want how the sun look in the sky. I want what it's like to move on a flat earth, you know? Like I've seen a lot of videos of sun move and moon and so on the ball earth, but like how it's like on the flat earth, an explanation. I just want both perspective, you know. That's it. I don't want to see it on the sky because it's just so easy, but I want to see how it's work, because if you see the sun, it could be sometimes much bigger than the other day. How is that with the flat earth, you know?
Yeah, well, nobody has a God's eye view of creation. You know, the sun is always observer dependent for everybody, for all observers. What you see is what you get.
Yeah.
Now there are people who have tried to model this. I've seen many different kinds of models. To include the heliocentric model, the geocentric model, and numerous explanations for flat Earth. You know, which one is the real one? You know, we have reality to go off of. I'm not really interested in trying to develop a concept for what I can see and measure.
Yeah, and thank you for your answering.
Right. I mean, some people, when they ask for a model, a good follow-up question is, well, what do you want to see modeled? Do you want to see the relationship of the sun and a flat Earth? Well, there are different ways that can be modeled, and there is a model called the equation of time, which is an observer-dependent model of when the sun rises and sun sets and its duration throughout the day, through all days of the year. And it works on a flat Earth. It works on a globe Earth. It works on a dinosaur nugget-shaped Earth. It's observer dependent, and it's a model. You can use it to make post-dictions. You know, we've been enamored by so many images and videos from NASA depicting outer space that we expect to see some God's eye view of a flat Earth when we roll up into a room full of flat earthers. But those God's eye view images of Earth and the solar system are cartoons.
Yeah, actually, I don't really believe in on NASA, to be honest. Like, there's a lot of things that's unbelievable that they're doing. So yeah, I'm just trying to get the model just to like fill my imagine. That's.
And I gotta go, and here's a clown. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I'm not a clown.
I don't think he was referring to you, Jedi.
I'm pretty sure he wasn't, mate.
He just has a guilty conscience.
Hey, maybe. How's everyone doing this evening, or this afternoon, or this morning?
Not too bad, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, man, doing pretty well today, actually. It's a good day today.
Nice.
Still spinning, man, on my space rock.
That's your head that's spinning.
Oh yeah, it's my whole body spinning.
Nah, you're sitting still.
Lay out the booze.
Sorry, I was interested in the last comment somebody made regarding NASA, saying that they do a lot of unbelievable things. What are the things that NASA do that are unbelievable?
I don't really believe that there is someone land on moon, to be honest, because like how there is a lot of question in my mind. Just can't like gather my thoughts, but it's just that thing.
Okay, I thought there was maybe more other things. Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Hello, can I ask a question, please?
Of course you can, Rago. No problem.
Okay, my question is how the Nile River come from the sorry, my English is bad, but I will talk. I mean why the Nile River come from Africa to Egypt? You know?
Well, they say that it's because rain accumulates inside the mountains, and then it all sheds off into this one trail that's been forged by the river over its lifetime. And obviously, the ground would be sloping in the direction towards the sea. And because one end of the river is higher than the other, the water is flowing from the high end to the low end, which is up in the mountains, and the low end being at the Mediterranean Sea. So that's why the Nile River exists.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you.
If the earth was a ball, rivers wouldn't flow.
Hello.
Hiya, how are you?
Oh, I thought all the flat earthers were sleeping.
No, it's just after 8 o'clock in the evening. It's not quite my bedtime yet.
Yeah, but there's no day or night. Earth is flat, so.
Sorry, there's no day or night because the Earth's flat. Oh, I just wow, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So what do people generally talk about here?
The surface of the Earth and how it's measured, and if the Earth is moving, and where the Earth exists. So primarily the Earth and what it is.
That sounds intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
So how does it work if it's flat?
Pardon me, say that again.
So how does it work if it's flat? How do the seasons change? How does day and night happen?
This is going to blow your mind. That's the sun. The sun moves across the Earth. You'll notice this because you see it and then you don't see it. It moves from the east and goes to the west. You'll notice in the summer, the sun is higher in the sky and you get to see more of it over the time during the day. In the winter, you get to see less of it and it's lower in the sky. So that's how seasons and day and night cycle work. They're all relative to the sun.
So
Jesus Christ.
the Earth is just like a sheet of paper lying in the universe, right?
No.
So
what do you mean? Sorry, say that again. A sheet of paper lying in the universe. What?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Like it's flat, right? It's flat like a sheet of paper.
Okay, but the sheet of paper,
like just like a magic, like Aladdin's magic carpet, just flying.
Why is it flying?
Anyone really believe that the Earth is
let me put it like this before the man gets confused and we go on to something else. Okay? Try and keep it civil before other people jump in. I think you've got a misconception about what we believe, sir. We don't think the Earth is a giant sheet of paper moving through the universe. We claim, and especially my last example, right? You asked about how day and night and seasons work. That's due to the movement of the sun. Within the example, the Earth was stationary. So the movement comes from the sky, sun, moon, and stars. Why is this guy talking through me? Shall I just stop talking?
God.
The sun is not great like we think. Is that right?
I couldn't give you a size or a distance to the sun, but I would suggest the size and distance we've given are incorrect.
I think that is the same size like the moon.
Okay.
But how it's escape happen?
Pardon?
It's when the sun be right of the moon, eclipse. Or don't know.
Eclipse.
Okay. How does a solar eclipse happen?
Yes.
Moon gets in front of sun.
Yes.
Okay.
How it happen in a flat Earth?
Yeah. Moon gets in front of sun. Quite simple, really.
That's it?
Well, yeah. What other reason do you think that we can't see the sun? Because the moon's in front of it. That's what we're told, and that's what we can actually see, even though we don't actually see the new moon with our naked eye, because it's a new moon. The reflection of the sun's on the other side of the moon, so we see the side that's in darkness. So we don't see the moon. But for all intents and purposes, it looks like the moon's getting in front of the sun.
Not funny.
Okay, now coming back to the carpet thing.
Oh, yeah, the carpet thing. Yeah, I wanted to address this. So we don't think the Earth is some kind of carpet or frisbee or disc flying through the universe. It might be easier to understand our position as the Earth is flat underneath the sun, moon, and stars, which are above the Earth. The Earth isn't in motion, it's stationary. The motion comes from the sun, moon, and stars that are above the Earth.
What about other planets? Do they lie in the same plane as the Earth?
No, they're in the sky.
Wait. Okay, so other planets are in the sky. Like
When you say other, sorry, hold on. When you say other planets, the Earth isn't a planet. A planet is a spherical object that moves in orbit around a star. The Earth isn't a spherical object. It is underneath the star, the sun in question. Jupiter, Mars, Venus, these things appear to move in the sky, wandering, as in Planet Ace, the wandering stars. They appear to have a relationship with motion to the sun, for example. So the things in the sky are in motion. The Earth is stationary beneath the sky.
Okay, so it's just that we have a vast sky, and everything below the sky, the ground, that's the Earth, and that's flat, right? And all the other planets, they're spherical objects in the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. So now coming back to the day and night. So when the sun moves from like east to west, does it do back and forth, like going from east to west, then from west to east? How does it work?
It goes from east to west. You must understand that east to west is a circle around the pole. You can literally see the sun above the Earth for approximately 6 months of the year for 24 hours. These are called summer. Summer in the north and summer in the south. If you were to stand inside the Arctic or Antarctic Circle during the summer, you can see the sun for 24 hours up to 3 months of the year above the horizon, above the Earth. So the sun doesn't go anywhere. It clearly does circular paths across the Earth at different times of year.
Okay, so it moves in curve, right?
Yeah.
Like from this horizon to the next horizon.
No, just
like
circle.
from one edge to other, like a curve, like a semicircle, right? Not a full circle.
Like a circle. Does the sun come back the next day? Did I just point out to you that you can stand inside the Arctic or Antarctic Circle and watch for 24 hours the sun be above the horizon and appear to circle around the observer? Why are you laughing?
Oh, that's not me.
No worries.
So if it were to make a full circle, then won't it have to go below the Earth?
No.
Like from one edge to the other edge.
Does somebody else want to try and explain? Maybe it's a language barrier or my accent or something. Maybe somebody else can try to tell him.
The sun is moving away from you. And then you can't see it anymore because it's far away. Light doesn't travel forever through air. It dissipates intensity over distance. Inverse square law of light will calculate this for you. Different densities of mediums cause different attenuation of light, such as if you go into the ocean and you swim down, eventually you won't see sunlight even though it's directly above your head because the water has absorbed the light. It's not reaching your location. Similar to the sun going away from you, and now the sunlight is not near you. You can't see it. It's been attenuated. It is nighttime. And its circuit, whatever the circuit looks like, the path it follows, whatever it looks like, eventually has the sun coming back from the east, and then it continues to travel to the west, and then you can't see it anymore, and then you see it again. It doesn't go underground. It doesn't go below the earth. It is always and perpetually above the earth.
Okay, it's always above the earth.
It was a circle.
Yes,
but
it's like having a lamp
moving
or a
away
light
from the
inside your bedroom
like,
and the
but it's
floor
moving away
in your
from the
bedroom.
observer, like from parallel to a certain angle. Then, like it would go to at least to the 45 degrees, right?
So it's always above the earth. Like a light in your bedroom will always be above the floor unless you put the light under the floor. But you can move the lamp around your bedroom, it will always be above the floor. The sun,
Yeah.
the moon, the stars will always be above the earth, similar to the lamp will always be above the floor.
Okay, so let's say I'm at one edge of the earth, right? Sun is directly above me, right? Like now it's moving away. So it goes from, let's say, 90 degree to a certain angle, and it would go up to 45 degrees, right, to the other side. When it's directly above the other edge of the earth, then from
Where
your
does edge
position,
come from? What
like if
edge?
it's the edge of the earth, there is no edge.
Why does this need to be explained within your example? You can stand, for example, in the summertime on the tropic of Cancer with the sun directly above your head at solar noon. There's no edge of the earth required there. You just need to stand underneath the sun's path.
Okay.
See, the thing is, if you stay there, the sun will come back eventually. If you have two observers, you standing on the tropic of Cancer, watching the sun come from the east and go to the west, person standing inside the Arctic Circle will watch for 24 hours the sun move around them. So the sun is clearly doing circular paths above the earth all year round. The reason why we have day and night cycles was just explained to you. That's the path of the sun and the light attenuating through the atmosphere. The reason why we have seasons is the sun's path throughout the year. It's closer to you sometimes than it is at other times.
Okay. But if there's no edge, and let's say, okay, let's forget sun for a second. Let's say a plane flying from a certain point, like if it keeps flying, it would come back to the same point again.
Will it?
Prove it. Because even the mainstream tells you that planes, like commercial airlines, fly specific paths. And they do this for reasons, not because of the shape of the ground. If you're going to talk airplane from your perspective, you standing on the ground, you look in one direction, you see the plane coming above you. That plane has always been flying at 30,000 feet, but it appears to be coming up from the ground from the distance, and then it's above your head, and then it goes back down towards the ground. That's because your perspective is causing it to appear that way. You can stand in a hallway and watch the ceiling come down and watch the floor come up and the walls on your left and right side come in towards the center. Your perspective is causing this convergence off in the distance.
No, but the plane would eventually come back, right? If it keeps moving straight at 30,000 feet.
No, if the plane keeps moving straight, it's going to keep moving straight. It'll go away from you, and then you won't see it anymore. Eventually, it has to land, so then it'll have to direct its path towards a landing strip.
No, let's say if it doesn't direct, if it keeps going straight at 30,000 feet, what would happen?
What do you mean by straight? Do you mean straight east?
Yeah.
Okay, east is a circle. So we get confused when you're saying it's straight. I go straight east. East is a circle around a pole. You must understand this, right?
I'm getting
north, south, east and west, east and west. East and west would be circles of direction around absolute directions. That would be north or south. East and west are just circles around absolute poles. So direction of travel, it's 8. If you were to point at north and then point to your right 90 degrees, that would be east. 260 degrees to your left, that would be west. You understand this, right? Do you want a diagram?
I think a diagram would be more helpful. I'm just wondering if there is any documentation that I can refer to.
Do you know what a pole is?
Yeah.
Right, like a stick you can stick in the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll call this one north. We've put a stick in the ground. This is north. We're going to point at it. That's north. If we want to walk around the pole, always pointing at the pole, then that direction will either be east or west. You'll end up where you started from if you were to walk in a circle around that north stick. East and west are circles around poles.
Okay.
Mic check 1 2.
Okay, so okay. So if we so when the sun makes a full circle, like if you consider east to west, like if you have a, let's say, a giant stick that is north, and then the sun is kind of circling that stick, is that it?
I don't know if it's circling the stick, but like the observation in the Arctic or Antarctic during the summer, you can stand inside the Arctic or Antarctic Circle and watch the 24-hour sun. It's called the land of the midnight sun, because in the summertime you can watch the sun circle around you.
Yeah, just wanted to ask the gentleman. I wanted to ask the gentleman a question before he proceeds forward. There's a mental block here happening, and I think everybody's maybe talking past this point. What do you imagine when you say flat Earth, or what you're thinking flat Earth is? Can you describe it to us?
Okay. Let's say I have my phone in my palm, right? So that's the flat Earth. That's what I'm thinking of. It's just a seat in a plane.
It's a what? A seat in a plane?
A sheet. Yeah, like a sheet of paper.
A sheet of paper. Yeah. What is the shape of that paper? Do you have a shape to it, or is it just like a square sheet?
I kind of imagine just a square sheet.
I tried explaining this to him earlier. I told him the Earth was underneath the sun, moon, and stars, that we don't make a claim to shape. But you ask him what he thought. That's what he said he thought before I explained it to him. I just don't want to keep going around in circles, dude. We've been doing this for half hour.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying it because it sounds like he's not getting it, and more explanations is not going to, like, there's some sort of issue he's having with the way he's portraying it. Like he's trying
I'm having a hard time imagining.
Yeah, hold on, brother.
But let's
brother. Hold on. Let me just tell Jedi. The reason is because, like, I'm here listening to him. He's still thinking that it's like he's imagining it being something like an AE. It sounds like to me like he's trying to figure out why you're not making any sense. Why it's going around his head. He's like,
no, I'm just trying to explain what north, east, south, and west are. He's been talking about day and night cycles and seasons. And I'm just trying to explain to him that east and west are circles around poles for like the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, he's also been duper delighting the conversation. So I think he's sponging what everyone's spilling, but he's sticking to his joke.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit like, I don't know, there's something else going on. Not that, I don't want to say invincible ignorance, but like he's doing it on purpose.
No. I'm just trying to understand. It isn't making sense. Like the North Pole and the South Pole. Like, how does it work on a flat?
Yeah. Well, hold on a second. You're imagining. Yeah, but you're putting it against something. When you say it doesn't work, usually people say that they're imagining something in their head of how it works. So, in order for you to listen, what I say real carefully, when you say it doesn't work, something that you know does work, which would be the globe, right? Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest. Okay. So you think that works? Now, when you talk about flat Earth, you say that doesn't work. I'm just trying to understand how that works.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that doesn't work. I'm trying to understand how does it work.
Okay, wait a minute.
I'm not
Time
saying
out.
that
You just hold on, dude, because it's going to get very confusing very fast. You're saying that I'm not saying that it doesn't work, which means that the explanations that they've been giving you, it can work, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
but
it can
maybe
work.
I'm
So
having a hard time to wrap my head around it.
yeah, but the problem is every time they give you another explanation, you're trying to think of the Earth as a globe. So you're putting it against that. So you can't have two types of cosmologies in the same, like they're colliding. You know what I mean? That's why you're saying you don't understand. You're not able to understand what they're saying. So imagine cosmology. You have to put it aside. Whatever you think of the Earth right now as a globe, you can't imagine if you've never thought of it as a globe.
Okay.
So you're coming at this like with no idea. Like, let's put it that way. So their explanation would be just an observation. It's based on what we can see. So what Jedi was telling you is something that is observational. People go outside and they witness these things happening. The sun moving this path in the sky. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah. So
it's based on observation.
Okay. So
can you
when the sun comes right directly above you at midday, like how does that happen? Where does it come from?
From the east.
Like if it's going from east to west, right?
Yeah, from the east. Comes from the east.
And
it's exactly how you see it. It's just based on observation, Tesla. It's not based on it's like the idea that you're trying to make it look like a model. It's not based on a model, it's based on observation. It's how we all see the Earth and the things above us, the way they move. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You're trying to put this observation into a model. We're not. We're just detailing it to you like the way we see it.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand how things would work in that model.
Yeah, so there you go. That's what you're trying to figure out, how it works in a model. That's the mental block you have. You're trying to shoehorn this observation into a model. That's the reason why you're having trouble understanding, because in the globe Earth, you have this particular model of the way things work based on the Earth being a globe. And you think that's the way reality looks from a vantage point outside of your perspective. But we're not going there. Everybody here that's been telling you what all we're doing is making observations that you can make. You make the same observations. Like if you were standing next to us, we're not seeing a flat Earth and you're seeing a globe Earth. That's not happening in real life. We're outside, we're seeing the same thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So we're not seeing two different Earths. We're just seeing the same Earth. And then you try to put it in a model form. We're not.
So let's say I'm somewhere in Germany right now, and I have a friend in Australia. So how exactly the position of the sun affects daylight for them?
What do you mean how it affects? That question sounds like it's malformed. How does the sunlight affect them? Do you mean like
for one of them, like one of them would be seeing like late afternoon, the other one would be like at night.
Yeah, you're trying to picture it in a model form. You're trying to see an overall what it would look like if the sun was moving over a flat Earth. How would we use a model to describe this scenario that you just said, right? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I clarified what you're trying to get to. That's the reason why it sounds a bit convoluted when you're asking the question. You want to know in a model form for flat Earth, how would it operate? The sun operate if in the same scenario, you're describing two people in two different locations. How does it work on a flat Earth? That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah.
I just cut through the chase because I know what you're trying to ask. Once again, nobody can tell you like an overall worldview, like a bird's eye view looking down or a God's eye view looking down as to like what it looks like for the sun to be operating above a horizontal plane. As in to say what it would look like for two people in two different locations. That's what you want to know, because the globe Earth gives you some sort of explanation of how this operates in a model, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But that's not reality, Tesla. That model that they give you for the globe is not reality. And if you say it works, then you have to understand what you're saying is that the Earth being a globe, it works because you're saying everything that that you see outside, when you see the sun and your friend sees it, doesn't see the sun, whichever way it is, then you're saying, therefore the Earth is a globe. And that statement just isn't true. Just because you thought of it in a model and you say, because my model operates in such a way that it explains how somebody's in daylight and somebody's in nighttime, that doesn't mean that's what the Earth is.
Mm.
This has been the issue for the conversation that you've been trying to get to this whole time. You're trying to figure out what the Earth looks like if we're saying it's flat and we're saying it's a horizontal plane. You're trying to put it in a model form, and the mental block is like you can't understand how it would operate in a overall worldview.
Yeah, exactly that.
I know. That seems to be the issue that a lot of people have. I don't blame you, because you're so used to seeing it in a model form that if we're saying that there isn't a model, you're just like, well, I'd rather go with what I know works. And you flat earthers can believe what you want, but because I have this model that explains day and night, I'll stay with this over here, because
no, I'm not saying that
No,
model explains day and night. So I would stick to it. I want to understand how this model would explain day and night, the flat Earth.
Yeah, that's the thing though. We're not presenting a model, and that's where the globe Earth gives you that satisfaction. It presents a model. You get it?
So like from flat Earth's perspective, everything that you see is your point of view, like from your you are the observer.
No, that's incorrect.
Right?
Hold on, Tesla. No, that's incorrect. It's not from our point of view. Hold on, Tesla, time out. It's not from our point of view. It's from everyone's point of view. When everybody makes observations, brother, listen to what I have to say. Just listen to me, sir. When everybody makes their observations, observer. We're all making the same observations. We're not looking at two different Earths. It's the same observation as you would.
I said as well. Like it's from a single observer, right?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, like the entire flat Earth is from a single observer. I mean, we are not considering, let's say, an observer in a different plane, like a bird.
Yeah, you're talking about.
Like that. Yeah,
you're talking about a perspective that's called orthographic. This is a view that would be outside of your own perspective, like an overall kind of like a cosmological view, like seeing the Earth in the solar system per se.
Yeah,
you're saying that we're not thinking of the Earth that way. Therefore, how can we explain certain things in nature? You're trying to. Is that what you're trying to say? We don't see it in an orthographic way.
Yeah, we are only seeing it from our perspective, like from the ground.
Yes. But what information can we get so that we can think about it like that? Because there's nothing that you can do to verify an orthographic worldview, because nobody can ever see the Earth in that way.
No, like if you fly high above, you can see, right?
No. That idea has been given to you by these globalists. The globalists have given you an idea that all you got to do is leave the Earth. So you have like an out of body, out of Earth experience in your mind that you think that you can just leave the Earth, and then you'll see this perspective, this orthographic view of the Earth from a distance away from it, and then you can see everything. You think it's possible in your mind. Therefore, your mind has made it real that all you have to do is leave the Earth and look back, and then you'll see this orthographic view of the Earth from a distance. And then you can confirm what you've always thought you've known, is that the Earth is a globe and the sun operates in a certain way. But that's never going to happen. It's like a pipe dream. Like you've imagined yourself like all I have to do is just get in a rocket and take off, and then I'll see the Earth this way, and it'll confirm my belief. But right now,
I don't even have to do that. I just need to fly, let's say, a drone or something, like, or maybe send a rocket. Yeah, in the outer space with the camera.
You don't know. Okay, I'll give it to you like this. At what distance do you think you can actually start to observe the Earth with curvature, Tesla? What altitude? How far away from the surface?
I'll have to do some calculations.
Okay. Have you ever done this before?
No, not really.
So you don't really know at what point you would start to see curvature if you leave the surface?
No, not really.
And have you noticed that?
Check.
Yeah. Think about it like this. As you look for the information, you're about to go look for the information that you've never known existed. You don't really know, or probably never have known, at what altitude from the surface you have to be to see the Earth in this way. And you're just now going to look for it, which means that prior to this search, you'd never known what altitude you'd need to be to see the Earth as a globe. That's pretty astonishing if you ever think about it. You should. Because you're about to look for something that you never known existed, yet you still think in your mind that it exists.
Like, I'm pretty open-minded. I'm like,
well, that's good.
I would believe that this exists as well, like, given proof.
Okay, but you don't know that now while you're searching for it, Tesla, is what I'm making the remark on. It seems to be like you're really confident it exists, but you've never seen it.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Eli.
I don't know how to say this, but it is my observation seeing is that I took a different road than some people, like you, I guess. When I heard the mere utterance of Flat Earth, the first thing I did was relearn and look into everything I thought I knew about the globe. Like, I don't understand why you guys don't start trying to validate what you already believe. Like, why are you worried about Flat Earth? Like, I didn't build a rocket. I didn't collect billions for I don't know how many years to talk about space stuff and have space. I'm just a regular person who knows that the Earth is flat. So if you're not interested in that, and you have an open mind, and you have a wonderment about the world and everything else, why aren't you starting with the authority and what they've told you to believe and whether you believe it or not? Why don't you start there, looking up the globe and how you can validate it?
Like, if that doesn't
there's
work,
more than enough time on your hands. You got more than enough time, and you don't even have to be in here. Like, this is a big ass waste of time because you don't even know.
Like,
anything about the globe.
If I hadn't been here, I wouldn't even be thinking about it to, kind of Google.
But you wouldn't even be thinking about your belief system either. Like, forget it. You keep on doing this weird thing that no matter what's being said, you reroute it to, I just want to know about. No, why don't you validate the information that you already think you know about the globe? Forget about Flat Earth. Because if you can't debate me on points about the globe, what's the point? You don't even know anything for me to tell you what it's not.
I'm not here to debate. I'm here to understand how this works.
I just told you. Miggy just told you. You're not going to get it from us. You want a flat Earth measurement? We can give you that. If you have other questions, start with what you already believe in. Maybe get on a NASA stream and ask someone there. Like, what's so, like, why do we have to be harassed by people who are nicely telling us they won't go away and they won't stop asking us questions that we've already told them we're not going to answer? I don't get that.
I feel like I'm the one getting harassed here from you. So
You want to get muted then? You could get kicked out and then you wouldn't be harassed.
okay, if that's what you want to do, then go ahead. But I was just here to clear my doubts. So, but if that's what you want to do, then go ahead.
Okay, but you're not clearing your thoughts. You're asking us about thoughts that we don't have. So you're lying. Now you're a liar on top of everything else. You like being a liar?
And nobody asked you, so you can just shut up, and I can just leave then.
Good day. I'm sorry, AV, did that help?
Well, there's been a mental block since he came in here. And it usually happens because, like I said, they've never looked into this. It's an internal critique that they always mistake for somebody. Like, I've heard this before, right? When we tell them to actually talk about like what they know, they always go back to, let me look it up on ChatGPT. Let me go to Google. And what happens is it just like points are starting to get talked past them because it's like their belief system that they prop up and thinking that all they have to do is stay in here and just full on tell you they want to know how flat earth works, but they don't have a standard to put it against, which is kind of like what you were saying. It's like, you need to go back to the drawing board. If you don't know how to internally critique the earth as a globe, how are you going to say something is wrong? Like if we, Jedi and Tactical were giving him some information, but it was just like glancing off. It was not sick. No points were landing.
Weird.
He just kept pushing forward and kept pushing forward. And it was like, I was listening to him and and you could just hear the mental block. It was like because we've done this many times, right? And I saw it was like he's got this model propped in his head with this orthographic view that we're not telling him about flat earth. He wants to hear the orthographic perspective from flat earth. That's what he wanted to hear. He wanted for us to tell him about it. Like, well, if you got one guy over here in this geographical location and another guy over here, then how does it work day and night? Like, he wants to hear like the overall worldview, like what we would say for flat earth. We don't have that information. Nobody has the God's eye view of the earth and the sun, the way it operates over a horizontal plane in that way, just from our perspective. And I think that was really a itch he couldn't scratch when it came to like him being able to have like the globe present to him the model or the way the sun operates, that's what I was listening to. So he had to go back to, let me look it up. And it's just a little bit like, it's for the audience anyway. It's like, then why would you have a conversation full on about how you disagree if you're going to look it up right now? I mean, I guess that goes for anybody listening. If you are in the same position, it's like, you got to rethink coming into these discussions whether or not you know what you think you know. And go back to the drawing board. Like, if you think the earth is a globe, in what way? If someone was to ask you, can you present it to me in a way that you could test and verify? Can you do it? Maybe the gentleman was just an indication that people come in here like so unprepared, but I guess he was saying that if he didn't have this conversation, he wouldn't think about it. I think that's cap. Honestly, because anybody who's inquisitive about the topic, doesn't matter if you're in here or not, you're going to want to know, right? Like, it doesn't, that curiosity doesn't start here in this chat room. It doesn't. And it doesn't end here either. It doesn't. So it should be something that you're always wanting to know the truth about, the truth of the earth that you are on right now. How long was he here? About like an hour?
45 minutes, yeah. Roughly.
Yeah.
We've been talking to him for about 20, 25 minutes. I think we've been talking to him for about the same before you jumped in. So yeah, coming up an hour.
it's a difficult thing, man, because like every conversation, it's hard to like really hone in on like what needs to be done. Sometimes there needs to be like a self-reflection, like, oh, wait a minute, I'm coming in here, I'm asking a whole bunch of questions, and I'm denying a lot of the speaker's explanations. Well, if you're denying it, that must mean you have a good standard to put it against. Like, I mean, if he was denying what you're saying, Jedi, he must have a really good standard to say, yeah, that's not true. Here's why it's not true. And he wasn't presenting that. It was. Hopefully, if people are in here right now, we got some other people. I don't know if any of these other guys were speaking like A. We got Emmett Brito. Welcome. Let's see if I can provoke some folk in here. IXW12.
Tell me, my friend.
How's it going, man?
I'm going well.
Yeah, you know, I'm just calling on people, seeing if you guys want to have a chat about this topic that we have in here. I mean, the topic of the
I was listening to you, but I forgot everything you said.
Well, we're asking about the nature of the Earth that we're on right now. If you can tell us if it's a globe, or do you understand what we observe that it's a horizontal plane? Like, how can you tell us about the nature of the Earth? Are you gonna, look into this now, or like what? Because the other guy that was talking right now, he really didn't know much of the information that supports the Earth being a globe. So it's going to make it very difficult. But have you looked into it, Emmett?
Yes, it's a little difficult to talk about that topic because I need to know more information about that. It's a little complicated, my friend. In my mind right now is not with me. It's in the air.
Okay. Yeah. I would assume that you're. I don't know what country you're from, but are you already past like grade school?
Dominican Republic.
He's from Dominican Republic. Okay. So,
are you? Are you not?
Who are you, my friend? You know me?
I don't know you, but I can hear you in you.
Your voice, your accent.
For my accent.
Yeah.
Man, you're kidding me.
That's Jemsy. He kind of speaks like you a little bit.
He's right.
That's fine. So the education system where you came from, would you say they just told you that the Earth is a globe and all the things that you think are true about the Earth being a globe? It sounds like you understand the complication from you're trying to explain how you know if it is or not, right? By listening to us. Emmett?
Tell me, I don't pay attention to you.
Oh, Jesus. All right. So would you say that it's very difficult for you to explain
no, it's very
position?
No, it's not very difficult to me explain. What happened is my mind is not in display in this topic. I am doing something in my phone, so I am concentrating on my phone now because I am talking on my computer.
That's fine. Yeah, if you get free time, you want to have a discussion with us, yes. We're here. But thanks for participating in this room.
Yeah,
we like everybody to sit here and listen. If you want to just do that. If anybody else wants to chime in, like I said, I'm going down the list. IXW12. I've seen you here. I heard you chime in earlier. Welcome.
Yeah.
Have you been told that the Earth is a globe, and have you been through the education system wherever you are, whatever country you're from?
Yeah. But actually, I do not really believe in both sides like perfectly. I do not have like enough information for like both perspective. So I'm just here to collect information. Actually, I don't have questions, and it would be a waste of time if you answering my question with someone who doesn't even understand that much, So I'm just here listening, and if there is something that's I don't believe, I would like stand up and said like I don't believe that.
I kind of did hear. I was listening to you say that you didn't understand something that Jedi was telling you. So you're like, you didn't understand. I think the word was globe. You don't know what that means. The word globe.
Oh yeah, I just search it. No, yeah, I just search it and I understand it.
You're still learning English, right? So there's like a language barrier too. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. Thank you for being here. Listen, go ahead, Eli.
What's your native language, if you don't mind me asking?
Arabic.
Okay. Let me get 1 second. I'm trying to use a translator.
Oh hell no.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, I translated
it seems like a trans. Oh, is it Al Karat Al Arabic?
Yeah. I already started. Yeah. I already started.
You get cool points for the day, Eli.
Yeah.
You get.
Thank you so much, by the way.
You get 5 cool points, man, for knowing that. All right. Well, it's a good thing that you picked up that word and what it meant, because that's the thing we're talking about. You know, people have this idea about that. So, I mean, now that you know, this is why we're having a discussion here about people that would say the Earth is that. It's a globe, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. But it sounds like, I mean, if you don't mind, what level of education did you go through? And did you already complete like high school and you're now in college? I don't know what you guys call it over there.
I already finished high school. Not high school. I already finished university. I already have a bachelor degree in accounting.
Okay. So you went to higher learning. Did you, at any time, were you able to like be told about the Earth being a globe and the cosmos, you know, solar system and all that? Or was it not anything that you've ever looked into?
No, actually, we have that in like school and something, but it's not enough information for me to have something from school, to be honest, and I've never searched about it like in a deep way. So I'm here just to collect more information. And actually, I've heard a lot of people said names about people, and I am trying to look at them on YouTube and something. Like there is someone who said that I don't know his name, Brian. So yeah, Brian. I'm just here to collect information as much as possible to make up my mind which one has convinced me more, you know.
What I would encourage you, and I'm going to do this for everybody that's in here right now. If you guys can go to our home server, which is discord.gg/, is it 2 forward slashes? Flat Earth. The link is in the YouTube bot, the one at the very top of this our room, and it'll link you to the home server. And on the bottom of the home server, there's a lot of information, PDFs and videos and demonstrations of people doing tests. So there's so much information there that we couldn't cover that in a time here talking to you guys. So I would encourage everybody who's curious about this topic and you want to know more about our position to look into that. And if you have any questions, you can come back to this chat or whatever chat, wherever we are. Because we're English, the hub, Discord. We're in this in the channel here. We have a channel in politics, which is another Discord. And then we have the home server where we're at. So you can always keep in touch wherever we are. We're kind of like traveling gypsies sometimes. So you'll notice us, like the bulk of the group are always there. We have really good conversations about this. Sometimes they get really heated because it's just the nature of the conversation. You know, it's very provocative. People believe with their heart and soul that they live on an Earth that's looks like a globe. So we have to, there's a lot of, if you want to use the word, deprogramming. And a lot of us, throughout the years have been talking to people that have really dug in their position that the Earth is a globe. So we know how to deal with certain questions. I would know what question you want to ask. Sometimes I'll give you an example. People ask questions like, well, can you explain to me the time zones? But I really know what they mean is I want to know about the day and night cycle. That's really the question they want to ask. They just say it in that way because that's the only way they can think about it. of how they understand like the sun moving across the earth and why people have day and night in certain places. So I would encourage everybody that's in here right now to actually look into the topic a little bit more. There's more information that we have about it, like in our discussions, and the YouTube channel that's up there right now has been recording us for over 6 years, guys. Myself, Jedi, Eli, that you heard him speaking just right now. A few people in here I can name that have been on the live stream. And we've been doing this for a really long time. Crit, he's in here right now. Alaskan Malamute, FE Alaskan Malamute, FE Batman, to name a few, Tactical Droid. Let's see, an AG at the very bottom. So we've been doing this for years. So yeah, I'd encourage you, like if you want to know the nature of the earth that you're on right now, open up the mic and let's have a talk about it. So we have a new person that just joined us. It looks like P Metallica. Welcome.
What's good?
What's good, homie?
Hey, bro, I just want to say something, bro. The world is flat, man. It's like a teleporter. So like right when you walk across that line, it's like an infinite circle loop. You know what I'm saying? Like you keep walking straight, then you hit the portal, and then it sends you back to the starting point. And you walk. That's why you're able to toss the ball one way and have it go all the way back and end up at the same exact spot. It's because there's a portal on the ocean. Yeah, think about that.
I've never thrown a ball and then it come back and hit me up the back.
Oh yeah, because it's a portal, bro. It's a fucking portal. It's like
I've never thrown a ball straight in front of me and it hit me up the back of the head.
Yeah, it's a
portal. That sounds like a cartoon. It's a cartoon that you're talking about. It's not reality. I mean, all right. I mean, well, if you're talking about what some flat Earth people have been saying about the Pac-Man Earth, that's another thing. I don't know. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's like okay. Imagine you drew a line, all right, and you draw it, and then you stop, all right, and then you go. Right when you stopped, you magically ended up back where you started the line. And then you're able to go through it again.
Yeah, that's great.
It's a portal.
Pete, who's saying that? Is it just you? You came up with this idea?
Yeah. Oh, I came up with this idea like a couple days ago.
All right, so let's put it to the test, right? So everybody can hear you and you're brilliant. If you're brilliant, you're able to explain. So how does this work? Like, go ahead and describe.
Oh, I got you, big dog. I got you, big homie. So, imagine, there's this portal. All right. Imagine this portal. All right. You can't see it. You can't hear it.
I'm gonna have to hold you to this, man. Hold on. What we're talking about is outside in the field. So things have to be done practically. So if you're not giving us a practical demonstration, we can't discuss it because it's something people imagine and not something people do. So we're in here. We discuss things people can do, not what people can imagine. Because that's what happens with people that think the Earth's a globe. They just imagine. They can't do anything outside in the field, it sucks, right? But it's just the way it is. So just like you're imagining and trying to put something in people's heads, we can't do the thing that you imagine. So I want something we can practically do to
verify.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
Got anything?
Yeah. If you go around and you fucking put that little, like it's like a oval, it's like a water level. You know what I'm talking about? That makes shit straight. That's why you're able to make shit. That's why the world's flat, bro. Because you can use the fucking.
Yeah. Eventually, you're just gonna run out of your troll, and we're gonna realize that you've just been doing this whole act.
Oh, damn, bro! I thought you were my homie, man.
I am if you straighten up and act like an accurate.
I'm a brilliant motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying.
Stop swearing.
Yeah,
you go around and you can put this water bubble anywhere you want on the earth, and it'll always be flat.
So yeah,
think about that.
Yeah, so you don't have to be so loud, and people don't need to listen to your words. We have the complete control of your mic. We can mute you at any time. We don't because we want people to see what happens with the mind who can't comprehend that this is an intelligent conversation. That's why.
All right. Think about this.
We keep your mic open. So now
you got a little telescope, and you're looking through the telescope, and there's
you're just not going to keep speaking. It's that simple. You need to get with the program, Metallica. You can have a conversation in here. Just grow up and have a conversation. I'm going to unmute you now. Just you need to know what the forum's about. So we're not going to imagine anything. So I'm going to unmute you and just get with the conversation. Have a good conversation. If you want to ask questions about the topic, if not, we're just going to sit you on mute, which I don't want to do. All right. And if anybody else wants to jump in, it looks like he was just trolling. He's just being a rascal. But we got Primal Yami. Welcome. And some person with some Asian letters. Welcome to the room. Ask your questions. How's everybody doing today?
Yeah, good, man. How about yourself?
Awesome. I see you were off as many days as I was, just kind of chilling.
Yeah, wasn't feeling it, man. Wasn't really. Had a couple of days, but yeah, fighting fit now. Today's a good day, so thought I'd come in here and get annoyed with people for being stupid.
Same old stuff.
You've been working hard, yeah?
Yeah, I've been building stuff and projects that I'm working on. You know, I'm always
stuff.
building, bro. Always doing stuff.
Good stuff, man.
I'm enjoying the direction we've been going so far with the conversation. There's been a lot of growth within our group, and people are really stepping up. So we're moving forward into the new year, right? We're going into 2026.
Cool. Bennett.
Man. Isn't he been around? Bennett's been around, huh? Is he a flat earther?
Yeah, Gordon Bennett has been around an awful lot. You guys don't say that in America, and it must be confusing when I just start screaming this random guy's name. But yeah, Gordon Bennett is it's like darn or shucks and stuff like that. It's just it's a nicer way to swear. Although I have no idea who Gordon Bennett is and why we don't like him so much.
You guys have a good way of nice way of saying a lot of stuff.
Yeah. It's being polite.
Politely go away.
But yeah, man, me too. Last couple of weeks have been kind of eye-opening. Even though I was away for a couple of days, I managed to catch up with some stuff. And I had a chat with AI and a couple of people in a meeting chat, and yeah, things seem to be moving in the right direction. It's really good.
And before you know it, dude, we were talking. Was it 2 days ago or 3 days? I can't remember. It's been a minute. But I was discussing with the group about a documentary that perhaps we can at some point start collaborating on, like all of us. I'm putting this out into the ether in quotations, but I'm doing it because, I mean, at some point, yeah, we do have to collab, and people have to okay, let's now 24/7 is now going to put something together, and we're going to put our names on it. Everybody's got their thing. Maybe we can do one that has, good production value. Got some people. I was talking to Josh Ingersoll, and we're going over a few questions about, what people we can talk to, and he's got a few elbows that he rubs against. Perhaps we can speak to these guys, but I think Fyodor's in here. No, he's not in here. But we're discussing certain people that we would like to speak to in key positions, but not really the ones that Josh Ingersoll probably has a reach to. They'd probably be a little step above him, or more above the ones that he was discussing that he could talk to.
Yeah, okay.
So we can ask specific questions. And one of the things that I was posing to the group is that we've been wanting to have a discussion about, like, you know, back in the day, it was like this Cold War mentality where people didn't want to discuss things about the Earth being a globe or any, like, it was all gate kept and behind closed doors and all this stuff. But I'm like, aren't we living in the day and age where space travel and, you know, going to space will be commercial? So it's not going to be like a secret thing anymore like it was. So why aren't people being brought to the light if that's the thing, you know, if that's really a thing, and just told that how we should understand the nature of our Earth? If it's a globe and you have all the information that verifies this, why is it behind so many closed doors? Why is it a secret that's proprietary with technology? And why can it not be exposed to the light and shown to everybody that this is exactly the nature of the Earth and how we know what it is?
Yeah, it doesn't need to be locked behind paywalls and locked doors, does it?
No. I mean, and that's what the gripe that I had. I was like, what did you like to have a documentary that kind of exposes that, right? We would take it to the level where we're going to have the conversations with people that are in positions where we could answer those questions, you know? That was important to me. I was like, we have a documentary, something that we're not meeting somebody in the hallway and bamboozling them with questions. Hey, so how do you know if the Earth is a globe or not? You know, like just asking them questions while they're going to lunch or something, or telling them to put their hand on the Bible and swear that they walked on the moon. Nothing like that, you know?
Yeah.
Those gimmicky type of bamboozling, you know, interviews. Like that, yeah. I don't want that. I want something locked down, professional, and answers given or not. That way the whole world knows, like, if answers are being given, they're given in a concise manner and they're done in a way where it's professional. But if it's not, then we're going to know that too, right?
Sorry, Doc Cos, you're feeding back. Would you mind muting? Doc Cos, I can hear myself through your microphone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Shall I just mute you?
Okay.
Hold on. I'll help him out.
It's all right, I've done it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's important, right? We all want to know, inquiring minds want to know those questions from people who can actually give us those answers. Mm-hmm. So if we're going to do a documentary, it's going to be a make it or break it, right? When we get these answers from people, they're going to be like, okay, here's the layout. This is what it is, the technology that we're testing and all that stuff. Or they're going to say what we've always known. They're going to keep it behind closed doors. Sorry, but we can't talk about that. That's proprietary. You'd have to sign an NDA and so on and so forth. Then we're going to be like, well, then that's the problem. You guys are saying that the only people who can know that the Earth is a globe is behind closed doors, and none of the public can actually know. They're just believers. And you're willing to keep it that way. Like, and therefore, we're never going to advance. We're always going to stay in the dark. Everyone is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the gripe. It's like, it's not going to be something where you're, you know, marching towards NASA or, you know, J Labs or anything, and just, you know, you're demanding to see the money trail. Nothing like that. It's going to be by invitation only. You know, you invite us, we're going to go and sit down. We're going to discuss, and the questions will be all known beforehand. And either you answer them like people that would satisfy the question, or you don't. So I guess that's where my mind was always having a way to where it's not just like, hey, let's go defund NASA or some dumb thing like that. Like, that's dumb, dude.
March on Area 51.
Yeah, that stuff, that's all gimmicky, you know, that's gimmicky. Yeah. Nobody can get behind that. Like,
yeah, I agree with you, mate. 100%.
So I was thinking maybe 24/7 at some point can actually collaborate and put together a real good, production so that we can get that kind of information out to the public. So we could things can be settled, right? Like, hey, look, this information can be known, and here's the information you will never know.
Yeah.
Because they're just going to withhold it.
Sounds like a good idea, man. It really does. We've got enough people within 24/7 to pull this together and make it smart. Mm-hmm. So,
and we got folk in here that have money. It's just put money into what though? It has to be something. It's a project. I guess the proposal for the project needs to be put together where you see a bit of like what's going to go into the production, so people can actually. There's a lot of transparency that's going to need to be put down so that if you actually give to this, like where the money's going exactly. Yeah. It's going to Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, man, you'd have to hire some people that are doing, that kind of, they're in that business, You'd have to hire a small little group, a crew or something.
Yeah. Professionals.
We got some new people jumping in. Welcome to the room. CJ T. Basilio, welcome. If you're brand new to the room, you can chime in, open up your mic, and have a discussion about the topic of the room. Does flat Earth make you angry? I guess that's the topic of the room. It hasn't been changed since this morning.
See, Yoda's joined us. Good afternoon, mate. Hope you're doing well.
Can't really talk, but glad to be here.
What's up?
It definitely makes people angry. We've had some epic meltdowns today, as well as some great conversations.
Hey, DJ. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, Jedi. Good to see you, AV and Yoda and everyone else.
What's going on, brother? Yeah, I mean, just the last guy. There seems to be, and I get it. Just coming into this topic brand new, there seems to be like a reason why they want to know an overall perspective, like a model type flat Earth. Like, tell me how the sun works. He didn't say this, but this is what he would have said if he knew how to put the words together. Tell me what the Earth looks like in a flat Earth model, how the sun works. I want to see how it operates in a flat Earth model. Because he gave us two people like in different geographic locations. So then you'd have the way the sun operates. And I mean, bless Jedi's heart, he was trying to explain it to him, but it was not landing. It was not landing, bro. He's like, I still don't understand. And Jedi's like, why not? You see it happening. Because he was thinking of like the Earth as a globe. Like, I'm telling you, that's what was preventing him. He just couldn't see it any other way.
Was that the guy we were talking to earlier for a couple of hours? Cryptic something?
No,
I think it was someone else, dude.
I know what you're talking about, but no. It seemed like when I came in later, you guys broke him down. It was actually like flowing with the conversation instead of like going against it.
Oh yeah, man. He came in trolling. He admitted he came in bad faith, and then he got super interested. It definitely melted his brain by the time he left. But yeah, he ended up being very respectful and listening to everything and taking it all in.
It's kind of hard not to like really lean on somebody when they're actually coming in trolling and stuff, but you never know. They could have that turnaround moment. And I don't know if he's actually turned around or not, or if he's faking genuine concern. I don't know. We don't. But we have to take it for what it is, So if it's real,
or he definitely admitted, these arguments are making a lot of sense. You could tell his mind was a bit blown. If you can get past that trolling stage and actually get that wrong idea of flat Earth out of their head and actually explain what we're really talking about, it's hard for them not to pay attention. But he was in a different channel, right? There was about 5 or 6 of them or something like that came in, but they'd been in a different channel talking shit about us and saying that we got all our talking points from some book or something, which they couldn't name the book, and they were having a big conversation about this channel, but yeah, he came in here to tell us what all of his buddies were saying about how bad our arguments were. But he ended up, listening for hours, and his buddies came in and noticed that was happening, and they were spiraling out, getting very angry.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if you have this website or not. Here, let me post it. It was given to us earlier. I think you were, maybe you were here. This website I just posted. And that image pops up as a thumbnail for the website. It's kind of funny. Which is the one I wanted to actually show you.
Oh, yeah, I was listening to this earlier. Oh, yeah, I didn't see it was actually a NASA link. That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm. It's a NASA link, bro. So here's the thing, right? It says the first photograph ever made showing laterally, I always mess that up, laterally the curvature of the Earth. It says, read the original caption in the May 1931 issue of the National Geographic magazine. 1931. The photograph, taken 21,000 feet above Villa Mercedes, Argentina, showed the Andes Mountains 287 miles away and well below the expected horizon if the Earth were flat. This was on a NASA website, bro. Why are they going against flat Earth right there in the text? That's not the fun part. The fun part is it says the photograph is taken at that altitude, 21,000 feet, and there's literal visual curvature of the Earth. Now, the guy I was speaking to was saying he doesn't know if that's actually curvature or not. How awesome was that? And I was like, dude, this is coming off of a NASA.gov website. What are you saying? Like, they're not giving you true information? What are you not trusting NASA? So this was, like, to me, it was a game changer as far as websites go, because it's NASA, what everybody appeals to. And it's showing curvature of the Earth, like visual curvature, at 21,000 feet. And the distance, I mean, India worked out the math. It turned out to be like something like 10 miles of curvature was what it was. But yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, it's just the website itself was, because he was looking up a satellite, the ATS-1, which took this photo. I'm going to put that in text for you. Give me a second. I'm going to screenshot. Put it in text. This is a screenshot of the portion of where the ATS-1 took the one on the far right. If you see that Earth.
Yeah, I'm looking.
But he didn't know. He just said the satellite took the image. And a lot of people say this. They're not really sure how the satellite takes images. So he read, what is it? ChatGPT's answer to how the imaging works. And because it doesn't say here on the website how the method of how the satellite takes the image. So he sent me, see if I have the link still. He sent me the link to the ChatGPT where it shows like how the process is done. And it says something like 2,000 lines, horizontal lines, that it takes like strips of data, sends it down and in an analog version to ground stations. And then the ground stations put it together and then construct this image. That's how he told me.
Wow. Yeah, that's what they claim with most of these images. And well, I can't believe they actually used the word photograph in their article.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about this is that he, at the end of reading all of that, said, I'm not sure I can trust ChatGPT. That's what he said. I'm like, bro, we're looking into how the satellite was taking the image and like specifics, right? Like the camera and all that stuff. And now you're saying you're not sure if you can trust what ChatGPT is saying because ChatGPT is collecting information from the internet, so you can't trust it. You're not really sure.
That's
like,
great.
And this, think about this. The other thing he said, let me check this information out. And what he did was he ChatGPT'd if the information was correct or not. So let's see if you can understand the paradox.
Use the
thing
chat
that he-
to check the ChatGPT.
Yeah. So the thing that he thought was not, he wasn't sure about the information was the answer, the very first answer of how the satellite works. ChatGPT gave him the answer. He said, I don't know, I'm not really sure. I could trust ChatGPT. Then he wants to find out this, if it's correct information. He uses ChatGPT to verify if that information's correct.
That's hilarious.
Can't trust ChatGPT, so use ChatGPT to fact check ChatGPT.
Yeah,
Got it.
exactly. It was great, dude. And it was like,
That's what we call a knothead.
I don't think he was, and they're kind of like deer in headlights. They don't really know what's going on. They're like, what? Like, dude, you can't do that. Like, I was trying to explain to him, I was like, you're using ChatGPT to find the answer out. You say you can't trust it because it's gathering information from all over the place, so you don't really know if that information is trustworthy or not. Okay? And now you're checking that information using ChatGPT, which is the thing you said you couldn't trust in the first place. So I was trying to run him through the logic, and he's like, still not getting it, bro. Like, it was crazy.
Knotheads don't have logic like that. They think, and it's a big Gordian knot upstairs, so then it comes circularly back out somewhere else, right back where they started.
Okay, the hat trick is like what DJ pointed out, anti-globalist, is when you look at the website, it says on the website, the full disk photograph of Earth. They talk about photograph, and everybody knows what a photograph is, right? But that seems to lead people to the idea that they're the satellite snapshotting images of the Earth. That seems to be like, and just when you read it like that, it looks, because, a camera, you're taking a picture, and that's what you think's going on. But that's not how they explain it, which is what I wanted him to realize. It's like when you even read their explanation, it doesn't make any sense how they constructed something that looks like this. So at that point, he was just like, he was all confused. And he had to say, I don't know how this is done, which is good. It was intellectual honesty. He doesn't know, because they're giving a very convoluted answer. Because you go and, how are you going to fact check that, Anyway, but that's what we've been dealing with, is people trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe or not because the very beginning, right? Because I was asking him, just give me the best evidence you got that Earth's, we always do. He's like, I see a bunch of images of the Earth, but they're all from AI. That was his opening gambit, bro. It was like, there's a lot of images of the Earth, but they're all from AI. And I was like, you don't think that? I was laughing. I was like, you don't think that's a problem? You're admitting right now that most of these images are from AI, bro.
Yeah, like, go ahead and concede right off the bat.
Yeah, I was like, dude, that is crazy. How are you gonna say that? Like, and then come back around and he's like, well, let me go to NASA. I was like, go ahead, bro, go to NASA. And so he looked up this webpage, of course, going back to the part where I'm telling you about this webpage. We went to this webpage, and that's where the conversation actually went, through the whole rigmarole. But he opened up with like, well, there's a lot of pictures from AI of the Earth being a globe. I'm like, that's not helping your case, bro. That you said that out loud is not helping your case.
Sometimes they snatch their own wigs.
Yeah, he was doing it constantly. Like, somebody kept putting a wig on him, he kept snatching it away. Like, it's by himself, bro. And it's like the part what I really want him to get between our exchange was anything that he thinks that he thought he knew was true never can be known, because he's always trying to figure out whether or not he knows that information. He's trying to realize, do I know this? So he's, because I told him, I was like, he said he was open-minded, which is good. His name was Kin. He said he's open-minded and stuff, and that's good. I was like, that's a good place to be if you're going to look at information. It was a fairly delightful exchange. It wasn't like a more hostile one like the ones we usually get. So we actually got to cover a lot of points. So yeah, if you guys are in here, you're interested in talking about the conversation of the nature of the earth that you're on right now, I would invite you to open up your mic and go ahead and ask any questions you like about the nature of the earth. If you want to ask us, or if you want to, if I'd say it like this, man, you should want to be challenged. If you think the earth is a globe, should want to be challenged.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, Cash Ripper. I wonder about
Cash Ripper.
Thank you so much, homie. I wonder about these kind of particular subjects, and if you can help me understand. I'm open to understanding. These kind of subjects, such as the discovery of gravity. I guess it comes with, answers in the scientific community. I get that. But amongst this channel, for example, that people that socially that dedicate a lot of their time to discovering or revealing what they say is the truth about the earth, right? No problem. But my misunderstanding is what does one who has invested so much of their time into just revealing what they know to be the truth about the earth or show the lies about the earth, if it came out, for example, that the earth was shaped in a different way than what we were told, like I know that in this channel they say, well, it is shaped that different way. But so if it is shaped a different way, and the community came out and said, well, it is not shaped, or there's things about the earth that we hid. When people in this kind of subject matter, just what would their thought process be after they were shown to be true? Wouldn't mostly, I'm only assuming, but wouldn't most people in the hobby of this subject just be like, wouldn't the response just be like, see, I told you, and then that's the end of it? Or is there some kind of solution that would satisfy their desire to teach about this subject? What would the solution be? What would
you're talking about phase 2,
right? Like what is what does phase 2 look
I'm only kind of like condensing what you said down to like, I'm not saying that that's what we have, but I'm telling you, like, in the way that you're framing it, you're saying, okay, phase 1 is getting the information out, changing hearts and minds. And then phase 2 would be already the knowledge coming out. Like, let's say a grand leader came out to the podium and said, guys, I'm making an announcement today. We're going to confess to the world that the earth is flat. We're not going to go along with this globalist idea anymore. So you're saying, okay, flat earther, what are you going to do at that point?
What is the response? Isn't it just like, well, see, guys, I told you, and now I will seek a different hobby to try to reveal the truth to society? Or is it really there's some sort of, I'll let you answer. Or is it really there's some sort of like, now their lives will be changed knowing this information? Tell me about that part.
What have we accomplished with the globe as far as us thinking that it's one? What future advancement in human progress? Because I would say to you, sir, that it all has been under the understanding of the earth, the nature of the earth being a horizontal plane. Yet there's been this kind of facade been portrayed that the earth is a globe, right? So if the mask fell off and there was no more people doubting that the earth is a horizontal plane and we can all live on this earth that way, now we're going to start to realize the nature of our reality. We're going to go on the quest of rediscovering what people have been like thought to have known, but have, never really fully went into because they were, you had this illusion on them. So we're all going to do this together. We're going to go on a quest, right, of realizing the nature of our earth in a harmonious way that we could possible. If that was true, I'd say the advancement of human technology in the realm of like understanding physics in a very applied and practical way, we're going to actually want to go and further ourselves in that. Like it'll go to the next step, which would be like enlightenment. So it went from being in the dark ages, right, where, everybody's confused. Nobody can make up their minds of the way physics work because they got all this pseudoscience involved. So we're going to it's going to be like a clean slate. Everything's going to be like, take all the trash out and only put what's useful and what's real. And we're all going to like go to it's going to be a stage of enlightenment. So phase 2 would be like actually getting people to a higher plane of thought process. Because we're now going to understand that the nature of our reality is such that we are living on an earth that we've always known it to be. So we're gonna like, I hate to say rediscover, but it's kind of like that. It's gonna feel like a child wonderment. You know, you're gonna want to know how things. You know, go ahead.
Yeah, good response. Good response. I see that as like almost like a spiritual response to getting that knowledge in some way. But in reality, wouldn't flat Earth knowledge teachers, wouldn't they just disappear in reality and be replaced with 24/7 round Earth Discord? Wouldn't that really, you don't like, how would it impact that knowledge?
It's because the thing that we thought it was never proven. The thing that we already knew it was. So it was a revelation about it's like a veil being removed. That veil's removed and the mask is off. Now you see nature for what it really is and not what you portray it to be. So there's not going to be another portrayal of that, let's say, about the nature of our Earth. However, I will say that because of the sinful state of man, and I'm using that word in a way that maybe you don't have to get too far into religious ideas, but the sinful state of man is such that they might conjure up a new idea, not another globe Earth, but something within the construct or the confine of being the Earth that we know as a horizontal plane, which could be in the way of like dimensions, portals, that sort of thing.
I understand that. Thank you for that response. If I may just add, thank you very much. And I get I appreciate the perspective, but I'm not, how it impacts me at this moment. I'm not sure, but thank you so much for answering with respect. My last wondering about this subject is, aren't there many unknowns that the science team, the government, aren't there many unknowns about this life? And aren't there some unknowns that if they were brought to light would, I'm not going to say more significant impact. I don't know what the impact would be if it came out that the Earth was shaped differently than what they say. I'm not sure the impact, so I don't want to touch on that. But so I don't want to. Also, I ramble on. But aren't there bigger lies that people, that are impact? I don't know. Aren't there bigger? What is it called? Trees to die on. What's it called? Hills to die on? Like maybe, I don't know. If really one takes a desire and a subject to want to change people's minds, why is it about the shape of an inanimate object rather than, for example, sex trading or something?
I'll give you a reason. It's the foundation of the basis of our reality. Everything that the things that other derivative topics that we look into, like climate change or anything, happens on the Earth that you're standing on. So the nature of our reality is all subject to anything that the Earth deals with, which would be the reason why you would want to engage in a battle over like limited resources. So it would be paramount that if you understood the foundation, that anything derivative would follow. So let's say that you right now in this particular state of mind. Hello, Calvary. Let me just finish up here, and then you can jump in. So let's just say that the nature of the Earth, as you portray it right now, is like a globe, right? So if you think of it that way, your mind is constantly thinking of things like it being a globe. And there's, you're gonna 3-Eye Atlas for one. It's all over the news. 3-Eye Atlas is out there in deep space, and they're thinking it's a craft or whatever. It's a giant asteroid coming for Earth, or whatever the case is, right? There's always some impending doom that's coming outside of the Earth. So, and outside of that, you could think, we're some sort of, floating rock that's in the vast cosmos, and there's other ones like this and so forth. So there's reasons to want to leave this place and go and venture off and, travel about the stars. There's this whole mindset where your head's in the clouds, right? About this idea. And then there's other things internally, like on the Earth happening, that are involved with like the Earth's rotation, slowing down or picking up speed or whatever it might be. And it's causing fluctuations in the, climate that we have. So not to mention seismic activity. but there's things that are attached to it. So if you right now would think that the earth is not that thing, or think that it is, there's implications of like why it would be paramount for you to want to do something about it. Like, you know, they're saying that the climate change and your contribution to the carbon in the, you know, you're polluting the air and stuff, you'd want to change your ways. So wherever the mind is, the body follows. So it's kind of like it keeps your mind imprisoned into the idea that it's like a narrative that controls you, for lack of better ways of putting it. That narrative controls your mind, and because of that, you yield to it anytime. When we're running out of resources, we got limited oil, and those guys over there have a whole bunch of it. We need to go take some of theirs because they're being greedy. So you're willing to, you know, join the cause. So that's the thing. You're not able to be controlled in that manner anymore. The shackles fall off. You're not going to be like pushed around and told that, you know, there's only so much of things on this earth, because you know the earth is it replenishes its natural resources and it's plentiful and good. So, you know, like there's a whole different perspective you take on the world that you live on. So it's not going to be anymore this whole globalist paradigm anymore. You live differently. I mean, you would. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you so much, Avi, for your response. I like how that guy called me out for no one discovered. Thank you so much for critically pointing out whatever. But, you know, it's more just like a subject of when someone gains knowledge of the existence of. Okay, thank you for being hypercritical of my statement, but, you know, I stand corrected. Thank you so much, Avi, for your kind response.
Appreciate you,
and I wonder, one last question then, and we'll give the floor. If this planet is shaped significantly different, then I would assume that this planet that we're taught right now is shaped and it resembles other planets. Why don't we see images of other planets shaped in a way other than which is either egg-shaped or spherical? Why do we not see other cone-shaped or planets existing in the universe? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, the information that you're receiving comes from a Calvary. I hear you, bud, and I know you want to come in, but I'm responding to the gentleman. So if you don't mind just sitting on mute for a while. So when you look at the cosmos and they give you information about what those things are up there that you look at, maybe through a telescope or whatever, they fill in the blanks, right? Because you can only see what you see through your telescope and maybe from an observatory position, but they tell you what kind of elements that thing that is you're looking at is made of. And, you know, things that it does, like it orbits or it has moons or whatever. So they start filling in the blanks that you probably don't or can't fill in. So they give you a paradigm, a cosmological world view about the nature of all the cosmos.
Hello.
I hear you, Calvary, but I'm in the middle of something, brother. Just hold off a little bit. So if they're doing this and you're taking
Is he okay?
Fuck you.
I don't know. Sure. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, so you have a picture in your mind of what those things are up there, and the only way you're going to verify that that's true is by going there. You can't know that if they tell you, like, you know, for example, right? Like they say Jupiter is a big gas giant. You really don't know that. Or it's spherical in shape. You can see something that looks round in images that they portray, but whether or not it has a 3D composition, you wouldn't know that until you're close enough to inspect the place that they're telling you is 3D. So you can only see from a vantage point of being here on Earth, and so can they. Now, you might say, well, they got satellites that can go there. That's another layer of story time that they'll give you that you can make a conscious decision whether you want to believe it or not. So right now, whatever's being told to you about the things in the sky, you can make a conscious decision whether you're going to accept or analyze and critically think about and be able to like say, how do they know that information they're giving me? So like right now, at this point in time in history, you can take that information and believe it, or you can challenge it and say, how do they know that's actually true? I want to know where they got their information. and how they obtained it. Because I guarantee you, the bottom or the when you get down, when you peel all the layers of onion of what they're saying, you're going to get down to they just assumed it. It's never going to be that they actually derived it from a first-hand perspective, or they inspected the elements that they're talking about, that the thing that they're looking at is what it's made of. It's never going to be that.
If the masses like sheep believe the lie, then
masses like sheep.
Masses. If the masses, the populace, ad populum, if they're believing that it's a lie about the shape of the Earth, I don't want to say how does spending so much time disputing that, how does it make an impact? I mean, conversations always make an impact, but isn't there a sense of futility there? Sense of no. And I understand your points attribute to my question there, but
yeah,
it needs a destination. The energy involved needs a destination, right? And if the destination is to contradict, what the masses believe and the science community is telling us, I mean, how do we
move the needle? You're asking how we move the needle. Well, we have to start at point zero, which would mean have the conversation. Have a forum to have the conversation. So this is where the two worlds collide right here. What we're doing right now, there's ideas that are going to clash with what we're saying, and violently sometimes. Other times we can have a nice conversation about it. Not always, though. The high percentage of times we're going to have a really knockdown slugfest in here. It is going to be hard for people to understand what's going on, because the person we're speaking to has become so emotional and so attached to the paradigm that it becomes an existential crisis that they have. It's a breakdown in their psyche. They have an identity crisis also. They don't know who they are in this world anymore. They don't know what the world is. So it starts to become like a battle. Like, how do we, it's a struggle. But because we understand that the enlightenment afterwards will be that perhaps one moment there'll be an opening where they actually say, I don't know. That is all we're waiting for. We're not waiting for, hey, I'm a flat earther. We're not waiting for that. That day may never come. But at the same time, what we fight for is the I don't know. Because now that gets people to be intellectually honest and not be a believer. Because now they can understand that they don't really know what they thought they knew. And that moves the needle, Cash Ripper.
Okay, fair responses. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm just passionate about this, dude. So, I mean, that comes through sometimes. But I do like that you were asking those questions. It's important, right? Everybody has to hear two people having a discussion about the very topic of the nature of the earth that we're on, and find out for themselves. Ask the questions and be inquisitive. Like, we want people to have put up a challenge. But it's it goes in many directions, dude. Like, it seems to be like most of the times I've heard it today, actually. The guy was saying, what difference does it make? I go to work. I do the same things I do every single day. Like, I mean, I know the earth is flat. And I told him that for the most part, yeah, you're right. You're still going to go to work. You're still going to do the things. But I mean, if you think about the things that they tell you about the earth, you're not going to be held to the same ideas or derivative topics that they used to, right? None of that stuff is going to make any more sense anymore, like the way it used to, when you used to think you lived on a globe that was spinning in the vacuum of space. It's going to lose its grip on your mind. I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in.
Actually, I have a question for any flat earthers believer. To which point, like, how to say this? Like, why did you question that? Like, where this idea came from to actually believe that the earth is flat and not round and whatever.
Where did the idea come from? Sorry, just quickly, I won't take too long. The idea was around before the globe Earth was our base understanding of the world that we experienced. It appeared to be flat and stationary. So the idea is thousands of years old.
Yeah, actually, I got that because I think I didn't say that set the questions right, but like we always told that the Earth is round, right? But to where did you like stop that thought in your head and said like, no, I think I must be tend to believe the Earth is flat. Like to like, where is the point in your like in your life that stopped you from believing that the Earth is round? You know.
Okay, so I can only speak from my experience. Other people can answer after I've finished, and I'll try not to take too long. The Earth being a ball seems to be a foregone conclusion, right? We all get taught this at school. It's on media everywhere, films, stories, fiction, these types of things. It was only when someone questioned this, and I was part of that question. Somebody was questioning the idea that the Earth was sphere. I thought the idea was kind of ridiculous at the time that somebody would question this absolute fact about reality. But after I'd understood that, I'd taken it as a foregone conclusion without actually looking at the evidence myself. I think it's that first question of doubt in your mind of whether you know what you actually know. So it was from that point onwards that kind of maybe like your experience now, where somebody for the first time is saying something completely contrary to something that you hold to be true. The same happened to me. So it's from that moment forward, then you start asking questions. And the question really is, how does the Earth appear and how does the Earth measure? Does it measure to be a sphere, or does it measure to lay horizontally over distance? So it's primarily from that standpoint, but usually I find it's when the first question is asked that challenges your paradigm and whether you're open-minded enough to even look into the subject. So yeah, it comes from the question, first of all, in my experience.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing your experience.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We got some people jumping in. If you guys want to have a conversation about the nature of the Earth that we're on, there's some questions you'd like to ask us, go ahead. We're discussing whether or not people know if the Earth is a globe or not, or if you have any questions about flat Earth, you can ask us.
No takers, it seems.
Yeah, Sarwar, feel free to unmute and ask any questions you may have. We'll do our best to answer them.
I think Sarwar had a few questions they were asking in the chat.
think some folks here are just a bit shy, that's all. Got to build up that confidence. You get better speaking English the more you practice, though.
Any idea why this room sort of like swings back and forth between this server and the politics server?
Yeah, it's kind of funny like that, ain't it? Like tides.
We're traveling
Rooms don't
gypsies.
move.
What can we
The
say?
rooms don't move. The people do.
But it's just like it's a social momentum thing, right?
How does swinging from servers to server works on a globe?
Gems.
All right. Good stuff. We got Prime Sinister in here. Welcome to the room. Sarwar. AI's in the room. What's up, AI?
Shopping for ice cream.
You're an ice cream fiend, dude. What are you getting this time? Pecan praline?
Nope.
The old classic, huh? Vanilla.
They're out of it. I'm smart.
I thought cyborgs didn't eat.
No.
Human living tissue over metal endoskeleton.
You think the biomass doesn't need sustenance? How does it stay alive?
Touche. Cyrax, what's going on, man? Welcome to the room.
Hello, guys.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Where am I?
I'm going to hand this over. I'm going to take off, guys. Catch up with you later.
Yeah, the Cyrex is another good thing.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hello.
What's up, Cyclone? How's it going, man?
All good, all good. Just getting in some night time over Discord. Not for too long, just checking in. How you doing?
Same stuff, different day.
You all right? Is my mic terrible?
No, you're good, man.
That's sweet.
Just hanging out, moderating. Either.
Oh no, it's Cyclone. Everyone act normal.
Yeah, everybody get back to work.
Howdy, Flurpers. So what's been happening? Who've we got? Any new curious souls looking to hear what's going on?
We get a couple good questions or interactions, maybe one good conversation once in a while, but most just join in and listen, or join in and then I'll say welcome and then they leave.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people just like to listen and see what's going on. It's really the smart thing to do. Once you hear a few Globers come in and fuck it all up, people are like, I guess I should just listen and understand what's being said. It's a smart move. But there's no dumb questions, so if anyone does want to ask something, please go ahead. I guess there wasn't a conversation going before I arrived, was there?
See if there's anyone I don't recognize in the chat. Star, 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 star. Who's that? What's up, Star?
Yeah, they haven't unmuted yet, so I don't know.
Greenweaver Alex, what's up? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Been a while. She was the one who got flat smacked by her hair.
Hi, sorry, my mic's not very good.
Oh, that's okay. Mine isn't either. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good.
Good, good. Yeah, I got
I just posted a photo from Dom Perrott in the chat. I don't know if it's come through. It looks really dim, but it's quite a funny one. It's got the stars spinning as though they're taken from a stationary point, and yet the Earth has got lines showing it rotating, and it's just so ridiculous. I don't know what other people think, but I showed my husband this morning, and he just was like trying to mansplain it to me.
Oh, he was mansplaining it for you, was he? Nice. Love a bit of mansplaining.
Yeah.
That's my aim in here. I mansplain to the Globers that the Earth is not a globe. Now that is a weird one. I've never seen that picture before. That's quite funny.
Yeah, I've got another one, but I can't seem to post very easily into the chat. I'll see if I can get it.
Post that one. You should have image perms. If not,
Yeah, it's just that some images don't seem to come up in my. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah.
I guess then they're not selectable from your camera roll.
Yeah, sometimes they are if I can see them at the same time as I can see the chat bar. But as soon as I try and look through longer ago in my photos, I just can't seem to add it. Let's see if this works. Is that a different one? Yeah, there you go.
What, are they saying these were taken from the ISS or?
Or Dom Perrott took it, apparently.
Dom Perrott? He can't work a camera. What?
Yeah, well, if they were going to get a star sort of spin like that, it must have been a time lapse over a long period of time, right? to get the stars to spin, right? Yet you're seeing the Earth with the lights, glossing past in straight lines. It's just nuts. And we're supposed to believe it.
So he's looking towards the north there.
Supposedly.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, you know how lots of people debate whether you can see stars from space, and if you ask astronauts, they seem to be very conflicted on it. And Indio posted one of his videos yesterday for me.
Yeah, there's been great compilations of Dom Pettit speaking with other guys like, oh, I don't know, I didn't see any stars. Did you see any stars? Oh, I didn't see any stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it was one of his videos anyway that I found it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm.
It's like when the Globers are like, I trust NASA. That's who you're trusting Dawn. You're on Dawn's side here. Because usually, I mean, they don't know when they say they trust NASA. They don't know any person at NASA. They don't know any of their name. They don't know who they think they're trusting. So you just show them some Dawn clip of him making poo coffee and stuff, and they're like, no, not him. Not that idiot.
Oh, look, someone else has just posted some much better ones. Yeah.
I just went to search for what you were talking about, see if I could find more.
Yeah. It's insane. Does that make sense to you, or can you see a way that photo could possibly be taken from space?
Oh, the whole fallen star thing, bro? That's because you're looking at the picture completely fucking wrong.
Oh, what's the right way of looking at a picture?
All right, you're looking up. You're looking up, and all of a sudden a star comes from underneath you. Like if you're looking up at your chin, the star is going that way. That's called up, dumbass.
What? You're seeing stars going up?
Yeah, I do actually. I do. If I look up, if I'm standing right here on Earth and I look up and I see a star that's going that way, okay, that's up, and then I can see a star going down that way, that's down.
Which way is up on a globe?
Oh my fucking god, bro. I just explained to your chin. If you were to look up and you were to point at your fucking chin and then shoot an arrow up, there you go. If you were to look down, and then you go to the back of your head and you look down, a star goes down that way. That's down and up. And you could do the same exact thing with an arrow point to the side of your face or pointed to the other side of your face. The whole flat earth thing is bullshit. Bunch of bullshit.
Is it? So when you go outside, when you go outside and experience a flat, motionless earth, that's just bullshit.
Yeah, it's called, if there's a ship out in the fucking ocean, you have a telescope and you're looking at it, eventually over time that ship's gonna disappear. Why? Because of the curvature of the earth. Dumbass. Explain that, flat earther.
You sure about that?
Yeah, exactly. You can't explain it.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm 100% fucking sure that if I were to sit by the ocean and watch this ship go across over past Hawaii and keep going, that eventually if I keep watching that ship, it's gonna disappear.
It's gonna disappear. Now, does it disappear physically or optically?
It disappears because of the curvature of the earth.
Okay, how do you know that's... What other possibilities have you considered for why you can't see the ship?
Well, I know that if we're able to see fucking Mars, that I definitely know that my telescope is working correctly. So I definitely feel that it's the curvature of the fucking Earth.
You are mother truth. You are mother truth. Mother truth.
Yeah, mute the child. Mute the child. So you're saying that because you see the boat appear to disappear or sink into the horizon.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone mute this kid. You're saying that proves that the Earth's surface is curved.
Yep. Proven.
Sure.
Yeah, that was debunked 129 years ago by physics.
So let's just say, but you would be assuming in that case that the Earth is already curved and that that's an effect of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what if we asked you to prove that there was actually curved to begin with? Has this ever been measured?
actual curvature.
Yeah. So you're saying
Well,
the boat's
for us
going
to actually do the curvature, we would have to put a pole all around the fucking earth, a whole bunch of poles. Different sizes, different short lengths, and then what you're gonna find out is that you know how when you got a piece of string and then you take it and you diagonal it and then you diagonal it the other way that it won't reach the same exact point. You know what I'm saying? Because different size poles and shit. That even with the curvature added, that string is never gonna reach to that point because it's curvature, bruh. It's fucking curvature.
Well, let's take a specific area. Let's say 10 miles across the Earth's surface.
That's not far enough because of how massive the world is. You're gonna have to do at least, I don't know, what's a good mileage for that. I want to know how like long the Earth is, and then I would say take about 50% of that. How long the Earth is, and then we'll go off of that measurement, not fucking 10 miles.
Okay, so you're saying that's over 10 miles.
More than 10 miles. I want to know how.
Okay, so about 20 miles.
How long is the Earth?
How long is the Earth? Well, do you think there's any curve over 20 miles then?
All right, so there's 24,901 miles. So with that in mind, we'll just make it short. We're gonna do 12,000 miles. All right. I want you to go stand 12,000 miles away from me, and I'll give you a telescope. And I want you to tell me what you see. You're never gonna see the cities. You're never gonna see that tower because of the curvature.
That's the thing. We can actually see at distances that the globe says we shouldn't be able to see. That's how we know that the Earth isn't a cartoon ball like you were told in school.
It is.
And it actually measures flat. So see when you said there's no curve
you're in denial, bro. You're in denial of basic science.
Just hear me out.
You're in this whole denial phase. You know what happens to people that are in constant denial? They find themselves in this horrible misery spot.
It's okay, dude. I know you're panicking, but just hear me out. So you said there's no curve over 10 miles. Well,
no, oh my God, bro.
Flat Earth. Oh wait, there is curve over 10 miles, you said?
Is there curvature over 10 miles?
Yeah, you should have looked that up before you answered.
I bet money there is. Yeah, there is distinct curvature over 10 miles, though it's not noticeable by the naked eye from ground level due to the massive scale of Earth. The planet's curve only becomes available apparently at the very high altitudes, such as a commercial airline or in space.
Okay, well, let's say horizontally, if you were to draw a line out from your feet from A to B, 10 miles, how much would that horizontal have dropped due to curvature over 10 miles?
I don't know, bro. There's a lot of things that go into that. Like, where are you starting at? Are you starting on top of the mountain? Or are you starting at the plains? Because saying that all fucking ground, all the Earth's crust and all that is completely is ridiculous, bro.
Again. How much
it's uneven amount. There's an uneven amount of dirt.
Okay, so what's the average curvature rate over 10 miles? What should it be? What should the drop be?
Oh, fucking microscopic, man. Microscopic.
A centimeter?
Microscopic. Like a
2 centimeters? Have a guess. Since this is your belief, remember?
Oh my God, bro. I'm not going to fucking go into the science about it, bro.
Science about it, but you're arguing. You're saying the boats are going over.
How many? What was? Oh, yeah. Curvature.
How many
in Earth? I don't know what the fuck you're asking me, bro. 10 miles.
So over 10 miles, there's a drop over distance due to curvature, you're saying. So what is it? In feet or inches or centimeters, whatever. See, you've never even thought about this, and yet here you are telling us we're crazy for not believing the shit that you don't even understand. That's crazy. You coming in here acting like this? You don't even know
giving me fucking math equations, bro.
Whoa,
this is fucking bullshit, man. This is fucking bullshit. Giving me math equations.
So how much is that curvature over 10 miles?
Microscopic.
Microscopic. What's that in a number?
Microscopic.
So
oh my fucking God.
Yeah, put a number to it.
.0.0000000000005% difference.
5% difference. No,
You're
like
happy?
in centimeters or inches or feet.
Oh yeah. Millimeters.
Millimeters.
So it's not enough to see boats go over.
Yeah.
That is though. Where's your math?
So you're
Where's your
saying
math,
over 10
dumbass?
miles,
Show me. Prove to me if my math is wrong, you fucking idiot.
But bro,
Yeah, that's right.
You don't know the math.
That's
though, so how
right.
could you know?
Prove it.
You
Prove
don't
it.
know
No,
the
I
math.
know the math. I did the math. I just did it right here.
According to the math, how much drop over a distance is it for 10 miles?
I already told you, bro. Prove me wrong.
Millimeters. That's not what they claim.
Yeah, it's they don't. What do they claim then? What is it?
Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah, what is it, bro? Since my math is wrong, tell me.
They claim it's around 66 feet.
What? 66 feet?
Oh, you didn't know that?
What type of fucking math is this?
Bro, that's what you're
So
arguing.
you're telling me in a 10-mile distance, you're going to be 66 feet higher than me.
I'm not telling you that. That's what
Yeah, I like that. I like your logic, bro. I like
so
it.
You're telling me, all right, so you're like me, you don't believe
you're in for a treat.
You don't believe there's 66 feet of drop over 10 miles.
Fuck no. Well, I mean, it could. There could be. If you go to like the ocean,
we don't believe
if you go to the ocean and you stand at like the ocean's beach and then you go 10 miles out, there could be like a drop into like a canyon
of 66
that would make your 66 feet theory possible.
No, they're saying it's the curvature, not topography.
That's crazy, bro. No, that's definitely wrong, man. That's my math is right, bro. There's like a
0.000000000000005%.
We
agree. There's zero curvature. See, this is the beautiful thing. People like you come in thinking that we're stupid or whatever, but it's because you don't understand what we're saying. And then when we tell you what we're saying, which is like, hey, the globe's making this crazy claim about 66 feet over 10 miles, you're like, that's bullshit. Well, yeah. Welcome to what we're saying. That's what we're saying. It's bullshit. So you're on our side. I'm glad you've realized. Welcome. The globe is bullshit. See, there you go. We don't have to get all mad.
Nah, 66 feet. Nah, bro, that's not true.
Yeah, it's bullshit, isn't it? Exactly. There you go.
Yeah, because your math is wrong, bro. Your math is fucking wrong, bro.
It's not my
Your math is wrong, bro. Fuck you talking about 66 feet, bro. I can walk 10 miles down the road and it still be the same exact fucking shit.
Oh, you're gonna have to take it up with NASA, my friend. You're gonna have to
shit.
Bro, take it up with your local congressman. Take it up with NASA and the Don Pettits and all of the globe clowns. You should write into Star Talk and tell Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, your math is wrong, cuz. You're over here looking at the fucking math on Google. 66.528 feet, bro. Where do you get these numbers out? Dumbass?
Where did they get those numbers from? That's a good question. You should ask them. Where did they get those numbers from, do you think?
Well, I'm reading right now.
Yeah, if you find out, let us know, because it seems like they just pulled them out their ass. That's crazy, isn't it? 66 feet over 10 miles? They must think you're retarded.
Oh, I wonder if it's saying like the curvature, like here's the starting point, and if you were to walk 10 miles at that, the curve to the earth is 66.5 feet. Like it's not really like if you were to go up into space and then do 10 miles, and then if you were to go onto the earth and do 10 miles, it's a lot more, since the curvature of the earth, you're doing way more measuring. I think that's what it's saying.
For it now. You're trying to make excuses for it.
No, I think that's what it's saying.
It's saying if you were on one side of a lake that was 10 miles wide and your friend was on the other side, he would be 66 feet of geometric curvature below where you are. Yeah? So there'd be a big hump of water between you and your friend over a 10-mile lake. And he would be obscured by about 50 odd feet from where you're standing. But then we can just go to a lake and test this, and there is no curve. So there you go. You were actually right when you said there's like zero.
I'm actually willing to put money on it, bro.
Money?
How about we go to my nearest lake?
Even better.
And you stand on one side, I stand on the other side. I'm gonna bet money. I couldn't see I couldn't see nothing. I couldn't see nothing, bro. You'd be fucking blind. You couldn't see me either.
Like loads of people have already done this. It's not like we're just thinking about this. This has been done for years now. This is how people know the Earth isn't a globe. But yeah, you should go and do it. You should do it yourself, so that you can know.
Man,
remember, you came in here thinking it was a globe, and then we told you what.
Shut your dumb ass up, boy! I don't want to hear your fucking bullshit, bro. I don't want to hear your fucking bullshit. Flat Earthers had too much time thinking about this bullshit.
All right, just pop this guy on mute. He's had enough. Yep. Just go and think about it, bro. Just go and chill out, take a glass of water. Maybe have a sit down.
I need a goddamn fucking scientist over here to argue with your fucking dumbass.
Yeah, if you could get a scientist, that would be funny for us. Do that.
Yeah, I bet money that fucking shit.
Oh, I would love to see a party clown.
What do you think the scientist would say to us?
They'd actually have the knowledge to outclaim all your bullshit.
Oh yeah.
You've had too much time thinking about this bullshit that no matter what I say, my small little claims is never gonna fucking do anything. Well, if I get a scientist that agrees,
need evidence.
Then we're good.
So, what scientific experiment do you think the scientist would present for the globe?
Yeah.
Facts.
To watch NASA videos on YouTube.
Yo, give me a second. Let me ask ChatGPT.
Oh, you gotta have a prosthetic brain.
Is the Earth flat or round?
You honestly think that ChatGPT?
Oh no, he's onto us, guys. He figured out ChatGPT.
It's an oblate spheroid, meaning it's slightly flattened to the poles and bulging at the equator. This has been confirmed through countless observations, satellite images, and scientific measurements over centuries.
It's bulging.
What do you mean by scientific measurements over centuries, ChatGPT?
Yeah. Good question, Globehead. A scientific measurement is simply a story that we tell you where we try and convince you that you live on a giant spinning ball.
It is round. Plus.
That's funny. That was a good one.
Yeah, I'll leave it until he quits. He spiraled quickly. He brought his own spiral too. That's the funniest part.
Got very excited, didn't he?
Yeah.
He wasn't having any of that 66 feet over 10 miles.
Funniest part is he started acting like it was your math.
Yeah, he was outraged at that. How funny is that? He's outraged at the notion of 66 feet over 10 miles, but then he's like, he reads it, and that is what they're claiming. And he's like, well, maybe he means if you go to space, 10 miles, and then 66 feet. Yeah, that's what they mean. Makes sense.
He did an instant 180, turned on his heel, and immediately started defending it. Hilarious.
The best part was you couldn't see curvature over 10 miles, but boats go over the horizon.
Yeah.
Yep.
So are you done playing with ChatGPT?
Yeah, bro. Explain time zones. How does time zones work with your flat Earth theory?
Time zones only work on a flat Earth.
We're about to teach you today, though. You're about to learn.
Well, let's learn. Tell me. Explain to
Are you on the same page?
That's the best flat smack I've heard in weeks.
What was that?
That's the best flat smack I've heard in weeks.
No, thank you. So are you on board, new guy, with the 66 feet over 10 miles not existing? You're in agreement?
I'm agree with everything that you're going to get to the point where explaining time zones.
Okay,
Does that include daylight savings time?
Well, we have time zones, and the surface measures flat, not curved. So Consequently, they must be on a flat Earth.
How? How is it this planet, this side of the Earth over here is dark, but this side of the planet Earth is bright?
All right, you're actually meaning day and night. Well, have you noticed that you noticed every day that the sun moves through the sky?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Why do I think that the Earth, the moon sets on the whatever was to say north and east?
The sun there. You got confused already. Why do you think you see the sun move through the sky every day?
But listen. All right, if the sun is moving for me, all right, but somehow on the other side of the Earth is fucking black. How the hell does this make any sense to your argument at all?
The sun's not 93 million miles away, obviously. Check the side
not there. The sun's moving over you.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. It rises here and then it sets over here.
Yeah, but that's just it going to another part over the Earth. It's not actually going below your feet.
But shouldn't I still be able to see it?
No, because it's the light doesn't travel forever, right?
Yes, it does. Have you ever heard of light years? Have you ever seen stars? Light travels fucking forever.
No, it doesn't. Who told you that?
Scientists.
Which one?
Any sort of scientist that figured it out. If you really want to know, I can Google it real quick.
Yeah, tell us which scientist said light travels forever and is visible to the human eye forever.
Yes, an empty space, light travels forever until it's absorbed or reflected by an object. However, as it travels, the expansion of the universe stretches its wavelength, causing it to lose energy and become red-shifted. In other mediums like water or glass, light is absorbed and scattered, so its travel distance is limited.
Is light absorbed in air?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but you said it's absorbed in glass and water, so is it also absorbed in air?
Let's ask, does light get affected by air? Yes, air affects light by causing it to slow down, bend, refract, and scatter. These effects are due to the interactions of light with an air molecule and the degree
so that'll be a limit. That'll limit how much the light can travel to your eye in air then. So when the sun gets far away from you, it's traveling through all that air. Can't get through it all. Eventually just extinguishes.
Yeah, but this still doesn't prove your point of time theories, bro. Of different time zones and why this part's dark and this part's bright. Because if the Earth is flat, and I can see it, that means it's shining through all of that shit. Because it's fucking miles above us. It's fucking
but then when it gets far away from you, you can't see it. But when the sun gets further away from you, you can't see it, and it's nighttime, right?
No, because it's an empty space unless it gets reflected by an outside fucking object like a mountain. No, like if a mountain was tall enough okay, your theory would only work if we had a canyon and we had civilization in there, and then once you got over that mountain, there was another fucking civilization, and then another mountain and another civilization. And then the Earth and the sun doesn't move up and down like it does, it moves side to side. That's the only way that shit would work.
Moving, right? So you agree the sun is moving?
Yep.
Okay, well there you go. That's why we have day and night.
Exactly, but you still haven't explained time zones.
Look at the sunshine.
They're political designations. But there you go. I mean, you've already debunked heliocentrism, so you're not that far away.
Actually, no.
You'd understand.
We move. The sun doesn't move.
No. The sun is moving. You're not moving unless you've got some proof.
No, we are moving at like trillions or however many miles per hour that is.
Oh, how fast do you think you're moving?
That's a good question. Ask Google because I don't know the number on top of my head.
You don't know. You say you know you're moving, but you don't know how fast you're moving. How does that work? You're just guessing?
Approximately 1,000 miles per hour.
Whoa, that's pretty fast. So when you go outside, do you notice that the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour?
No, that's because of gravity.
No. Gravity.
Yeah.
So
9.2 meters per second squared.
So gravity stops you from being able to know that the ground is moving.
Yep, because of gravity. If you were to take this object into this ball, and all of a sudden you start spinning the ball 1,000 fucking miles per hour, what do you think what's gonna happen? That ball is gonna stick to the side of it, and it's never gonna fucking move. There you go.
What? Now, when you spin balls, stuff goes flying off of it.
سبب إخوان.
So, okay, so if you can't detect any motion of the ground, how do you know that it is in motion?
Oh, how do I know that it's in motion?
Yeah, you just said
because
you
when it comes down to doing the math of launching a fucking rocket up into space, you have to calculate where the moon's gonna be before it's even fucking there.
All right, but you're not
That's
doing
how
that,
I know.
are you?
Fuck no. Fuck no.
Yeah, so I asked how you knew that you were on a spinning ball that's going at 1,000 miles an hour.
I'm done with this, bro. You're in denial, man. You couldn't even explain time zone.
So you don't know.
Brothers, you know Dre Pop. Brothers, fuck you.
That's all right. We'll take that.
Dre Pop.
It's pretty sad that the guy wouldn't even look in the side chat. It's kind of pathetic.
Wait till he finds out that if he believes he lives on a globe, that he's moving faster at night than during the day.
Yeah. And that it's a lot faster than 1,000 miles an hour too when you factor in going around the sun.
Does that guy sound like a details guy? I don't think so.
Oh, absolutely.
Sound like a
Excuse me, why are you interrupting?
I want to join the conversation.
All right. Well, you got a question? You got some globe evidence? What you got?
What are you talking about?
We're talking about how there's no curvature. There's no curvature or motion of the ground, so it can't be a big spinning ball.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
We're talking about how there's no detectable curvature or motion of the Earth's surface, therefore it cannot be a spinning ball.
I didn't understand any word did you say. By the way, I want to ask you a question.
My mic's cutting out, guys, or is he just...
No, my English level doesn't allow me to understand all the words.
If you couldn't understand that, I don't know how you're going to ask a question. Expect us to explain it in a way that you can understand it.
Just listen 1 minute, please. Okay? I have a problem. Can you help me?
Probably not.
I will not give you money.
Said so far.
What the fuck? Who want money?
Yeah, I will not give you money. Sorry.
If you're a globe believer, you've got a lot of problems. You don't have curvature. You don't have motion. You don't have a core of a baller. You don't have any of that.
I don't need any money. I don't need money. Listen.
If you didn't understand what he said before, then how are you going to understand what he says if you were to ask a question?
What the fuck? Just listen.
Do you need a wife?
No. I have a problem. I have a big problem.
Did you visit your doctor?
No. I have a presentation next week and I am anxious.
All right, well, just practice your presentation. Make sure you know what you're talking about and you'll be less anxious. There you go.
But when I stand in front of people, I feel anxious. I don't know why.
Just tell them the Earth is flat.
Yeah, there you go. No, Pro tip, talk directly towards the one person in the room instead of paying attention to everybody else there, and it should be easier for you.
And whatever you do, do not blink your eyes.
Yeah, no blinking, and if you can help it, no breathing.
Right.
You really want to moderate your breathing to about 0. No, that's a joke. We don't give out medical advice. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. So,
yeah, confidence.
Do you know what? Do you know what curvature of the Earth is?
No.
You don't? It means like a curved surface of a ball. You know, it goes down in a way. It's curved like a football. You don't understand that?
No.
Oh well, you can't be a globe believer then. So you don't believe in the globe.
What is glow mean?
Good troll, dude. Very funny.
What?
Very entertaining.
Guys, my English is not that good to understand all of the words you saying.
Yeah, your English is fine. See, that would work if you weren't talking semi-coherent
No,
English.
it's simple conversation, not a deeply conversation.
Okay, well, put yourself on mute then and just listen in.
Is there any more concise advices about the presentation?
Yeah, don't behave like you are now, or everyone will think you're a fool.
I am what? Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to act like this?
Yeah, act like this.
Just be cool.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll pass. Just tell them you don't understand anything that's going on.
The presentation is in French language.
Oh, you're French. That makes sense.
No, I'm not French. I'm Arabic.
Oh.
Same thing.
What?
Why are you speaking French then? Why are you speaking Arabic?
In our education system, we speak French.
Sucks to be you.
Yeah, sorry to hear about that. They might make a cream or an ointment for that.
On top of making you speak French, did they also make you believe that you live on a big spinning ball in a vacuum of space? What? What do you say? I don't understand.
Are you trolling or what?
Yeah, because you're avoiding talking about your globe belief, which tells me you're not really confident about the globe.
What is globe?
Yeah, well, they told you Earth was.
Globe. Do you want me to post the definition in the side chat?
Yes, please. Yes, if you could.
All right.
I'm also learning Deutsch. Is there anybody here speaking Deutsch?
No, it's English speaking.
Okay.
It's called English Hub.
Where are you from?
Doesn't matter.
So there you go. The dictionary definition is saying that it's the third planet from the sun, the planet we live on. And the second definition is an object with a spherical shape, or a sphere on which a map is represented.
So now do you understand?
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah, do you believe that's what the Earth is?
No.
Why not?
I believe that Earth is like a ball.
Yeah, like a globe.
That's what globe mean.
Globe, B.
Globe, okay. Yes, Earth is globe.
Okay, why do you think that?
Because I see pictures from the space.
Now, is it possible to make pictures that aren't real?
How did you know it's not real?
Well, I'm just asking, is it possible to make an image of something that isn't real?
Yes.
So how do you know this is one of those or not?
That's a good question.
Yeah, you'd have to find some evidence in reality, not just images.
But
is there
please,
any
please,
evidence in
let me ask
reality?
you. What would this fact influence your life? What would you what can I say?
Well, understanding the nature of reality is important because you exist in reality.
And
in order to make the best possible decisions, you should have the best possible information about your situation.
Oh, please, how can the shape of the earth help me live a better life or a better reality?
Because then you'll be living in reality instead of a fantasy.
I am living in reality right now.
No, you just said you thought the earth was a ball.
Yes.
Where's that in reality?
Listen. I want you to understand.
Listen. Where's that in reality?
Just listen. If you want to understand me, listen. How
I don't think you're listening.
this information of the shape of the world, the earth, will help you.
I just told you. So you're living in reality. You understand
I'm
reality.
living in reality right now. Even though I don't know really the shape of the world. Is it a bowl or a coal, or what are you saying? Or shape musattaha? So I am living right now. It doesn't matter the shape of the world. I am living.
Yeah, but then you have to consider, how did the earth get here? And then it matters. Because they're telling us that the earth got here.
You're caring too much about question that will not help you in your life.
No, you're just not thinking enough. You're being lazy.
Why I will think about something will not help me in anything.
Do you care about the environment?
Yes.
Why?
What do you mean why?
Why?
Environment
Why would that help you?
It's good for the health, for life of the animals.
So understanding the environment is good.
Yes.
Okay, so the earth is your environment, so you should want to understand it.
You are just making it a complex subject. It's not that complex.
That was really simple. That was very simple.
Yeah,
it's really about the environment. This is your environment.
Bro, why are you caring too much about the shape of the earth?
Why are you caring about the environment?
Because it's what's the word? If the environment is not good, yeah.
Do you care?
If the environment is not good, then it will affect me. Then it will affect me.
Do you care?
If the environment is good or not, if you don't know what the environment is.
The environment is everything around me. That's environment.
Is your environment a big ball spinning through space?
Bro, you are asking stupid questions. I'm sorry.
No, I'm asking if your environment is the ball that you just claimed.
Environment is everything around me. Now, I'm in
the
my
surface of the earth that you live on, right?
Walls. That's my environment right now.
Yeah, you live on the surface of the earth. That's your environment. Yeah.
No, I am living right now in my room. Around walls.
You don't go outside. Where's your room located?
Do you want to really know?
No, but it's located on the earth, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is your environment, the earth. And if you think the earth is a ball, then you don't know anything about your environment.
Listen, if the earth is having any shape. That's not affecting me because I'm living it 20 years right now. It doesn't affect me. Even though if maybe I don't know the real shape of the earth, but it doesn't affect me in anything. You understand?
Yeah, it does. You just haven't thought about it.
What?
Yeah, you just haven't thought about it.
What if I thought about it? I am now thinking about it.
You realize the truth about where you live is important.
Mm-hmm. Will that help me in my presentation next week?
It will help you a lot more than in your presentation.
I think about it?
Yeah, it will help you with a lot more than your presentation.
Help me in what?
Well, if you want to find out, do some research.
Bro, you are.
Find out.
you don't have an answer.
There's some other truth.
Explain it. I mean, it's self-evident.
You don't
There's some other truth.
Yeah, you want to ask me or ask the other guy?
No, he's going to ask you. And anyway, I'm gonna take off for the night. So good chat to everyone. Keep this on the rails if you can. I mean, this guy seems like a bit of a dead end, but feel free to persevere.
There's some other truth will help in your presentation tomorrow.
Okay, not tomorrow. Next week. I am
next week. Does the boiling the water will help your presentation?
What?
Does the boiling of water will help your presentation?
Water?
Yeah, boiling water.
Boiling water? No.
No, but I can show you, I can present you boiling water and you can say, look, this is the truth, this is the boiling water, but this will not change your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
That means there is some truth outside of your presentation.
I don't understand the point you want to give me. You want to explain to me.
Okay, if surface is flat, it will not help your presentation. If surface is curved, it will not help your presentation.
Yes, that's my point.
That's my point also.
So
shall we call this server 24/7 your presentations or 24/7 flat earth where we are, where you don't care to be?
If you really don't
Did you
care,
say that you don't care? Did you say that you don't care?
Yes, because it will not help me in
and where you are now if you don't care. If I don't care to be in cinema and watch some scientific movies, then I don't go to cinema to watch scientific movies because I don't care to watch scientific movies.
Yes.
That's my logic. Okay?
Yeah, I agree with you, yes.
Yeah. That means that you care.
No.
But you are still here.
In the earth, you mean?
No, in this server.
To be here in this channel, telling us how well you care.
Okay, guys, I understand right now. I really don't know the room talking about scientific things. I just joined and ask if anybody can help. If you want me guys to leave, I will leave. Okay?
No, I want to help you. I want to help you, but you said that you don't care.
Yeah, you're free to stay here. You're telling us you don't care, and we're like, okay, fine, leave if you want to.
Yes, exactly. Whatever. Yeah, you're welcome to stay.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't matter. It's not now. You don't care to understand. You can stay. Everything is fine.
What's your presentation about? I'm sorry if you already said that. I missed it.
It's about time management. It's an easy topic. But the problem is in me, how I behave in front of people.
Yeah, well, you can save a lot of time by realizing the globe is fake. Then anytime it comes up, you can just ignore anything they're talking about because it's a lie and it's a waste of time. So Flat Earth would help you in your time management in that way. Then you can relegate anything having to do with the globe. You can just realize that's science fiction. Saves a lot of time.
Yes, actually.
Yeah, can be a discernment test. Like the person's really obsessed with the globe and loves NASA, and even though they've been presented with evidence that very clearly and logically explains how the globe is a complete fantasy, but these people are still clinging to it, then it tells you something about their discernment and logical abilities. So then it's possible they could be correct about other things, but it definitely calls their judgment into question if they have seen the evidence.
Yep.
Have you seen the evidence that debunks the globe, Siegbad R27?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, are you interested?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
what?
I won't waste my time then.
Yeah, fair enough.
So are you guys talking about scientific things, right? Or about just the shape of the Earth? Do you understand me?
Oh, you want me to answer, but you're not interested in the evidence. So, gosh, that's kind of a dilemma. Yeah, I mean, you've been told that the shape of the Earth. You've been told, that the shape of the Earth might be a scientific question, but it's a mathematical, geometric question. If you're talking about the shape of an object, but we do sometimes veer into areas of science, such as how can you have gas pressure without a container? Why do people claim the Earth is moving when there's no cause and effect relationship ever been scientifically demonstrated of such motion? Why do people imagine that they're participating in science when they're really participating in a giant religious delusion? So yeah, we talk about science.
Thank you for the long answer.
Oh, that was my short version. Yeah, that was the short answer.
I didn't hear the beginning, but thank you.
You're welcome. Do you have any other questions? Or Goodman, if you've got a question, feel free, because Siegbad R has ambivalent feelings regarding flat Earth.
Right now, I don't have any question, because right now I have just one small problem, is my presentation. I don't like to focus on a lot of things at the same time.
Well, my question is this. Is there something special about flat earthers that would have you come to them for advice?
Please, can you simplify? Listen. Can you simplify your words so I can understand?
I'll put it this way. Why did you come to us for advice?
Because I just saw you guys. There's a lot of people. Actually, it will be logic if one person can help me.
Well, we'd like to steer this conversation back towards the room topic, which is flat Earth. Okay? I'd advise you, sir, to go put yourself on mute. This is a very advanced English topic. And I think you can learn a lot about different various subjects by just listening in to our conversations.
Yes,
if you need help with English speaking, there are probably other rooms that you can go visit and ask them for assistance with. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Great. Is there anybody else here that has any questions, particularly about flat Earth or the globe? If you believe in a globe, did you know that you believe that you move faster at night than during the day? Did you know that? Did you know that if you lived on the equator of a globe, that during the nighttime you'd be spinning into the direction of Earth's orbit during the night, And then during the day, you'd be slowing down away from Earth's orbit. And there would be 1,000 mile per hour difference. Constantly cycling and gyrating. Isn't that crazy?
Are you talking to me or to everyone?
I'm adjusting the whole room.
Okay.
Yeah, if you believe you live on a globe, you think you're not just moving and you're not just accelerating, but you're constantly accelerating and decelerating over a 24-hour period, getting yanked around and around and around and around. Nobody has ever measured that motion. Nobody.
Damn Grant's trying to throw me to the east.
I know.
I want to.
Did you know that if you thought you lived on a globe, that when you look towards the east at nighttime, that you're looking in the opposite direction of somebody looking east during the daytime? Kind of makes it hard to pray to Mecca, don't you think?
Just goes to show that for that reason, there's no standard cardinal directions on the globe. There can't be, because it's always moving. And also, that problem of the accelerating and decelerating gets more complex as you go through the different vectors. Like if you're talking about an elliptical orbit, that's even compounded even more as far as the acceleration, deceleration. So you would have to add that to the rotation, and then you have to add all of that motion to the motion of the sun going around the great attractor.
Galactic orbit.
That's really, really complex. Yeah.
Yeah, with all that Coriolis going on.
Yeah. Let's see them adjust for that with their conservation of energy. How do they account for that?
Yeah, do airplanes account for intergalactic Coriolis?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, they don't have to, because just like the curvature, it's minimal, or it's what do they call that? Negligible.
Yeah, so negligible as if it's not there.
Yeah. So the negligible part of the globe brings it right back to how we actually experience the Earth: flat, stationary, and contained. Thank you very much. So yeah. So why would we use anything else besides what it actually exists as? We don't have to make up these silly stories that the Earth is doing all these crazy things that cannot be measured, have never been measured, and are isn't experienced by anybody. Yeah. So the globe's got a real problem. They basically have reverted to like psychopathy, because they've backed away completely from the geometric horizon. And we've even had Globers come in here fairly recently. I haven't been on that much, but fairly recently they say, oh, there is no drop over distance on a sphere. Really? So where do they come up with this shit, man?
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, because they have to back off. They have to back off from the geometry because they have no legs to stand on. When we start talking about geometry.
That's right. I'd like to see drag races going from east to the west to compare their times from going west to the east.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, why wouldn't there be a difference in that travel east to west, let alone, let's say, diagonal travel? Like, that would all have to be accounted for with aircraft landing on runways, like taking off from a runway, like the landing gear geometry would all have to be different. Like, how are they accounting for any of that? It's negligible, and and conservation of energy just is a blanket statement to take care of everything that they cannot show to be objective fact by any true measurement. So it's basically just like Dandelion was saying. These people are lost in an absolutely religious delusion with nothing empirical that they can stand on to say, this is how we know. There is none of that how we know for a fact and can be proven, repeated, observable, measurable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Which almost every fact or proof that we talk about in this topic as flat earthers, it is most indeed empirical. It can be repeated, it's measurable, observable, and falsifiable. And if it's not, then it doesn't belong here. So stick that up your equation and smoke it. The equation.
Y'all gotta try this one day. Earlier today, I was talking to somebody. Well, India was talking to him. I got to butt in for a second. And I was literally trying to get this guy to answer. Said, how far away is the horizon? What do you mean? That doesn't matter. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like, so when the sun's moving across the sky, and I was like, steel man the globe, right? So when the sun's moving across the sky, that means the Earth is spinning. And so when the Earth is facing the sun, that's daytime. And when the Earth is facing away from the sun, that's nighttime. And I was like, is that right? And he goes, I don't know. Let me ask Google.
Very strange indeed.
Because I'm the flat earther, I can't be right.
Yeah, I was thinking, as early as like 4-5 years ago, I was thinking, and I think others of us in this realm were thinking that they wouldn't be able to keep the globe going because, the evidence is just so overwhelming that at some point they'd have to do a new PSYOP, whether it be, getting everybody onto some kind of flat earth model that may or may not be accurate, but at least it would be, keep the white lab coats in charge of determining everyone's reality. But the way things are going now, I don't even think that's going to be necessary. They can just double down. Everybody's just looking to their Google search engine, you know, and their Chat GPT is their new god. Like, as long as they just keep the globe illusion there on the screen, they probably aren't going to have an issue. They can probably keep it going for quite a bit longer. It's just going to be an even scarier. I mean, Flat Earth will just become an even scarier discernment test as they just stop even pretending, like you just said. They're not even going to pretend, that they are going to be looking for drop over distance. You know, it's just this whole brain in a jar. I don't have hands. Reality is whatever we determine it is. And you've seen person after person. You mentioned someone earlier. The person who was just talking to Cyclone was like that. We had someone last week who, if someone had, Gemsy had a turn of phrase that he couldn't find in Google, so he told him that it didn't exist. You know, it wasn't real, even though it was just a creative expression that he used. You know, they honestly believe that when they're searching something up, the first Google result, that's reality. Like, it's just getting scary out here. Like, they won't need to tell the truth about the globe because these people don't even want the truth. You know, they like the comfortable lie and they like it more every day. Seems like it's going in the other direction.
It's even worse than that. Like, have you ever seen the movie Ready Player One? I know some people haven't, but it's an important movie to watch as far as psyops go.
No, I haven't. I think my sons might have seen it. I don't know.
So it's a dystopian future where everybody's wearing VR headsets and they all live in this virtual reality world, play video games all day instead of like going out in the real world and meeting each other and things like that. I was in a group chat. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to build off of that, but go ahead.
I was just going to say really quick, and I'll let you build off of that. But so I was talking to a group of people earlier, and they said it's coming down to people making a decision whether or not they like the real world or the internet world. And some people just prefer the internet world over the real world. Like, that's scary.
Right. And augmented reality and virtual reality is going to further immerse people into this delusion. You know, NASA's already been working on some interesting technology where you basically put on these VR goggles, right? And this stuff is going to present you NASA's view of other worlds. So you can go explore Mars. You could see what the rovers are seeing, and you can be present virtually on Mars. Isn't that neat? So the two-dimensional projected screen is going to turn into a couple of 2D projected stereoscopic screens and upgrade your immersion into the same fantasy. I mean, can you imagine how many people are going to fall for this crap? Like, hey, I want to go see what's happening on the ISS. Let me put on my Facebook VR goggles.
What are you talking about? There's already flat earthers that fell for it. And what I mean by that is not necessarily going to go along with NASA cosmology, but they're going to go along with a cosmology that they can't access, that somebody tells them is real, beyond the reach of where we can go into the sky, and they're going to live their life as if it's real, simulating the world that they live in their own minds, just like they were doing when they were Globers. You know, like, for example, stories about celestial entities, which may be angels or demons, you know, floating above us, doing this or that, having certain ways of transporting themselves, having certain lands that they inhabit that are floating above us, all these things that nobody can validate. But of course, they're going to have dreams and visions and use obscure scripture passages to make their claims, and a whole masses of people will believe them. That's not will, that is already happened. As a matter of fact, I would say the majority of flat Earth videos that I've seen outside of our venue, I would give it a 90 to 95% certainty that the majority of those flat Earthers believe in a cosmology that some other flat Earther told them that neither of them have any way to validate. Yet they think it's the truth. And they preach it as if it's the truth. So how are they any different than Globers, really, truly, when you think about it? A territory in an area and a function on the most base unit of reality I'm making claims about. I can't prove any of it, but I'm going to tell somebody else. They're going to believe me because I'm a charismatic speaker, right? And then they're going to live in a world that's a simulated reality based on the not necessarily lies I told them, but on my mistakes and misinterpretations I told them, as if I knew they were true. Like, how is that any different than the Glover syndrome? Isn't it the exact same phenomenon? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. That's a possibility.
No,
But
I
then
think
again,
it's the same.
I could be. Go ahead.
Right. No, I agree. I'm just agreeing. Yeah, it's outsourcing, to someone else who's going to tell you things are this way and not accepting the basic truth that we are not going to know all things or know all things on that level, and that we can't, and accepting ourselves as having that limited knowledge, which is really the only way to fully embrace the reality that you're living now.
Yeah, a lot of people just got to resign themselves to understanding that they don't know about the extent of the cosmos, and they may never know, and they have to just make peace with that.
So, harm reduction. Which one of these two cosmologies would you least prefer to be taught to your kids in school? It's a tough choice.
I would like them all to be taught.
Oh, I mean, you know what I mean, presented as though it was absolute truth.
Well, see, a lot of the globe claims in their quote unquote cosmological and cosmogenical models are just claims. And if they just had a primer before them, hey, this is claims that people made about the nature of the world, and this is how you can model it. Same like some of the guys that were instrumental in the formation of some of these ideas back in the past. In the books that were written about them and the writings, they themselves said, hey, we're making models. But the underlying truth of the model can't be known because we can't access what we're modeling. So all we can do is do interpretive models. Mine could be accurate, the other person's could be accurate to the appearance of the celestials at particular times of day. However, that not need be the underlying truth of my model be actually reality. Right? So they were humble enough to know that they're not actually telling people what reality actually is. And fast forward to today, and people lost that humbleness. One day you're attacking Globers for using affirming the consequent logic, and specious reasoning, all kinds of appeals to things they can't possibly prove. And then the next day a flat earther comes along and tells you that, there's an ether vortex that's coming out of God's butt. And then you just believe it. And you think I'm joking with what I just said, but no, I'm not. I was being a little facetious that it's actually coming out of his butt. They just say it's coming out of him. From whatever orifice it's extruding from. Pick one. So a year ago, the person had an entirely critical mind towards worldviews that they're being imposed on by society or the mainstream or whatever you want to call it. And then a year later, they're just lapping up whatever some dumb flat earther tells them. And then you know what? Some of them have the audacity to say, "Oh, well, I trust him. He's a good guy. He's a good flat earther. He's very prominent. Has a lot of good arguments. Why would he lie?" The irony. The irony. Yeah, so don't think because you transition from globe to flat that you've reached the pinnacle of critical thinking. You're still on a journey, my friend. All of you listening to the sound of my voice. The battle isn't over yet.
I think you're right. Mostly outside of our group, I think you'll find a lot more cogdissonance than you do with the mainstream cosmology thinkers. People like MC Toon are doing a service going after them.
Yeah, like you were talking just a little while ago about these globers receding into the brain in a jar. You know, who knows what's going on? I could be living in a simulation. But see, the problem is they don't go far enough. See, true simulationists understand that you don't need the jar and you don't need the brain. It's not "I'm a brain in a jar," quote unquote. It's "I'm a mind," right? So that shows me that they're still unintelligent enough to understand the real ramification of their claims, right? And that leads into a philosophy known as idealism, which is essentially all is mind. And the matter, temporal, and energy states that we perceive are, for lack of a better term, quote unquote, constructs, and for a worser term, illusions, which is kind of, you know, silly because illusions are something the mind experiences, right? So if it's the case that the base construct of reality is mind, then that means that mind has to be preordinate to matter, which means that once they realize that, they're basically conceding that the sentient mind is eternal. Not how they used to believe, which is that dead matter, you know, farted out of the Big Bang, and then eventually rocks decided to, you know, get busy and make baby rocks. And then those baby rocks fought and died, and some baby rocks mutated into, you know, Michelle Thaler millions of years later. Like, that's what they believe. You know, start dead, end up alive, then end up sentient. But actually, it's the other way around. You start sentient, and then you can create matter and stuff. So they're going to be forced to believe that in the end, because that's where all the evidence is leading. But in that worldview, then they can make some kind of weird construct where, you know, the base laws of reality are somehow not permanent in any way. So then you could, you know, a simulation could be operating on a multifaceted instance where every user has their own instance. Plus, there's a hub world which, you know, decides how the instances are displayed at any given time that you are located in the game world. Much like a video game where, you know, you can use mods in your game and the other player isn't using mods in their game. So you're both occupying the same world, but it displays itself entirely different to each of you. So they can retreat into that ad infinitum, you know, just keep kicking the can down the road into new levels of simulation. Just completely deny any kind of base reality. And then you end up with this. It's, well, if sentience is the eternal source of the physical and natural world, which I'm experiencing, and I'm a sentient agent, therefore I am the source of the physical and natural world, which I am experiencing. And therefore, what are you then? If you're the source of it, right, you're creating it. And if you're creating it, you're the creator. What does that make you? Yeah, see how easy that was to self-deify? The oldest trick in the book, right? The creation diluting itself into ascending into the role of creator. Very interesting, isn't it? So why were they hiding the globe? Oh, to hide the creator. That's why they were hiding the globe being a lie and the earth is really flat, because they were trying to hide the creator. You hear that mantra all the time. Well, it turns out in their worldview, yeah, they were hiding the creator themselves. So they can go down that whole truth route, get the epiphany, and then end up back where they started. Isn't that interesting how that works? They can be played like a fiddle, like a fool, and still end up under the control of the system, even though they think they're free. Because they got their itch. They got their little I'm free itch scratched. So now they can go plug back into the matrix. Rest assured, if you're part of the very few that quote unquote have found the truth, and rather than actually living free and in truth, you just go back to another charismatic set of norms and leadership via somebody else, whatever they believe in, you're back in the matrix. Right? Just like in the movies. What did the architect say? He said, hey guys, guess what? I played you guys like fools. The hero, I designed it to keep you guys in control. The guys who got free and created Zion, I designed that to make you guys think you were free so you could get a chance to exercise freedom for a while before I smash you all into oblivion again. Now, some people think that the people in Zion in the Matrix trilogy actually did get free. But if you pay close attention, nobody ever got out of the Matrix. Nobody. When Neo was jacked out into the quote-unquote real, why did he have psionic powers over the squids that were coming to kill him? I'll tell you why. Because he was still in the Matrix. That's why. And rest assured, friends, at the sound of my voice, many of you think you're free, but you're still in the Matrix. Many of the people you listen to, you think they're free, but they're still in the Matrix. Part of not being in the Matrix is having the utmost scrutiny for information that comes your way, instead of just allowing it to be spoon-fed to you and taking it on faith. As Reagan said, trust but verify. It's okay if you respect me, or you respect another speaker, or you respect this guy or your friend, that you kind of trust what they say. But they should be freely offering to validate it to you, and you should be freely critiquing and asking for validation, right? If you just join a Flat Earth group and there's like 10 charismatic Flat Earth speakers that you just adopt as your new gurus, and whatever they say is the gospel truth, man, you're just as stupid and retarded as when you were a Glober. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past, and I yield the floor to any questions. All right, since there's no question, somebody posted in the chat about the movie The 13th Floor. What happened in that movie is that a guy was going into a simulation to discover some things that were going on. Then he found out that the simulation he was in a lower simulation, and there was a program in the simulation trying to escape up one level to the real world, but he only made it out of the simulation to the next simulation, which the other guy thought was the real world. And none of them were actually in the real world. Because they got to the end, and when they got to the end, they looked, and all of a sudden, the land just gave way to an unrendered state of vector lines and math. Like this part of the world hadn't been rendered yet, and then they realized, damn, we've been in a simulation, thinking we were in the real world, going into a simulation, thinking we were coming back to the real world, but the whole time we were in a simulation. We were being played. Very intriguing. If you haven't seen it, definitely watch it. Also, Dark City, that's another must-watch for all flat earthers. Matrix, obviously, that's a good one. Existence, yes, good one. Oh, it looks like it's literally all flat earthers in the chat right now, except Quad. Unless Quad's a flat earther. I've been gone for a few days. Did I miss anything good?
I don't know. I haven't been here much. I know there's 2 new podcasts from the live stream that I think are recent. I can post them. One is with Josh, Mr. Amazon NASA satellite fan. I think the other one's with Cowboy. They're both pretty good. I'll post them.
Yeah, it's being head up by our buddy Majin. Any of you guys that are in the 24/7 Flat Discord and want to participate, ping them over there. Basically, this has been happening for a long time, where people make clips of the live streams more condensed, like from the beginning of a particular conversation to the end. Let's say it's 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, rather than pinging somebody and saying, "Oh, listen to this chat," and it's 12 hours long and half of it's garbage, and they have to sift through it. You can offer people more precise combos. And part of how we work together to accomplish that is obviously you got to listen to know when the combos are happening. And all you got to do is just mark, this is a good combo. Started about 20 minutes ago. And then it's done now. So for the past 20 minutes, it was an amazing combo. And you just mark that in our home server that it happened about that time. If you're so inclined, you can make a timestamp. You can actually get the link from the stream you were listening to and timestamp it. That'd be helpful. And that's one job you could do. Another job you can do is take those timestamps and then rip out the appropriate content and repost it into a YouTube format so we can share it among each other. And then, of course, what you can do is bookmark it in our home server in a searchable form. So you put the link, and then also you put a blurb that explains in keywords what it is. So, for example, you might write gyro compass, Indio navigation or something. And that way, if other people search those terms in our home server, they'll find that content. So as you can see, there's many ways for everyone to participate in getting lots of good content going. That's speaking to guests, but it's also curating clips. For example, we got a legend Clipcord. It's always pulling clips, and they're hilarious. So yeah, there's always something to do if you're willing to do it. And don't forget that if you want to share content, you can curate the content yourself, and you can post it on your channel, and then you can share clips that you're interested in with people who are talking about certain topics that may ask you, hey, I'm interested in flat earth. What about topic A? And you go, oh, hey, I'm interested in that. Here's a link right here, buddy. Too easy. All right.
Yeah, that's Majin's new channel that I just put in there.
Subbed.
Yay. Oh, is that? Does Yo have? I was looking to see if he had Yo-Yo Ma as his profile picture. Oh no, they're violinists. I don't know if Yo-Yo Ma's in there or not. You'd think somebody named Yo would possibly be into Yo-Yo Ma, but apparently not. Welcome, Yo. Just one Yo, not two.
Welcome, Yo.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thanks for having me.
Have you been in the Flat Earth channel before?
No, I guess this is my first time.
Oh, great. Have you heard anything about Flat Earth before?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, basically what we do here is we debunk the globe. So as our friend AI Overlord up there at the top was saying, sometimes people think they have to have a replacement model to discard the globe, but most intelligent thinking people realize that a failed model can be thrown out and discarded when it fails to predict reality, which is what the globe does. So you don't have to have a replacement in order to explain the very obvious truth that the curvature predicted by the globe is not observed in reality. Because even though some people are labor under the misconception that the Earth is too big to see the curve, but in fact, if this curve, which is predicted by a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles, i.e. a curve that increases at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, were actually in existence, we would be able to observe it in many different ways. We would observe water curving in the oceans, which we never do. We see a flat horizon as far as the eye can see. We would see drop over distance over miles that are visible to the human eye, such as over 10 miles, we'd see 66 feet of drop. Over 20 miles, we'd see 266 feet of drop. Over 52 miles, we'd see 1,800 feet of drop, and yet we routinely see objects that should be hidden behind this imaginary curve. What do you think about that, Yo? Maybe you can't talk. If you can't talk, that's fine. You can just listen. We'll just continue on as we were. But if you do have any questions or comments, feel free to speak up at any time. We're glad you're here.
Well, I think that the flat earth idea is completely wrong and based on misunderstanding, not evidence.
Oh, okay, so what is the misunderstanding in the explanation I just gave? I can give you some information to back it up. If you haven't seen, if you haven't heard of it before, I wouldn't expect you necessarily to have an instant answer to that question. But, you did make that claim that you think that Flat Earth is based on misunderstanding. So what do you think it is that's being misunderstood?
So when someone says the earth is flat, it's not something to get annoyed. It's more like, okay, if it's just been misled, don't trust science or something. What about you? Do you find the flat earth idea interesting or something?
Well, for me, it is very hard to understand. You're kind of breaking up. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that. But I did hear you say don't trust science. Yeah, I do find that people who believe in the globe fantasy don't trust classical natural science and they don't trust the scientific method, but they do trust their TV screen, their NASA fandom, and the charlatan priests of flat earth, such as Neil deGrasse Tyson. But they definitely do not trust science or the scientific method, because the scientific method requires making a natural observation and then developing a hypothesis about a cause and effect relationship and having an independent variable to manipulate and observe, measure, and record the effects on the dependent variable in a systematic way that can be replicated by another scientist. So in no situation do we observe this happening with the globe. At what time has this curvature been measured? Can you present that for us?
Earlier he said something about that flat earthers don't trust science. And
I know, yeah, and I was responding to that. Yeah, you want to respond also? Go ahead.
Yeah, but think about that's everybody. That should be the baseline. Your baseline understanding of science is that it has a baked in distrust. That's why it's repeatable, verifiable, and falsifiable. Observable, verifiable, repeatable. That's why it's such a robust, powerful system, is that it has a lack of trust. It's not a trust me, bro method. It's don't trust me, bro. Verify it yourself. So if your version of science, just like Dandelion said, you're in denial of science because you've taken the most powerful part of science, repeatability, out of science, and then assigned it to flat earthers when it's really you who have done that. Looks like he ran off.
Yeah, they tell us like, oh, you don't trust the scientists? No, that's the whole point of science. Let me check it out for myself. That's why there was a method created to remove the bias, because they knew that there's people that are in it for a profitable interest. And then somebody will ask, why would they lie? Oh, I don't know, for the same reason that somebody would tape a banana to the wall and call it art. Not even that they were lying. It's just there's people out there that are stupid enough to believe it.
Sure enough, yeah. That's all it took. All it took was some guy who changed the word science to no longer be a verb, a method, an action, then changed it to a noun, and then it self-identified as science, then told you some bullshit that you wanted to believe anyway. And you fell for it. Shame on you.
Okay, why do people think the Earth is flat?
Because it measures
it's not
flat.
curving?
Yeah, it measures flat. It's observed as flat. It's practically used as flat. So what would it be? If it's not curved, what is it? Damn, that one ran away just that quick.
He's still in here. He's talking quietly.
Why is different so why should all places at once?
If the surface isn't curved, what is it?
I mean, how do you explain the difference in places around the world?
Just answer the question.
What's your question?
If the surface is not curved, what is it?
If the surface is not curved.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. I still beginner in English.
If the surface is not curving.
Trend surface for line. So if you have if you don't have a curved line, what type of line do you have?
I have no idea. I don't understand.
You can only draw two kinds of lines. You can either draw a straight line or a curved line.
Okay, boy.
You want to bet? Anybody want to bet?
It sounds like a wager.
Go on, I'm interested. I mean, I don't want to bet, but if you've got something, I want to hear it.
Yeah, a zigzag line.
What, those are comprised of straight lines, though?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
They are straight lines. Each point to point, is a straight line.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Unless those lines, those different changes of angle.
Yeah, fair enough. But there's actually, before the line changes direction, there's actually an infinite number of points. So which one are you going to choose?
Yo, I need flat earthers to explain a lunar eclipse.
A lunar eclipse?
Which one?
Lunar eclipse.
What type of lunar eclipse are you referring to?
There's only one lunar eclipse is when the Earth...
Oh no, homie. You need to look into this. There are many types of lunar eclipses.
No, I'm pretty sure there's only one lunar eclipse.
There's multiple types. Look into this.
Blue ones, red ones, selenilian ones that happen during the day. There are multiple types of lunar eclipses, dude.
Okay,
yeah, you've got an.
It doesn't matter what type of lunar. Explain a lunar eclipse.
You've got to pay attention.
How does it happen?
You thought you going to this conversation. You thought there's only one type of lunar eclipse. There's three categories that break into dozens of types of lunar eclipses.
There's only one.
No, there's three types, and each one of those types have multiple variations of them. So right now, you have no idea what you're even asking for.
And the answer still remains we're not going to be able to give you what you think you're asking for.
Okay. A lunar eclipse is a lunar eclipse no matter which way you look at it. If you want the type of lunar eclipse, I'm looking for a total lunar eclipse. A total
lunar eclipse. Okay,
yeah, it doesn't matter which one because... I need you to explain it using the flat Earth map too. I need you to explain it to me.
Dude, one, we're not going to be able to explain it.
Exactly, because it makes no sense.
No, I just can't give you a mechanism for things in the sky for measured flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so if that doesn't work, why is it that the time zone over in South America is the same exact time zone that's in your map, Antarctica, way above? How does that work? I'm wondering about your time zones. I'm trying to figure this out.
I know you keep saying the word map. You might have said it 2 or 3 times now. We're not going to be able to give you a map. What map are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking about the flat Earth map that's been used for centuries. Is actually on the Flat Earth Bible. It's a big old stamp that you put on, and there's a big ass ice wall all the way around. And how
sounds like a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, we know what you're talking about. I'm trying to help you understand that's not the real flat Earth. If I want to put it simply for you, that's just a map.
Oh, so you have a different map?
Don't have any map at the moment.
Oh, so how do you know where to go and what to do, and how do you do that, flat earther?
We use reference coordinate systems, longitude and latitude. They're derived from the sky. No need for the Earth. Right,
it's still. So what you're saying is flat earthers can't create a map, is what you're saying?
All maps are created from a horizontal plane. That the Earth will be measured flat when you create the map, is my point.
So you could still create one, though.
I mean, I guess.
That's all I'm saying.
My friend.
So I want you to tell me what map you're looking at, and I need you to explain to me why this time zone over here is the same exact one that's fucking all the way across your map is still the same exact time zone. I need you to explain this.
Why? We're talking about time zones. That's going to be highly political, and also due to the path of the sun. Lines of meridian, for example. Do you know what they are?
Yeah, how does your sun work? That's another good question.
Dude, you seem to be asking a lot of questions. I'm trying to hone in on things and ask you a relevant question, and you ignore it.
Yeah, because you don't tell me. You simply just don't tell me what the answer is.
Do you know what a line of meridian is and how you measure it?
No, you use a lot of big words.
Okay, so a line of meridian is an angle measurement to the sun in a relevant location. You understand what solar noon is? When the sun is at its highest in the sky? You can draw.
The problem that I'm having is I can't listen to anything that you say because it's a flat Earth theory thing. You know, I can't believe it because I'm looking at this and I'm looking at solar eclipses and lunar eclipses and I'm looking at your guys' map and I'm looking at time zones, different time zones in South America that line up with Antarctica, and it's not making any sense to me, bro. It's not making any fucking sense. How is the Earth flat, but then yet we can cover the shadow with the moon and the moon can cover our shit? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Relax.
It doesn't make any fucking sense, bro.
First, we're not going to be able to give you a causal mechanism for the moon in the sky. Second, you keep talking about maps and trying to point out to you that there are lots of different types of map, my friend. There are thousands of them. Right? This is just one, and you seem to think this is ours, probably because of some propaganda trick. Right? You understand what a straw man is, right?
Making any sense, bro? You're telling me flat earthers have no
my friend. You seem to be very agitated. Maybe I should pass you on to somebody else.
Maybe you should elaborate more on how you look at the Earth. How do you look at it?
Simply with my eyes. You want to understand how the do you want to understand how we know the Earth? My friend.
How do you know where you want to go if you just look at it with your eyes? You just choose the fucking direction? Okay, there we go. What map? What map do you use?
It depends, dude. It can be a maritime map if I'm in the seas. It can be multiple different types of map, dude.
Yeah, because I'm looking at your guys' ocean on flat Earth, and this is a whole lot of fucking ocean.
Dude, I've tried to warn you, tell you several times that isn't what we're claiming. So please, dude, stop saying this map that you claim when we're not claiming it. Right. Trying to help you understand. This is
the land map.
Hello? Please don't make me raise my voice, dude. I'm trying to help you understand that this is a propaganda tool and you've been fooled. That's all I'm trying to point out. This isn't our claim of the flat Earth reality, mate.
Oh, I got tagged. Is there a flat Earth map up in here? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. God. Flat Earth map right here. Oh, I like that.
Look, what about the edge? Why has no one ever found that? Yeah.
Okay, so we're just going to skip around from subject to subject.
Oh, I love this. No, I love this, bro. You can't explain lunar eclipse. You can't explain solar eclipse. You can't explain the different time zones. You can't explain shit. You're dumb as fuck. You're retarded. Quit your fucking bullshit. I win. I win, dumbass.
Dumbass. And he's believing that Earth is flat.
Wow. Okay, who asked about the edge?
Yeah.
Okay, what was the question?
Yeah, why no one has ever found it? Yeah.
Maybe they have and haven't told you. I don't know.
Why haven't people gone to the place which is fairly cold?
Maybe the idea, my friend, that I'm trying to point out is maybe they have, if an edge or limitation to the doesn't exist, if in this hypothetical question you're failing to forget that maybe they haven't told you because they want you to believe something else, and pointing you to the edge of reality is contradictory to what they want you to believe, potentially. So maybe they just haven't told you within your hypothetical.
Besides that, you don't need to go to the edge to prove to whether or not the Earth is flat.
And even Christopher Columbus went to the King of Portugal and asked him to fund his trip across the Atlantic. King of Portugal told him no, because he already knew what was over there. He knew there was land there. He kept it a secret. Because that's what people do. When you have knowledge, you keep it secret. So you get the advantage.
If there's no more questions at the moment, or people are taking pause for thought, I want to get back to AI and these zigzag curve lines. I want to know what that was about. Because I'm still interested, dude. I want to know. But if you're not there at the moment, mate, I'll get back to you later.
Yeah, draw any line.
Okay, what type? Right. Straight one or a curve one?
Any.
Okay.
Okay, did you draw it?
Yeah, in my head, yeah.
No, you got to do it on a piece of paper.
Okay. Okay.
All right. If you drew a straight line, it's curved. If you drew a curved line, it's curved. I rest my case.
Okay.
This fucking guy.
I'm serious. Go ahead. Look at your straight line that you thought was straight. Guarantee you it ain't straight. You can't draw straight lines in reality.
Are you talking about maybe the thickness of the ink that I've drawn on the paper, and how if I was to zoom in on that ink, it is not a continual straight line definition?
That's right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Even a zigzag line, because at the time you turn the pen, right, it's going to have a variance of whatever you might consider points, which are, infinitesimally infinite, right? Because they don't exist in reality.
Yeah, this is all conceptual geometry and whatnot. Yeah, I get you.
You're lucky we don't take bets on the live streams. Otherwise, I'd be a rich man.
Well, I'd like not to take bets with you because you've always got something. So I'm glad that
I'm like a genie that when you wish, no matter what you wish for, it screws you over.
Yeah. Like the man who asked for the world's biggest penis and the genie decides to shrink everybody else's. Yeah. That was on a TV program I was watching the other day, by the way. But yeah, fair enough. I guess you would.
Yeah, the saddest part of that is they think that time zones work on a tilted globe.
Do they not? Tell me more.
Well, if you look at the time zone maps, all the lines meet up at the North Pole. Well, the North Pole is only on the north position twice the 2 days of the year, the equinoxes.
Yeah.
Every other day, it starts to deviate from the top. Starts tilting one direction and then tilting the other direction.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
Yep, they're staring you right in the face, and nobody notices it.
I'm gonna have to have a think about this for sure. You might have caught me with that one. I've never thought about that before.
Well, it's not something that most people think about, right? That's how they get you. Most people don't think about time zones carefully. Because if a time zone is supposed to be that every point along that longitude is got high noon at the exact same time, it's not possible on a tilted Earth.
It's not high noon at the same exact time. It's just what time we're assigning to that strip. Like sunset is not the same time across an entire time zone. It goes from east to west across it. Time zones are political boundaries that we made up.
Hey, you know what else is funny? Politics is boundaries that we made up.
True.
We made all this up then.
Society is boundaries we made up.
Yeah, we made everything up.
Yeah, but did you kiss first before you made up?
Anybody got any fun plans for Halloween? No one's doing anything fun for Halloween? What? What are we doing here? Well, I'll try again. Anybody playing any fun games lately?
Hey, what the heck? Why'd you bore Josh to death? Poor Joshy. Got bored. So, guys, check it out. I went back to the Globe today. Turns out that I saved $3. You can buy a cylinder lock replacement for $23, or you can buy a whole new lock and the cylinder for $26. But with my discount, it makes it $23. That certainly would have kept Josh entertained. What's going on? Just got done with a long chat there, Boated America. Floor's all yours. The flat earthers are sleeping right now, so if you want to preach globe propaganda to the flat earth listeners and convert them back to globe, now's your chance. Dude, I just went back to the globe like 10 minutes ago. Got myself a nice new. Well, my card didn't work, but the guy helped me get it to work by jimmying it just right. So now I got a brand new single cylinder dead latch lock. Love the globe. Although I like Lowe's better. Because their tools are blue. And I like blue. The Globe's tools are orange. Well, no, that's not true. Well, yeah, they are. Rigid. Yeah, Rigid is orange. That's right. Yeah, their tools are orange. That's right. I almost forgot.
Yeah, I got a mix of Rigid and DeWalt. So far, none of my DeWalt batteries have failed. But two of my Rigid batteries are dead.
Did you try battery jump starting them?
Not yet.
I got to do that with two of my batteries that I got.
Because they will accept a charge. It's just when you go to use them, they only run for like 5 or 10 seconds and then stop. Because I think one of the cells in there is dead. So the voltage drops when you use your tool, and it just shuts off the battery.
Yeah, that's a problem with some of these new tools. They got like microchip controllers. And it's like, dude, I just want to use this tool till it explodes. I don't care. Just let me blow this tool up, please. Yeah, when I didn't have the smart batteries, all my tools worked great. I could just run them. Everything got done. They wouldn't stop working. I mean, sure, maybe they broke faster. But then once I got the microchip batteries, it was like they just decide when to work or not. It's like a union. It's like, I got my 15-minute break.
Well, it makes sense, have a little bit of control over it so they don't overheat and spontaneously combust. Because the one guy on YouTube did that. He had one of those battery-powered pool cleaners. Goes along the bottom of the pool and cleans. But when he charged it near his house, and it caught on fire and burned down his house. You should always charge that stuff away from your house.
You know what's fun is drilling into hardwood cabinets, and then the sawdust inside the drill hole catches on fire and it explodes inside. It's a nice pop.
The smoke first.
Never seen one strong enough to actually damage the cabinet.
Yeah, I noticed when I use my Sawzall to cut through branches and stuff, it'll heat up the wood so much they start smoking.
Dude, don't you hate it when people in the left lane on a double turn into the far right lane, and then pushes you out to the even further lane because you decide to be responsible and not, cause an accident?
Yeah, those people suck. I was behind someone turning left today, and I could see from being behind them that the road was clear and he could have made his left. Nope. Waited till the light turned amber. Then he made his turns.
Well, you got to think about it this way, dude. Go ahead.
And he did it so damn slow, too. It's like, you're in an intersection. The light's changing. You shouldn't be going at like 5 miles an hour.
Right, so the two left lanes obviously have curved white lines, right, to guide you. And then the far right lane is straight because it's coming from the other street. So dude must have been a Glober because he can't tell the difference between straight and curved.
Well, how many Globies do we know that say the horizon's curved?
Dude, how many Globies do you know that say a flat Earth horizon would be curved?
But clearly they have some stigmatisms in their eyes or something. They can't see straight lines.
Oh man. Being in an event or no? Doesn't look like it. I've got to go check on the other venues here. See what's going on over there. Peace.